Congratulations on surviving a frigid weekend. If you're up here in Michigan, woke up this morning, it's like below 30. Talked to my mom yesterday for Mother's Day, of course, and she's down in Florida, said it was 92 degrees. So I guess you guys have got the heat going on. And just give me a moment here. I need to look at a couple of things here. Hope everybody's doing good. Tony Henry, good morning. Yes. Woo! Early rising. Yes. Good morning. Good morning from Okie. All right, Bobby. Bobby, good to see you. It's been a little while since we've spoken. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're hopefully doing well. All right. Richard B. Got the address for the shirt. We'll get that sent out soon. Yep. Reply. Hold on. Hold on. We moved too fast. Okay. Got it. One of our newest winners of our drawing that we do just got a hold of me. There you go. And to Mr. Port Bear, if you happen to be listening this morning, I've got your shirt all packaged up. My wife will be sending it out today. And I did a little bit of modifying to my signature because I like to try to keep it sort of consistent, if you know what I mean. So this is my Catfish signature, more or less. And I like to make them personal. Each catfish is a personal catfish. And so for the most part, we try to make catfish that, so when you get your shirt, you're going to see that. This is my catfish wall of fame up here. These are my biggest donators. Most of these folks have donated $200, $300, $400, some more even. The biggest one at once was Jamie Mack, who contributed 500. And so I want to give credit where credit is due. And thank you for contacting me. I will get that shirt out to you. All right. Jason is writing to me about Mumu PN down 5.86%. Okay. We'll take a look at that. Now, in case you didn't know, RXT, I sent out a notification to everyone last night to let you know that RXT was on its way up. And if you're a member of this channel, you have hit the notification bell, you would have gotten that notice. For those of you that are new to the channel here, for the first time, let me come up here and show you something. And we're going to go up here to view your channel. And right here under posts, you'll see that last night I put up an alert to all members of the channel. So if you become a member at even the lowest level, which is the bottom, the big bottom cat, you will get this notification from me. And if you don't, for obvious reasons, if you don't want to click on the double click on the notification bell to get all the notifications from everyone you're subscribed to, I guess YouTube, once you double click that notification bell, I guess you get notifications from every everyone you're subscribed to. So whenever they post a video, so that can be a little bit overwhelming. But we also have here on the channel. Oh, and by the way, this is the post that I put up last night. Good evening to all cats, and congratulations if you decided to hold on to some RXT stock. I said I'm shooting for a 6:48 a.m. launch tomorrow. Sleep well. Don't forget to hit that like button so I know you were here. And it was about RXT, and I was letting you know it's up. It was up 11% last night at 8:57 p.m. Just so you're aware of that, okay? RXT. Now, also, I need to start by saying I'm not a financial advisor. I do not make any guarantees whatsoever. What I do here is work with a bunch of people who are here together, and we're using these types of software, and these are the members or ID members names of the ones who are helping this channel by providing us and using these scanners. And you've got Weeble scanners and Stock Rocks, and he's got 2 AI in testing. We got Bloomberg, Chat GPT, Tip Ranks, the whole everything you see here. So when you're using this type of um, advantage or equipment and software, you get an advantage. You have an advantage over just willy nilly picking stocks, right? And so what these types of scanners do, they pick up on stocks and people call them out. That's what happens here each day. And you can, if you stick around, you can see once someone calls one out, and this is what we had on May the 5th. Just look at all the stocks here on May the 5th that were called out. Now, what I do is when everybody calls these stocks out, then I jump over on them and I give them all a look. And I go, okay, let's see which one of these looks like it might be the most profitable or the safest to get into, I guess. That's also the word, because sometimes these stocks can be below $1 that people are calling out, and they may not be the safest to get into because, they might need to get their compliance and get back into the NASDAQ, and they might do a reverse split in any moment. So, but these are the stocks we're going to take a look at. And as you can see, DeBass Assassin called out RXT. And if I go down here, let me also let you know that we're using some other information here, which is Charles Schwab Thinkorswim platform. And what we do is once someone calls out a stock, like the Bass Assassin called this one out, then I get into the details and start digging about this company. And one thing that is nice about the Charles Schwab is you can go over here and you can type in RXT. And then these are the news stories, live news stories on RXT. And you can look down here and see why it was running on May the 8th. Now, once you click on these stories, they'll show up sometimes in a totally separate page you can't see. Just so you're aware of this, I'm telling you a little feature about Charles Schwab Thinkorswim that is a little bit of a glitch or a little bit of a problem, but sometimes when you click on the story to read it, you don't see it anywhere. But if you just go down to the Charles Schwab Thinkorswim icon and you hover over that, you'll see this story pop up over here on another window. You got to click on that. All right. Just a word to the wise, Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Sometimes when you click on the story, you won't find it anywhere, but it's there. You just have to go down and hover over the Thinkorswim icon and you'll find the story. So this morning, we're going to be looking at a couple of stocks that were called out already by Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo, called out that on Friday afternoon. And he also called out this one. So those are two of the first picks. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the tank. I have the name Catfish Tyler because I have a technique of buying stocks at the bottom, or attempting to at any rate, and buying these stocks days after they run up. Okay? So let me explain. These stocks that have been called out, they get run up and they get run up big. Sometimes they can go up 100%. All right? And what we want to do is we don't want to buy them on this day. That would be foolish. Why do you want to buy a stock up 100%? Don't do that. Wait. Wait for the pop and the fizz to come out of it, folks. Wait for the energy that pushed it up so high to pull out of it, folks. Wait for the volume to come and settle down and watch that price drop. And sometimes, many times, they will drop these stocks for over a week, ladies and gentlemen, a whole week. And so after 5 or 6 days, it can be a very good point to buy in, especially if you can find relative lows back in history of the stock. If you can go back and find relative lows, and so what I want to show you here is these stocks, they were hot on May the 5th. So we're good now. We're going to go look at them here on the 11th, okay? And let's go see how much they've dropped over 5 days and if there might be some good buying opportunities here. And then we'll look at the stocks that were called out today, all right? Okay. So, well, actually, let's not do that. Let's look at Let's look at OPTX first, and then we'll and see what that's doing, because when they're hot, they're hot. All right, OPTX. Okay, and this was called out by Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. It's got buying volume coming in, not a lot of volume though, but there are green down there, so that looks good. Now let's go over here to POA HY. Now, first though, let's look at the 20-day chart on this. Okay, well, I don't generally like to buy stocks with a 200-day average falling. Okay, I'll start right there, and the 50 and 45 as well. So there's a saying, don't ever try to catch a falling knife. But the one thing that I will give this stock is that I do see a relative low here. And this is exactly what I was just talking about. When you look at that thing fall, do you see 5 days later the relative low? Look at it. It's right there. And this is exactly, it's funny that I had just mentioned this because this is exact scenario. This is the exact scenario of what we're looking for. A big run up, and then 5 days of taking it down to where it was before it ran up. See, it's masterful. It's done by, I don't know. I don't know how it's done, but it's done. And I use history to tell me where the bottom is. So there was the bottom. That would have been a good place to buy some in the pre-market Friday morning, or in the after hours Friday. This is the after hours Friday. Okay. Well, this one to look at, because let me tell you something else. When I see this low here, I understand why it hit that low. But here, where's the relative point? Right there, right there. So if the stock can get to there, chances are it can go from here back to there, right here. Okay. Oh yeah, that's where it's going to. Yep. Now, I'm not going to guarantee you that's going to happen, but I can see that nothing stopped it from falling from here to there, and nothing stopped it from going from here to there. Right? Am I correct? So there should be very little if it goes beyond this point right here. there should be very little to stop it from going back to there, because there was never anything to stop it from dropping, and never anything to stop it from rising. Now let's go and look at one more chart on this. Let's look at the 180-day chart on this stock. OPTX. Well, now does that not change your perspective a little bit on this stock? Okay. Okay. I like to put in these relative lines of resistance here. So I'm going to right here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, these lines of resistance where the 5-day, which is the white line, stopped there and there and there and there and there and there, they still exist. So, folks, I'm telling you, as this rises, let's just go ahead and put a line right here so we can see how relative that line is. Well, I'll tell you what that line is. That's what I like to call the median line. The median line. Okay? Because this is the median line right here. And the next level of resistance is going to be right here, ladies and gentlemen, right there. And let's get this put in here. It really is right about where it is now. It's had that level of resistance before, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that clearly. It's right there. There you go. Then the next level of resistance is just beyond that, and just beyond that, right there. And the following level of resistance is just beyond that. I mean, it's just, man, they just let this thing leach just very slowly upwards. I'm showing you where it is, folks. There, this is the double whammy, they call this. Then it broke over that. Then that established as a low. And then it's established as a high here. Okay. Now, the next point is here, right here. There needs to be a line right there. And there's a line of resistance right here, ladies and gentlemen, right there, obviously. Very clear line of resistance. And then this stock will maybe see the double. Looks like they got one a little bit higher there. They're good at that. You can see that. They're going to, this is a tactic to make you think it's never going to go higher. And once it breaks that, then it jumps all the way to right here. Now, I realize you guys cannot see these prices and know what they are, but this is what you should do with your charting. All right. If you were smart, you would use these previous resistance points to determine where you should sell some of your shares. All right. Because if they were resistance going up, there'll be resistance the other way as they go down. So, pretty clear to see that where this line of resistance was after it went down to this line of resistance. And there really is one more right there for sure. Right there. There's got to be a line put there. Yeah. There must be a line right there. There you go. So now this is a 180-day chart. And these lines don't look like there's a lot of space between them on this 180-day chart, but these changes in price are different, are bigger than you think. 745, 804, 825, 870, 909. It really is 908. I can assure you that would be 908. 940. That would be 938. You should be selling at 938, 939. 972, of course. That's always a sell. I have that on my buy sell sheet. 1062. And trust me, that is 1060, folks. That number is 1060. That's the new number they've started really hitting hard. And 1120. And that number's 1120. It should be moved up a little. Yep. And these are all numbers on my buy sell sheet. And so we're going to take this, move it up a touch, just a touch to 1120 where it should be. I can't get it to stop right in there. It's 18 or 22. It won't give me the 1120. Oh, well, we'll just do 1122. There we go. It sucks they won't give me the number, but they won't. All right. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me write down these stocks people are calling out here. Hold on. We don't want to miss any good runners. Ooh, Gary Henber's in here early, yes. Yep, and Bobby Batson, yes, yes. Mr. Maxie Brown, I am back. Good morning, Cat in the Tank, yes. God bless everyone this morning. That's right, you too, my friend. Robbie, hello there, welcome. RDZN, got it. All right. Solely, thank you. Good, good, good. DGXX, good. I think I'm still holding some of that. MWG, perfect. CLICK, 10-4. Nice. Got it. Thank you very much. All right. Yep. Yeah. Early risers. Okay. Now, OPTX. Let's look at it a little bit more, folks. Here's what the question I have for you now. Knowing what we do, that this is a median line right here. This is right now the median line. Okay. And this right here is the median line. I'm what I stand corrected. Now, from this line, as of the last, this would have to be about 2 months right here, because each one of these represents one day. All right. So we've got here 20 days, 45 days, let's say. From this line, how low has the price gone? From this line, how much higher did it go than it went low? From this line, how low did it go? And how much higher has it gone from this line? From this line, how low did it go? And how high has it gone? And from this line, how much lower than that line did it go compared to how high it went? Are you with me so far? So my point is, if you buy it every time it hits this line, you're probably going to be in pretty good shape. All right. Just saying. Now, another thing, notice that it hit the 200-day. The green line is the 200-day average, folks. The white line or light blue line, that's my 5-day. The orange line is my 10-day average. Okay. Just so you know, the red line up here, the blue line is a 45-day average, and the red line is a 50-day average. That's what I'm using here for those of you that are wondering. So this is a 200-day average. This is a 50-day red, 45-day dark blue. Orange is 10-day, and light blue is a 5-day moving average. So here's what I'm getting at. If this is a line of resistance here, when they get it down to the 200 and a line at the 200, 200, 200, 200, and it keeps bouncing off the 200, don't you think the pattern is that you should buy it each time it gets on the 200? And by the way, how much are they pulling it down? Expect what? This went from 20 to 01. So there's a 20-cent drop. 20-cent drop is how much down off that 5-day. Here on the 5-day, it was at 836. How much? 816. 20-cent drop. 20-cent drop. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. And here the price hits 794. 794 where you should have sold. And then it drops to 670. A 24-cent drop. 24 cents. Here drops from 726 down to, what is this one? 762. I must have messed up somewhere. Hold on. Here it is. 726 down to 740. 20. Is that right? I'm doing the wrong one. 726. That's the one. 726 down to. Yep. Man, that was a big one. Let me get up here. 752 down to 671. That's a big drop. That's a 70-cent drop right there, folks. This one here was from 808 down to 668. That's almost a 40-cent drop. 780 down to 670. A 90-cent drop. Wow. And the 740 right here. No, that's $8.20. 820 down to 666. Man, how many times have you done that with me, folks? 820 to look at this price. 825. This price. Hold on. 688, Savannah, and it was really lower. It was 666, I promise you. This line right here is there. The blue 5-day hit that. And what number is that? Huh? 664. So you know that was a 66. And I mean, look at that. 666, I'm sure here. Past 666, 666, 666, 666, 666, 666. Savannah, are you seeing that? I stress for you to take a look closely at this number. All right. I can assure you that it was 666 they were shooting for. They love that number. And I keep trying to tell you as such. And one day you're going to understand what that number means. Hopefully you already do. Hopefully you've come around to it. It is 666. And it is the median line. And then they took it down to it just then and tried to hit it twice. Right? Again, my point. This is all the lower it's gone below it. This is only the low below it. only this far below it, 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 below this median line. It's just barely gone below it, but it's gone higher each time, higher, 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 and higher. And now we see two more hits at the low right there. And it didn't even get below it, folks. That shows you the strength. Here they could drop it below that line, below that line, below that line, below it, below it, below it. Now they don't even hit it. So this is my call. OPTX. I like the look of it. Closed at 732 a share. This morning's bid 740. Ask 753. I sort of like it, folks. Morning, F Fizzon. Hello. Anyway, this is the stock OPTX. This is what it looks like. This is what it's doing. It's had some pretty heavy selling against it. These are 4-hour candlesticks, so you're talking 8 hours of selling here. Here, another 8 hours of selling. Here, we've got equal buyers and sellers. Over here, there were equal buyers and sellers the first 4 hours of the day, then more sellers in the afternoon, then lots of sellers in the morning, way outperforming the buyers, and then equal in the afternoon. And here, equal buyers and sellers almost, a few more sellers, and here equal. And this is a crossover of the 5-day crossing the 10-day now. And this is on OPTX. No promises. All I do is I provide and you decide. Okay? Now let's go see OPTX. Let's go see what the news is on them, if any. Syntax Optics says space optics output quadrupled in March. Announces pricing of 20 million underwritten public offering. When was that? April 28th. All right. So 2 weeks ago, they did a public share offering. Let's go see how that's done over 20 days. Oh, yeah. Killed it. Killed it down. All right. Well, I'm watching it, and I don't like that downward movement of the 200. I'd like to see that start to really take a turn. It needs to completely flatten out. It's starting to, but it needs to completely flatten. And someone's really trying to keep this thing from breaking over that 50 right there. Tell you what, if you see this 5-day go up over this point, then maybe that's an entry point. But we got to get over 748 a share. Coincidentally, the ask is 749. So there you go. All right. That's OPTX. Next, POAHY. POAHY. Here it is. POAHY. Nice. Got a 5 and 10-day crossing the 200 now. A lot more buying than selling here this morning, that's for sure. But it closed at 370. The bid is now 361, and the ask is 377. This was called out Friday by Ultra Surfer Joe Gamongo. But here's what interests me. Take a look at the 3-year chart on this, POAHY. There it is. Now, I don't know why I decided to do this. Look at the 3-year chart. It said look at the 3-year chart, so I'm going to do that. All right. So I guess what I'm trying to show you on this 3-year chart is that this thing is trading in a trench right now. Bottom, top, midway, midway. finally breaks over the 50-day, yank it down, same line, exact same line. They establish the same low. And here they stabbed at this low to 330, stabbed at 354, stabbed at it again. I do not like the dropping 200-day average like that. So again, this is a scenario. Don't try to catch a falling knife. Okay. Now he's calling it out because he know I like to buy on the bottom. I like to buy the bottom. But man, I'm seeing a lot of volume coming against this thing here. A lot of volume coming against it. Hard, heavy. What happened here? Unspecified Central Standard Time. All right. Well, thanks for calling it out. I'm not too sold on it with it falling 200 like that. Let's look at another one. RDZN, called out this morning by Solo Lee. RDZN. Okay. We're looking at RDZN. Now, the first thing I can tell you right here as I look at this, you're going to have resistance here when it rises. Right there is your first level, and your second level is just over that, really. There. And so as this price rises, we're going to use history to determine where resistance is. And there's going to be resistance over here. You can see it resisted at that point. And then here you can see it resisted there. Okay. So we've got 2 points of contention. If the stock can go over this price, 207, watch out. You don't want to be shorting that. If it gets over 208, Savannah, well, there's another little niche right here. Another little niche right there that we got to get beyond. And then from there, up to the bottom of this right here. 5-day stops right there. That's what it's going to do. And just so you know, I'm going to show you a tactic here called mirror trading. I like to show this to people because it's helped me out in my trading history for years. And this is called mirror trading right here. All right. So this is this drop. This is that drop. This rise is that rise. This rise is that rise. This fall is that fall. This fall is that fall. And this takeoff is this takeoff. Now, please notice as it took off, there's a little drop and then gone. So right here, you should definitely expect the little drop and then gone. Okay. So don't get caught behind this energy because this is called mirror trading, everyone. And I'm showing it to you because I've been using this for a long time. And by the way, once it breaks this price, it's going to go to here, right there. And if it can get over that, then it'll go to a resistance point right there. If it can get over that, it's going to go all the way up. Well, I can't see to the left of the screen here. Let me go further out. Yeah, that's the 3-year chart. So that's it. This is the 3-year chart. Let's look at this chart on a less distant. Let's look at the 20-day. There you go. 20-day stock chart. But remember, this is that pullback. This is that pullback. So this might be a very good spot. Let's change this to a 90-day chart, shall we? There we go. 90-day chart. Okay. All right. Now I'm starting to really, yep. And now we're going to go to the long term again, 3-year. Oh, yeah. Uh huh. There it is again, the 3-year chart. This is POH RDZN, RDZN. And this is the mirror. This is a point of resistance beyond which it goes to there. If it goes to there, it goes right on up, folks. Okay, most likely. And again, this is this point right there. These two are these two. There's the pullback. There's the pullback. There's the little hitch there. Now, we may not see this hitch. We may not see this hitch at all. It might just go right on back up. Okay. This might not occur. This may not occur. All right. Well, I tell you, have to keep our eyes on this one. The bid is 185. The ask is 190. You know, I'm going to look at one other thing with this stock right now. It's got my attention. It's got my attention. And by the way, for those of you that are joining me late, last night I sent out this notice. If you're on my channel as a member, I sent the notice to all members of the channel. RXT alert. Good evening to all cats. And congratulations if you decided to hang on to some RXT stock. Shooting for a 6:48 a.m. launch tomorrow. Sleep well. Don't forget to hit that like button. Well, I put this notice out last night, and 9 hours ago, I put this notice out, and you can see what was going on with this stock, RXT. All right. And it was up 11.66%. Now, this morning, I saw him trying to pull it down, but we'll see where we end up with it. But as I said, what I want to do now is I want to go over here and I want to look at RXT stock here. And I want to go to the historical data because I want to see what the volume is doing. All right. Oh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now, they've jumped up from 2 and 3 and 5 million, 10 million, 9 million, 27 million, 32 million, 153 way back then. February 18th, the price of this stock was $1.71, low of 95 cents. And the day before that, by the way, they had 542 million shares traded. 542, and the price went from 40 cents to 95 cents. And that was when it was first called out, probably by one of our viewers, RXT, because we have viewers here that call them out, and I write them down and get my eyes on them. So here we go, RXT, all right? And now it has leapfrogged upwards, and it suddenly shot up from $1.78 to a $6 high. Well, folks, they've now attacked it down from being up 11% last night to now only 6% up this morning. And by the way, this would be a number where I like to make entry. This is on my buy sell sheet, the 82. All right. For those of you that don't know, I've been trading for about 26 years, and I use certain numbers where I like to make entry on pulled down stocks if they're pulled down. And this is definitely being pulled down right now. And they won't just let it go hog wild. They just won't let it run free, folks. That's not how it works. They got to control it. All stocks are controlled, so just keep that in mind. Everything is in control. Everything is controlled. But I want to look instead of at RXT. I want to look at this other one, RDZN. And I want to look at their historical data before I think about this. And what has their volume been like? All right. So listen, folks, let me just tell you, number one, this stock, if you get invested in it, it's going to move about 15 to 20 cents a day. Okay. And just understand that, or at least this one, that's what it's been doing. Okay. And on very, very limited volume. Okay. This is $1 a share, $1.30 a share, and it only traded 41,000. So, folks, all day long, that's $41,000 that went into it. 41,000. All right. RDZN. I'm just letting you know. If you get in this, it'll be sort of like watching the grass grow. Okay. All right. But things might be changing based on what I just looked at, the long term chart. All right. Now, let's roll on up here. And again, you can see the volume is very low as it's been down in the $1.13 range, $1.12, $1.12, $1.04. This is in April the 8th. The price was $1.07. April the 9th, it was $1 a share. Now it's $1.89. The high 2 days ago, May the 7th, 206. Well, not 2 days ago, obviously, but 4 days ago, it was 206. And the volume is starting to pick up, no doubt. They're starting to see some volume increasing here, but it needs to stay in it. Okay, let's go over here and see how many shares they have outstanding. RDZN we're looking at, folks. RDZN. Only 84 million shares outstanding. That's good. I like stocks that are below, for day trading, I like stocks that are below 100 million because if they get big news, they can really make moves if they have less than 100 million shares outstanding. And the float is only 36 million. That's good. 41% of the shares outstanding held by insiders. 41% of the stock is held by insiders, folks. Institutions is very low, only 2.9% on this, institutions. But still, insiders holding 41.28%. We found a stock last week that had an insider holding of 154%. I don't remember which stock it was. I don't know how it's possible for insiders to hold 154% of a company's shares, but that's what it said. I showed you guys. Well, their return on assets is negative 19%. I'll tell you that much. And that's not really very good. But at any rate, this is RDZN. I provide, you decide, okay? And I'm letting you know that mirror trading gives an indication from here and the two bottoms and the two rises and then the two drops that from here we could see from here, this point right here, we could see it move all the way up. It can make a really nice move from here. But it needs the volume. It needs volume. It's going to need interest. It's going to have eyes on it. RDZN. Let's go see any news they might have had lately. RDZN. Oh, on May the 6th, it says RDZN announces partnership between its vehicle care platform and German auto parts distributor. Pardon me. So they just announced a partnership with an auto parts distributor, Timo International. And here on May the 4th, RDZN announces pricing of 8 million registered direct offering of ordinary shares. 8 million. All right. So the company doesn't have to make money if it can just keep selling shares, right? I don't like that, but companies do it. And when they announced that, that was May the 4th. The price has only gone up since then. Let me see how that affected on May the 4th, how it affected the price. It was a high of 251 and dropped to $1.83. And the next day it was down to 175 low. The next low was 181. The next low was 182. And you guys heard me talking to you about this the other day, that often you're smart if you go back and look at a stock's previous day's low to determine where the low might be the next day, because they like to get the low to be 1 penny lower than the day before. The shorters like the day's low to be 1 penny lower than the day before. I told you guys this about a week ago. Look over here. The low the day before, 181. Look how hard they tried to get it to be 1 penny lower, and they missed it. So when people say, what do you think the low will be on this stock today? Where should we buy in on this stock today? It's always a good idea to go look at the previous day's low and put your buy orders in there, right at that number, or the penny below. Okay. And sometimes just a penny over, because they can't quite get it. They can't make it happen because other people already know this little secret I'm sharing with you right now. And if you don't believe it, just walk down here and take a look at all the times that they'll try to get the low to be 1 penny lower. See right here, price was 130. The next day's low, 129. The next day's low, 130. Trying to hold that. And again, here, 122 was the low. Look at here, 120, 2 cents under. And here, 121. They're trying to keep that low. They want to keep that low or make it 1 penny lower, folks. So here you got 110. Well, they slaughtered that day. They killed it. The next day, they couldn't keep it under it, 112. But the next day, they got it back down, 111. Just look at this, folks. It's just the low is the same low every day. The high is virtually the same high every day. Oh man, this thing is like I said, watching the grass grow. That's what it's like watching this stock, folks. The stock is RDZN. It was called out by Solo Lee. I'm just diagnosing it right now. I'm looking over all the details. Before I invest, I want to know all these things. And I share this with you because just take a look over here. How many times the low will be 1 penny within the range of the day's low before? 173, here 174.50. Here you can see in many, many instances of it, folks. 117, 118. 129, 129. 129. Goodness, is that a favorite number of theirs? Looks like it. Well, 117, 115. 107, 107. What do you know? And the next day's low, 120. By the way, when they can't achieve this lower low, the next day it's usually good. Not always, but not always. There are exceptions to that. I mean, for example, here 113, and they could not get the 114 the next day. The next day, that could be to the upside even more, but here they really yanked it down. 107 and then 108, and then see 110. To me, I like it when I see that. When I see the 107 and the next day they couldn't achieve a low lower or the close lower, I like that. All right, folks. Well, this stock is not moving much. You're talking 10 cent from the high to the low each day. See that? 110 to 1, 10 cents. 117 to 107, 10 cents. By the way, you can use this to your advantage a lot of times. If you know they're doing a lot of 10-cent swinging, you can use that. Here they did a 13-cent swing. That's pretty common. 6-cent swing. Seen that a lot. Now we're starting to see some movement here. 50-cent swing right there. 18-cent swing. Well, this is it. RDZN, folks. It's not going to move real quickly, I don't believe, but it does look like from the longest term chart that it has a potential. Okay. I'm just saying, if it can get really, it needs to break this line right here. It needs to get over 208 a share. It needs to get over 208. If it can get over 208, then it can make a really, really nice move. Keep an eye on it. RDZN. Next, DGXX, called out by Rudiggity. DGXX. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, now, folks, I've already gone back over the history of this stock, and I know where the limit, where there's supposed to be resistance. And I can tell you now, this is a great place because from here to there, the 5 day should not stop. The blue 5 day should not stop until it gets to there. And when it does, you should sell some because over here, there's been resistance a long time ago, folks. All right. I'm telling you. So just be aware. Now, also, see where this candlestick ended right there? Back here in history? Well, we're above that line. Folks, there's very few people are going to be holding this stock for over where it is right now. Let's look at the longest term chart. Yeah, this is a 3-year chart, folks. And this is the biggest line of resistance there's going to be right here. All right. And that price is $4.60. So if this 5 day moving averages crosses $4.60, watch out. I'm telling you, if it goes over 460, this stock is going to potentially go record highs because there's no resistance from anybody that owns it for more, for one reason. All right. A lot of times, hold on a second here, guys. Please hold a moment. All right. Thank you. Uh, Many times when you invest in a stock, it will have a previous stock trading history of prices far higher than where you currently are now. But in this, and what that causes is you run into people that bought it a long time ago at prices up here. So since it went all the way down to here, as it starts to come back up, they're finally getting their money back, and they're like, "Shit! Finally, I've been waiting for freaking months," and they sell. They've been waiting for so long, and this thing's just a slug, and it just isn't moving. So when they get back up to their price where they sell, they get their money back out, and then they want to move it over to a hot runner. They've been waiting and waiting. Oh, thank God! Finally, the price has gotten back up to where I bought it over here. I'm going to sell this sucker. Okay, so that's what happens, and But when it gets beyond that point and no one owns it for any higher in the history of the stock price, well, then that is when you have no resistance at all from previous owners up here. They're not trying to get their money back. There's no resistance from anybody that has been waiting and been a bag holder. Do you understand what I'm getting at? And this is a big advantage over many other stocks that you might invest in. And if you look back over their history, their price back in the past was much higher sometimes. And you've got a lot of bag holders, and nobody wants to be one of those. So once these prices get beyond the bag holder price of all these people that bought back here, once it gets beyond there, watch out, because there's going to be no one selling the stock that finally is getting their money back. Does that make sense to you? All right, gotcha. World Free Speech, ACHR, got it. Thank you. All right, XRP, got it. Um, Let me run up here and see what everybody else has been talking about. Okay. Now, Gary Embers, Savvy Savin, and the early morning rising McGrizzle, Crizzle Shizzles. Yes, have you seen SIDU in the pre market? No, but I'll look at it now. Okay. Looks like it's just consolidating right underneath the 200-day right now. There are a considerable amount of green down here versus red, I would say, and looks like you just got a sporadic red sale every occasionally. Boing throwing in, boing throwing in, boing throwing in, ding throwing in, dong throwing in, ding throwing in, dong. All right, don't see a lot going on with it right now. SIDU. I do expect it to go on up, though. I do. I hope so, anyway, for everyone. I know some people are holding it. I think it's going to go up in the $6 to $8 range on the app on the IPO for SpaceX. I see it closed at 340, and the bid right now is 363. So that's always good. That's good. That's nice. Uh, let's look at MWG, called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. MWG. We're going to the 1-day charts here, folks. MWG. And is this a? Let's try 5 days on this. Yeah, boy, that doesn't look good. MWG does not look good. Closed at 183, bid now 153, ask 154. Ugh. And the ask price just dropped. All right. Don't know where you got how you got that on your radar. What's the news on MWG? Oh, they just reported financial results. Multiways closed fiscal year with a 44% increase in total revenue to 44.8 million. That's a 54% increase in equipment sales to 33.1 million, and a substantial swing to positive operating cash flow of 6.4 million, compared with cash used in operating activities of $12.9 million in fiscal 2024. Net loss was narrowed by approximately 86% to only $0.4 million from $2.9 million in the prior year. Gross profit grew to $11.1 million, with gross margin compressing to 24.8% from 31.3% in fiscal 2024, driven by a higher mix of equipment sales relative to higher margin rental activity and competitive pricing dynamics in the Singapore equipment market. All right. Well, golly, sell the news, huh? Ouch. Dang, they're hot. They're after this thing. This looks like a typical SoFi earnings report. This looks like a typical SoFi earnings. Uh, I'm not sure why they're falling so much on that earnings, but we'll watch them. Thank you, Mr. Mexi Brown. He also called out CLICK. I guess that's CLIK. Click Holdings sees prelim H2 sales up 57%. Report strong revenue growth and swings to profit. Seniors nursing sector skyrocketing over 110%, on track for 500 million annual revenue in 3 years. All right. Again, they're great news. Good earnings comes out, and they hit a 530 target price this morning. 530, $5.30 at 7:26 a.m. And they've driven down $1.20 now. They're down $1.20, and they got it down to a bid of 416. And I actually like it here, folks. CLIK. CLIK. Yep, the bid is now 419. The bid is now 420. Now, folks, normally I would tell you to sell at 420, but this has been dropped down to that. So this is where you should buy, I think. CLIK. Log out. Huh. Now the bid is 423, ask 424. Bid is 419, ask is 420. You give me a minute here. I got to get logged into my Charles Schwab account. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I normally would tell you to sell the 420, and I see them even trying to pull this one down from that. If you wouldn't mind, folks, let me get my password to log in off my phone. I'll be back here in about hopefully less than 15 seconds. So if you see the screen just start spinning and there's no stream, it's because I'm on hold here. I gotta get this password off my phone, folks, and I'm streaming live from my phone. So just give me a moment here and I'll be right back. If they shut off my stream, I'll start another one over with the same thumbnail in about 5 minutes. Here we go. Be right back, hopefully. All right, here we are. Let's make some money today, folks. And today I happen to be up $206.84. Um, SIDU. And we're going to be investing in another one here. I've got a little bit to put in, so trade. And I like this CLIK, so I'm going to be buying this now. Just so you're aware, I use a real account over here, folks. This is a Charles Schwab account I'm using, and I'm going to buy CLIK here. Click, if they'll let me. And we're just going to start wade in here with 10 shares. And we're going to come in good till cancel plus extended hours. And we're going to come in at limit price 4.20. I'd love to buy there. Good till cancel plus extended. So review order. An action must be specified. Oh, buy. There we go. And I see it at 411 right now, so I'm going to change this order. Let's try 413. Opening transactions. This must be placed with a broker. Boo! No, Chuck E. Cheese. They're not going to let me buy CLIK, folks. Well, if you're allowed to get it on your format, if you're allowed to get it, then go and I would suggest picking up a few shares. Not heavy. All right. But that's a good earnings, folks. They will not let me buy this. Hello, Nouveau Music. A lot of positive talk going on about XRP. Oh, I've been telling people about XRP. They've asked me for the last year. I keep saying, yes, I like what I see with XRP. I believe it will be the future. You guys, let me get some more coffee here. Uh, and I'd like to ask you to do me a favor before I do. We are going to be here. Well, I'll come back down with my coffee, and then we'll ring the bell together. We'll hit the like button, okay? And right now, I'm going to play you one of my songs. I hope that you like this song. I have many, many songs that are here on my YouTube channel. So if you come over to my playlist, you'll probably get to hear one of these crazy songs that I hope you like. And this song here is called Love 'Em and Leave 'Em. And I'm going to play it for you now while I take a break and get some coffee. So you have two streams going at the same time. But right now, I only see one. Only see one. Well, it would have been nice if you told me goodbye. And call and I call, but I get no reply. And I can't figure. Now, I want to let you know that this is my song, and of course, I had a young lady by the name of Kim who did this for me, and she is at the time she was only 15 years old when she did this song, and I will remember her name, her last name, Kim Everett, and so I just want to let you know this is my song, but I had her do the demo for me so I could present it to country artists. Hopefully, we'll sell this to one of them one day. And it's called You Love 'Em and Leave 'Em. Love 'Em and Leave 'Em. Well, it would have been nice if you told me goodbye. And I called and I thought, but I get no reply. And I can't figure out why you don't want to talk. Gosh, the least you can do is say, hey, take a walk. And the touch of your hand, well, I miss it so much. And I can't understand why we can't keep in touch. But I guess I should know from the very first day that you love won't leave us. And you like it that way. You love won't leave us. You like it that way. So I figure if you will not answer the phone, we probably wish I'd leave you alone. So I'm sending this letter to set you free and saying I miss you and I wish you would stay. And I'd ask you to call if I thought that you would. I'm starting to feel like you left me for good. But I guess I should know from the very first day that you won't leave us. And you like it that way. You love won't leave us. You like it that way. You like it that way. You love it that way. You like it that way. Gotta have it that way. I saw an old man standing on the corner in ragged pants and a tattered vest. I wish for this guy it was a little warmer. The cold front was coming from the west. He holds a sign in his weary hand that tells me that he'll work for food. But he hopes to toss the range in his hand. But most folks just aren't in the mood. Aren't in the mood. This guy a victim of society? Was this just born to do? And though I don't believe this could ever happen to me, I sure hate to be stuck in these shoes. Where if you're one of the fortunate ones, you're in the YMCA.
If they don't have a through never go, where world else will you stay? Well, things aren't too bad in the summertime. They're easy to handle the heat. But it gets real damn cold in the wintertime. When it falls below 30 degrees. And if you don't mind standing in a lost night, you might get some soup they hand out. You can smell that food, but you still can't conclude. You get there before it runs out. You can't guarantee a thing. You're out in the street. Can we be related to this old man? You might think your chance is a slam. But you best put away every penny that you can and pray you don't wind up like it up. Said you best put away every penny that you can and pray you don't wind up like it up. Said you best put away every penny that you can. You best put away every penny that you can. You best put away every penny that you can. You best put away every penny that you can. All right. Okay, we're not going to play this song here. What I was. It's a funny song, but we're going to hold off on that one. All right, I'm back. Thank you for holding as we look over all these stocks that might be the ones to run today. Yes. See, Mr. Maxie Brown. Yes, sir. Good morning, Cat, and everyone. Yes. MNTS. All right. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look. MNTS. Okay. Chart looks good right there. I was there the day that laid you in the hospital bed. All right. Yeah, I like the look of it right there. The close at 546, open 610, as 629. Let's go over here and take a look at this. MNTS, what is the news? 8:06 this morning, 12 industrial stocks moving in Monday's pre-market. And I know they won't say anything. If I click on this, I see that one of the stocks that was called out this morning by Mr. Mexi Brown is Click, increased to 78% up to 397 during Monday's pre-market session. MNTS stock rose 15.93 to 633. The company's market cap stands at 33.7. But there is no news. What is the news?
up 39% today. Skyrockets, it says, on April 13th was the last news. Momentous stock skyrockets after Vigoride 7 clears key milestone. Company reported a series of successful early mission achievements from its Vigoride 7 orbital service vehicle. All right. Well, I don't see anything that. Just give me a second here. There we go. I'm going to look at a couple things about it. 613 a share now. It was up in the 630s, they said. Now, let's go look at the statistics on this thing. Shares outstanding. That's good. 6.18 million. That's good and low, a good low number. The float is 5.3 million. Held by insiders, none, virtually no shares held by insiders. And you know what? I'm sorry. In most cases, I really don't like to see no insider risk on a company. I want to see them, supporting their company and investing in it. Their revenue is only 1.1 million. Their cash flow is levered. Free cash flow is negative 16 million. Their total debt is 65 point debt debt to equity. Most recent quarter is 65.94%. Total debt 11.3 million. Well, if they've got a total debt of 11.3 million and they just sell 2 million shares, they just covered their debt, didn't they? If they do a public share offering for 2 million shares, I guess that just paid off all their debt. Just letting you know. Good way to eliminate debt is to do a public share offering. Well, at any rate, MNTS, just be careful on that aspect. And we can also go over here and see, do they often do reverse splits? So let's go see if they do reverse splits. MNTS. Uh-oh, hold on. MNTS. There we go. Oh, yes, they have done several reverse splits. Just so you're aware, December 2024, December 2025. I often mention to people that you're going to see these splits close to Christmas because they like to get their little Christmas bonuses, and you often do. December 2024, 2025, December 2026, watch out. Christmas bonus time. And look at these splits. One for 14, one for 17.9. What the hell? Anyway, folks, there you go. It's up 23% this morning. Its 1 year performance, 81% down. I wouldn't be thinking about going in on this long. But we can go over to my long stock sheet. Hold on. And let's go add this to my long stocks. By the way, in case you're not familiar with this channel, I don't just teach people how to day trade here. I also show them stocks like these that have been doing very well over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And these are the stocks that I'm long on. Okay. And you might want to be doing the same thing. Now, you can get this list if you become a member of the tank at the Goliath level membership. This list will be a list you can use the rest of your life, and you can add stocks in like I'm going to do right now. And you can see how these stocks have performed over the last year. And I show the market cap and the PE ratio. And if you become a member of this channel for only $24.99, folks, you will get this list of these stocks. And I cannot guarantee you that they're going to continue to prosper at the same amount. But over the last year, this is what these have done. And the members of this channel, I did a poll one time, and 39% of my viewers were invested in these stocks over the last year in these stocks, and I'm glad for them. And this is why they continue to be Goliath level members for years, because they're making enough money, I presume, off of these investments that they made on these long stocks, and they're able to afford $24.99 a month. And so again, I cannot guarantee, but I'm showing you what they've done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days in the last year. And this stock list is half of a guy by the name of his name is Roaring Kitty. You might have heard of him, Keith Gill. The top 40 stocks on this list are from him, his picks. And that guy is smart, man. Big effing value he was known for on Reddit. And he took it to GameStop. He got everybody's attention on it, just like I got everybody's attention on SoFi. And I was part of the reason that SoFi went to $32. I believe that 100%. Uh, Mark Stevens, buy Randolph. Why don't you tell us what that stock symbol is for Randolph? We'd be very appreciative if you did that. One love. Yep, one love. You're right. Oh, yeah, one love. Very sweet, man. Nice. Congratulations. Yes. Ching ching. Nice. I hadn't seen that. I'm glad I went back up and caught that. All right. Jayhawk. KALASBP. Hold on a second here, please. AIXI. Yep, that one's been on the move lately. DKI. Yeah, das is good. DKI. SMX. I'll have reverse splits today. Oh, you're saying that all those companies have reverse splits today? Because it says I'll have, but I bet you said it. I bet you texted it. You all have. Yes, all have. Got it. Yep, I was right. Got it. I interpreted that before you even said it. Love, good morning. And Courier, it's a sell trade right now. Good morning, Tyler. Yep. Savvy Savant, an early morning. Yo, man, yeah, I'm glad I went back and caught all those. I didn't realize those were up there. Oh, Randolph. Oh. Okay. MRAM. Wow, this list of stocks is getting long. My 2 cents. Good morning, tankers. Good morning. Well, so let me explain something to everyone that's new to the channel. we have individuals here and they call in these stocks each day, and I look them up and I determine whether or not we should make a move on these. Now, a lot of these are on such big rises that we definitely don't want to buy into them. Khalid Al Hajri. All right. SIDU. Yes. And Khalid, your name is going to go on the list. You'll be the first one for this week's drawing. You're going to be the first entry for this week's shirt drawing or whatever we decide to give away. We might give away, I think we're going to give away something new. We're going to give away a tumbler. And gosh dog it. Yeah, I do have my tumbler here. I think this is what we're going to give away this week. All right, guys. I think we're going to give away a tumbler like this right here. And yeah, if you want, I'll order it here to my home, and then I'll autograph it for you, and then I'll send it out to you. A Catfish Tyler tumbler. That's what we'll be doing for this drawing. Because I don't have very many shirts left, and I'm going to run out of them. And anyway, in regards to the stock that we're just looking at there, MNTS. MNTS. Let's go see how it's done. How it will MNTS. And we want to have all caps. Okay. All right. First of all, let me copy this and paste it here. And paste it here. And then I can put in the new one that we're looking for, MNTS. Now it automatically loads. And so this is how this stock MNTS has done over the last, this is the going to be the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year over here. So looking up here, this is how MNTS is done over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year, down 82% over the last year. But 44% gain, ladies and gentlemen, over the last month. So the trend is definitely up, especially with a 21% gain over the last 5 days. So this is a momentum stock right here, folks. And let's go look at the historical data to see what kind of volumes behind this right now. MNTS. Okay. I see the price was in the $4 price range. Fours, fives, sixes. Back in the past, 8, 9, 10. Oh boy, what a tumble since January, folks. MNTS. Then it pulled back up to the eights, then down into the fours and fives. MNTS. All right. Things on fire right now. And the volume, ladies and gentlemen, it's moderate. It's moderate. It's definitely picking up. There's no doubt about it. It's getting on a lot more radars here as of late. MNTS. It's definitely picking up, ladies and gentlemen. That's the stock we're looking at. MNTS. Now take a look over here. What I'm looking for on stocks that are good day traders, are stocks that have low outstanding shares. And this one only has 6 million, 6.18 million. That's good. The float is only 5.3 million. That's nice and low. That's very good and low. Insiders are not committed at all. There's no commitment from the insiders. There's no president. There's no, the CEO doesn't hold any shares hardly, or anybody else really that's inside. There's no insiders. But the good side of that is there will be no insider selling. There will be no insider selling, and that's the good part of it. That can hurt a stock when insiders start selling it. Well, only 6 million shares outstanding. That's good. That's good. And just so you can see how that affects the price, well, go back and look on days when the shares approach 6 million. Look here, 13 million. The day before it closed at 348 a share. See, just here's where I'm trying to get your attention to. This stock only has 6 million shares outstanding. So when this day here you had 2 million shares, 348 a share, it closed. The next day, the high's 517. And look at this. It opened at 365. It didn't drop a penny. That was the low of the day. It came out of the gate and shot up to 517. How? Why? Look here. 595, then 7. Look how. The volume, folks. There's very few shares outstanding. This is why it makes these nice moves. And when you get that many shares that are in demand and there's a supply of only so many, you can get price moves like that, folks. All right. Just showing and sharing. Here on this channel, I provide and you decide. Okay? I provide, you decide. It's your decision on what you want to do with this information. But I'm just showing you that this stock has few shares outstanding. And when they get good volume, they can make good moves up. And you can just see it right there is a perfect example of it. All right. So now we've got a nice increase of volume coming in on this stock. You can see it really getting on the radar. And I'm going to let you decide. But right now, the high on Friday was 557. She's sitting at 625. And I think this is going to be a great stock to day trade today. So I think this is the stock I'm going to day trade today, MNTS. Nisi Jane called it out. And I'm going to put an asterisk beside it. And I want to look at it on the chart here. Yes, there it is. Looks to me like a short eating porpoise, everybody. Nice. MNTS. And on April the 14th, the company announced a modest $5 million offering of 1,333,000 shares. Okay. Just letting you know. They just raised a little bit of capital recently. Now I'm going to look at the 5-day on it. Let's look at the 1-day right now. MNTS, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thank you for calling that out. MNTS. I like it, Nisi Jane. I might day trade this one today. Next, I want to take a look at one that was just donated. Some money came in with this, and that is Khalid. And I needed to get his name on the drawing sheet. He says not to put him on there because he lives so far away and shipping something to him would be impossible. But I'll let him pick if his name is drawn. He can pick who he wants to send it to. And thank you very much. We're now going to go take a look at his pick right now because he paid for me to take a look at his pick. So that puts him up priority list. And then we'll get to everybody else's picks. By the way, if you're joining me late, ladies and gentlemen, these are the stocks which have been called out today. Okay. And click is actually CLIK. CLIK. All right. So these are the stocks that have been called out today. And I do like the look of this one on the longest term chart, the 3-year chart. That looks interesting. When you look at the mirroring on that, that looks very interesting. But these are the ones that have been called out today. And right now we're going to look at the one that was just called out there, SIDU, by Khalid. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be looking now at SIDU. Here we go. And we're going to take a look at it on the, and we're going to look at the 20-day chart. So to diagnose this stock, I want you to know I've already done a very extensive amount of research on this stock, SIDU. I already know. I've gone back through the history of this stock, and I know where every level of resistance is going to be. And so I've already charted out every area of resistance this stock is going to run to. Okay. And one thing I can tell you is from this line right here, the reason they stopped that from not going over that line because they knew that if it crossed that line, it was going to jump all the way to there, right there. They knew it. There's a big gap here. There's a gap here. They knew that if it crossed that line, it was going to there. And I'm showing you what's called mirror trading here. This is the mirror right here in the middle. And the same way that this stock came down, it will go up. All right. So you can see what I mean. Look right here in the middle of the mirror. See this rise? That's this rise. See this drop? That's this drop. You understand? See this rise? That's this rise. Builds across and drops, builds across and drops, comes back up, comes back up. From here, rises. Well, from here, that's where the mirroring ended, right there. That mirror ended. Whoever took control right here, you can see right here's the same point. Look at the distances between them. It's mirroring, people. This is a mirroring of that. Look at the distance from this drop to there, and then to this one and to that one. Look at the distance from center. It's almost identical distance from the middle point. And then this rise, and then this rise, then this drop, then this drop. All should be expected. All should be. But from here, it should have gone back up. But from here, it did not. This is where the mirror ended. And they said, nope, let's double nut this thing. Let's double nut it. And then after that, wow, look at that thing go. Blows up over because they knew if it went over this point that it was going to go to there. So before they let that happen, they took it down and they double nutted that thing. That is the absolute removal of all retail was completely obliterated at that stage, ladies and gentlemen. Every retail investor was out. They waited and it just got hammered and hammered. Same exact low as they achieved once on a Vaggie drop, and then off it went. So again, here's the mirror. This is the midpoint. This was the lowest point. This was here. 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 And instead of going up, they said, wait a minute, wait a minute. Before we take it to the next step, before we take it on up there to this point right here, before we take it up there, let's get every one of these retailers out of it, and then we'll take it up there. And there they are. So I hope this helps you understand how it was all done. In my opinion, it looks like absolute proof of manipulation. And so there's the drop, and you can see the mirroring. You can see where it should have gone up, but instead they took it south, and they got one sack. Then they got another, same level, notice, as where the mirror drop was. Same point. Textbook, textbook manipulation, textbook manipulation to the same point to get two satchels. Both of them identical, but both of them slightly higher, slightly higher. See that? It's just identical. And then boom, for the obvious run to there that was coming. It was already coming. It would have already happened if they hadn't have took it down and double nutted it. But there it is. Finally gets to that level then. And see, it stopped right here where this is a known line of resistance from the history. There it stopped right there. Boink, hit that and said, no, we're going to go down. So, folks, listen, I teach you these things. You can learn where to sell. You know where you should have just sold some. Okay. You can tell from the history of the stock where the lines of resistance are going to be, where you should sell some. Wait for a little pullback, catch that pullback, and then she goes over this line to there. Sell a little when the blue's there, wherever the price is. When that blue 5-day hits that line, like it did up here, right there, sell some. Even there, the blue 5-day that dropped down to here to this point, right there. You know twice that was a low resistance. So they're going to stop it there. Chances are. Sell some there, people. Sell some. All right. Morning, pilgrims. Good morning, the savvy travelers. RXT back up to 608. Good. From a low of 545. Yeah. Right on. Well, last night I went and showed everybody here on my channel. And just hold on a second. Last night I put up this notification for everybody. And I said, hey, look, RXT, good evening to all cats. This is last night. I posted this 9 hours ago. RXT, there it is. It was up to $6.14 last night. 8:57 p.m. I posted that. See, if you're a member of this channel, you get these notifications. And but you got to make sure you double click the notification bell. Also, just so you're aware of this, on my channel, on my live stream here, let me go over to it, view your channel. And we're going to go right here now. All right. Just a minute. Okay. All right. What I want you guys to be aware of is here on my channel, if you come right over here and right below the stream, if you click on the word more right there, look down here and you'll see my link to Telegram. Okay? Telegram. And make sure that if you don't want to have to double click the notification bell and get notifications all the time from YouTube, that you become a member of the Telegram channel, okay? Because I go over when I put these notifications on YouTube and I copy them and I put them also on Telegram. So if you're a member of the Telegram, you don't have to get all the notifications from YouTube, okay? You can just check Telegram each night before you go to bed. And you might find something you want to be up early to start selling at 7 o'clock in the morning when it's up, peak. Because you've all been noticing lately this big increase in pre-market prices. which then suddenly just get pulled down. And sometimes they're pulled down all day long. All right. Now, here's what I want to do. Listen, guys and gals, every day I get a list like this that's called out. Okay. And someone just paid. So I'm going to give them a little bit of priority. And that is Khalid Al Hajri. And I'm looking at SIDU right now. And right now, honestly, I think your buy point will be. It's hard to say because there's never really been any resistance on this in this area right here where it is right now. There's never been resistance here. There's never been any resistance here. So it shouldn't stay here much longer. There never was. It didn't stay here before. It's going to move from this point fairly quickly, I believe. And I believe it's going to go on up. I mean, it's, hold on. Well, let me tell you one thing about this. I know for a fact that there were some headhunters coming after this stock, SIDU, because they came out with a public share offering, and 5 days later, this other company came out and put out Benzinga put out a story that they had done a share offering. They'd already done it like 4 or 5 days earlier. It was already public knowledge, and the price had already fallen. And then they came out with another story 4 days later saying they did a public share offering, and that made the price fall even further. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's old news. So man, they hatchet job this stock big time. SIDU. And listen, when they heard about the IPO of SpaceX coming, and they knew that this is a space talks, whoever controls it all, they said, let's get some of this down here where we had the low at. Let's get this before this SpaceX comes IPO. And let's just make a freaking ton of money off of this stock, SIDU. And that's what it looks like to me, to be honest with you. I think you're very good here with it. I think you're good. I think you're good to hold. I would stay in a holding pattern. I'd buy any dip on it. That's what I would do. I'd buy the dips with this stock because they're going to dip it. They're not just going to let it run hog wild like they're dipping it now off that same line here where it was resistance. So sure, they're going to take it up there and then pull it back a little. But man, we got the SpaceX IPO coming, and it's going to probably ride right along on the shoulders. Go look at RKLB. Look at RKLB. And I'm telling you, this is RKLB, ladies and gentlemen. I say a great place to pick up a little bit. But remember, we were talking about this stock when it was freaking 2 years ago, $30 a share. Less. Look at this price. RKLB 2 years ago. Look at the price. Double K and I have been talking about it ever since it was down here. $12 a share. RKLB. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, listen, with this stock, this 5 day moving average, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at that. It is at an all-time high. RKLB. And look at the 45 and 50 day. Look at the 45 day coming off the 50 day. Double K and I were just talking about this. This thing's over 100. Well, it's probably on its way to 150, ladies and gentlemen, even two. We got the IPO coming, SpaceX IPO coming, baby. It's going to carry, all of them are going to be carrying on the shoulders of that. All right. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Anyway, RKLB. Hold on a second here. By the way, just so you know, on my longs list, you know that stock is on it for sure. Those of you that are here have known that RKLB is on it. This is, by the way, this is how it has performed. This is how RKLB has performed. All right. Over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. 266% gain, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations if you've been buying into that stock on our suggestion. As a matter of fact, I'd like to find out now from all those that are listening. I'm going to start a poll. Do you own RKLB stock? Hold on. Start poll. Susan for you. Susan for Yashua. I have many times since it was 20. Yes. Yes, I own RKLB. I told you about RKLB 1 year, Cat. Yep. Bismarck. Yep. Oh, we've been talking about it. Yeah, we've been talking about it. And there's the proof is in the pudding with it there. Over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and over the last year, up 266%. It's got a $60 billion market cap. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that now is a good time, and I could be wrong, but I think now is a good time to be investing in SIDU. Now, I also want to look at the 1 day chart on RXT and Savannah. You're not going to believe this, I know, but I'm going to tell you about it right now. That at 4:30 this morning, at 4:30, it was actually 4:31 a.m. Savannah, look at that. $6.66 was the high. Can you believe that? So, does anybody question now why I have on this sheet right here, on my buy sell sheet down here? Any question at all why I want you to be selling in the 64, 65, and 66 range? Okay. Always, it's a no brainer. Sell some of your shares there. And this is proof of it because once it hit 666, ladies and gentlemen, you could have bought it back at $5.44. That's right. It dropped below the 545 line I had in. I had a resistance line there, right on that. I know that's 544, folks. I know it is. And another thing, if you look back at my buy back sheet, look what it says to buy back 43, 44. Buy back 44. It's not coincidence, folks. My buy sell sheet. CELH at $31. All right. Thank you, Gary. AMD at 465. I hear you, man. Tyler is. I want to thank you. 1 year ago, I started watching your show and trading. Start was 10,000. I just passed 160,000. Wow! Oh yeah, baby! Oh, oh, that one was gonna go down in the wall of history. Thank you, James Park. James Park. Thank you. Yes. Wow. That's the testimony. And you know what? Listen, I didn't pay James to say that, people. Okay. Let's just make sure you understand there are no paid plants here on my channel. People come from the heart, man. They tell, and let's put a heart on the screen for this individual at 8:56 and 8 seconds. All right. So at 8:56 and 8 seconds, let's all put a heart on the screen. All right. We're going to do it here in a moment. And there's a heart on for me, and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to view. There's a heart on for me, and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to view. Oh, yes. All right, let's go now. We're going to count this down. Ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button. And thank you, Wendy. All right. Very undervalued. Jamie Lefebvre pick. I got you. Uh-huh. Good morning. Great morning. Yes, Pablo. Pablo Spons. Yes, thank you for the hearts and thank you for the likes. Thank you, everyone. I do appreciate it. Well, we come over here, we share success stories. That's good. It's a good motivator. Man, that motivates me, man, when I know people are making those kinds of gains on my channel. And, it explains to me why, when people are trying to search for my channel, they're not searching for live trading or day trading live, or I mean they're looking for day trading, and they're looking for, but the number one thing they're looking for is my name. And it shows here 35% of my viewing audience finds me by searching for my name. They're searching for Catfish Tyler Live is another big percentage, and Catfish, Tyler Catfish, even folks. So the top four, 1, 2, 3, 4, searching for my name, and that is only happening because of people like you that I'm sure that are making these kinds of gains, and you're probably sharing with my friend, telling your friends, and I appreciate that very much. Wendy, hey, you just have to be patient. Let it build slowly. You'll be fine. And keep snowballing. Keep setting achievable goals. Don't over expect. Don't get anxious. So anyway, so over the last 28 days, the traffic source for my channel, the traffic source has been searching for my name. 1,810 individuals looking for my name over the last 28 days, ladies and gentlemen. So that means because of you and sharing your with your friends and telling them about my channel is why it's growing. And word of mouth is the number one. Search AI for I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. Yep. Here you go, Gary. Yep. You're right. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that this means a lot to me when I see people are searching for my name as the number one way to find my channel on YouTube, and it accounts for 5,144 views. That almost 1,800 of those views looked for me, look for my name. That's good. That's always good, and I presume it means the channel will just keep growing. And I think part of the reason it's growing is because people do make good money here. They do make good money and they're sharing it with their friends and family and what have you. Now, uh, it doesn't mean we're not going to take risks. We do once in a while have to take a hit when we have a company do a reverse split on us, or, a public share offering comes out, and they do it all the time. But for the majority of the time, we do all right. Gary Inward says, I made 50,000 in 12 days, Wendy. You got to get into RLMLF. Yep. We hit 7.2 cents on last night. She's breaking out. All right. Okay. He's telling you. Now, I don't profess to everything that everybody calls out that I'm going to stand behind. You have to make your own decision, make your assessment, let's go look at RLMLF. RLMLF. And there's not a lot of volume behind it yet. Let's go over to historical data. Yeah, it's already been up in the sevens, and that was in October. It was in the sevens, and it was in the sevens here. Oh, this thing's making big moves. Sevens here, down in the twos. Oh, the stock was 52 cents. Then it hit $1. Then it went to 2 and 3. What in the world? 18 cents one day it jumped to 11 cents one day. Man, big spikes on it. And on the days when it jumped up to 11 cents, it only had 65,000 shares traded. Probably Gary's getting people in, and when they buy the quantities, they run it up. You know what? Let's go see how many shares are outstanding of this stock. 2.23 billion. Gary, this stock has, I understand it's really cheap, but 2.23 billion shares outstanding. 14% held by insiders, and 0% of this stock held by any institutions at all. None. EBITDA is negative 14.48 million. All right. It means how many shares there are actually available in the marketplace to be traded. How many total shares are available in the marketplace to be traded? There is not going to be a short squeeze on this stock when the average daily volume is 2 million, and they got 2 point something billion shares outstanding. There will never be a short squeeze on this stock. I guarantee it. I got you, Gary. Yep. Okay. I got you. 15 cents was top. Okay. Got it. Yep. Okay. Got it. Got you, Gary. AMD and RML for life. There you go, Gary Inwards. Yes. All right, Gary. Okay, you guys. Well, so in case you're late joining us here this morning, I'm going to show you the stocks that were called out today. But we've got some time until the market opens. We're still right now about 25 minutes or so till the market opens. In case you're joining us late, these are the stocks that have been called out today. All right. These are the stocks that have been called out today. But before we get to these, I want to look at these stocks that were called out 5 days ago. Because these stocks that were on a major run and got on people's radars 5 days ago, they may have taken a big hit over the last 5 days, because 5 or 6 days is usually how long they will beat a stock down after they run it way up. So I'm going to look at these first that were on May the 5th. All right. And let's just go back further. Let's go to 6 days back, May the 4th. Basically, 6 trading days is what I'm looking for. So let's go look at these real quick and see if any of them have been beaten down since they made their run. NOK is the first one. And we're looking at the 5 day charts on these. We're going to look at the 5 day charts. And you can see what I mean by this. Look how, and this is why these stocks, folks, that are these runners, they're just day trade stocks. You cannot stay in them long. You can't stay in them long. You got to get in, you got to make the run, you cash out, you put 30%, 33% over into a high interest savings account, and then you keep rolling, folks. That's what you do. So don't stay in these stocks. You're going to learn that as we look at all these, because in most of them over the last 5 days, they will have fallen. Okay. Now, if they didn't, then we're going to put an asterisk beside them because they might be worth buying into, because that's a sign of strength. So here we go. So that's NOK. And look at that. 1 day down, 2 days down, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days down. See what I mean? NOK. And honestly, at this stage of the game, from where it is right now, I'll put a line here so you can see. All right. You can see over here, this has been a point of resistance to the drop several times. And here's what I want to point out to those of you that are with me here that might be new to this channel. Notice from this line right here, how far has it gone below this line? Okay. This is 1305. From 1305, it dropped to right here, and that was 1277. So you've basically got a 30 cent, you got a 40 cent drop. Okay. Right. Let me do the math. 1305, and this is 1277. Right. So 28 cents. 28-cent drop below this line. But how much has it gone up above this line? It's gone from this line price here of 13.05 up to almost $14. Now, again, I'm going to ask you again, when it got to drop to this point, how far below this line did it go compared to how high it rose? Now, here at this stage of the game, how far below the low did it go compared to how much it rose? And right here, how far below this did it go compared to how high it was? And I'm telling you right now, each of these off these lines here lately, I mean, that was a very quick drop there. But now you know why they've got it at this line now. You've seen it pre-established there, and you can see it dropped to there and then went up and then fell, and then up to there and then fell, and then down to there and then up and down, then up and down, then up and down, then up. Over here, down, then up, way down below, then up, then down, then probably up again, most likely. Now, I could be wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm looking at this, and I'm going to look at the one-day chart now, and that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good, folks. It's NOK is the stock. It closed at 1282 this morning. The bid is 1311, and the ask is 1311. What a coincidence! The bid and the ask are identical. I just saw them both identical, 1311. That's kind of unusual. Yep. Last night I posted for everyone on my channel last night. I posted the following. Well, I have to find it over here. Last night I made a post for everyone. All of you members were notified last night. I sent this out last night, 12 hours ago, and it said, RXT, alert, alert. RXT, good evening to all cats, and congratulations if you decided to hang on to some RXT stock. I said, I'm shooting for a 6:48 a.m. tomorrow launch. Sleep well, and don't forget to hit that like button. So I let everybody know about RXT last night, and I showed them that it was up to $6.14. It was up 11.66% last night. And I took that picture, as you can see, at 8:57 p.m. last night. And I posted that here on YouTube for all of my members. So you could know to be watching it this morning. Stay on top of it, folks. And that is RXT. And there it is now. And this morning, it's interesting because you can see the high right there. And that was established at 4:31 this morning. 4:31 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, at 4:31 a.m., the achieved price was right there. And then it was driven all the way down to 544. From 666 to 544. And ladies and gentlemen, right there. Oh, sorry. It was down here. There it is. 544. Down $1.22. So now do you know why I have a buy sell sheet that tells you to sell the 65, 64, 65, and 66? See that? Sell right there. 64, 65, 66. Buy back. Oh, 43, 44. Oh my gosh, incredible. Just a suggestion. Morning, boss. Man reporting for duty, Catfish. Oh, got it. U.S. Army Home Facilities. All right. Uh, Port Bear, JZXN. Got it. Thank you. Do not overlook RDW. All right, see Richard. RDW. And SIDU, RKLB. Yes, absolutely. And other space related stocks will benefit from SPCX IPO. That's right. That's exactly right. And I said that to everybody that I thought SIDU. I showed them on the chart this morning, just a little bit ago. I broke it down for them. I showed them the 5 day chart on it, and I showed them why I thought that it was manipulated and how. And when I look at this 5 day chart, if you'll give me a minute here, here's what I showed everybody. And I actually showed them on the 10 day. And first of all, if you go back to 1 month ago, and I'm going to change the time frame here to 30 days. There and go. Um, as you know, they made a public share offering after they had skyrocketed up, and they were way up here, and they made a public share offering. And then, as it turns out, 4 days later, Benzinga drops a bomb story saying that they did a public share offering. It says they posted a story that came out at 1 minute before lunchtime, and it said on the story that SIDU prices were falling on a public share offering. So they made it sound like to everybody that missed the news earlier, 4 days earlier, that they had done a public share offering. Benzinga comes out with a story and it says that they did a public share offering right before the market opens. The price drops even more. And why? And as I say, because here at this stage, when they saw it was going to break over this line, they knew it was going to go up to here. See, they knew there was a big gap there, whoever they are. And listen to me, folks, since they knew there was a big gap right there, when they saw that it was getting ready after it was capitulated on that line, they went, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's not let it go up and fill that gap yet. Let's go take a big couple nut sacks out of this thing. Then we'll take it to this line. Then we'll take it to that line because they knew that there was a gap there. They knew there was a gap. They knew there was a gap. They knew that it would go. They knew that it would go. And before it did, they wanted to run a story about it to make it fall even further so they could get a nice big old nutty. And off she goes. Because they know that this SpaceX IPO is going to make it launch. And I'm telling you, where you see all these lines of resistance now as it's rising, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to sell some right there and buy back on the dip. And we're going to sell some here and buy back on the dip. And then it's going to run up to here. We're going to sell it and we're going to buy it on the dip. And then it's going to go to here and we're going to sell some and buy it on the dip. And then it's going to go to here. It'll blow right through this because it's already been, I mean, it's never had any resistance through here, folks. Just this little fleecing area. And by the way, the reason all these lines are here is because of what happened here way a long time ago. All right. And that's where all these lines of resistance are. Now, when you look at this on the 3 year chart, This looks like they're just all over each other, but this is because of the 3-year chart. There's a lot of distance between these numbers, folks. If you don't believe me, look at it. Okay. That's 426, 432, 442, 445. If the price goes over 445, it gaps up to here. 455. Then it gaps up to 478. And look at that. It blows through 466, folks. There's never been a price stop at 466 on this stock, which you would definitely expect to see. But it goes from 455 all the way up to 478. Listen, don't get me wrong. I'm still going to sell some shares at 466, folks, because there's got to be a 455 buyback after 466. Right? There should be. There should be. But at any rate, folks, you can see this stock in the past fell from right here all the way down to there without any resistance at all. It just fell through there in 4 hours' time, just collapsed through there after the public share offering. Then collapsed here after the news from Benzinga, and down it went. And that's it. That's the bottom. Now she's just a little bit of a pullback here. And from here, folks, it should go to this number right here, 390. It should go to 390. But I can't guarantee you that. That's the blue 5-day, folks. That's not the current price. I'm just talking about the blue 5-day line here. Stocks are about the economic stability, the generational wealth, the camaraderie, and the bragging. Yeah. AMD. Yep. Nice. All right. So here are the stocks that have been called out this morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining us late, make sure that you take a look. We've been looking at these and we've been diagnosing these. And the one that I really like that I might day trade today is MNTS. But I'm also got my alert on some other ones. One of them is DGXX, which I really like a lot. I'm going to show you that one now. This stock has been called out by Rudiggity. He's been talking about it for some time. He called it out a week ago, really almost, I guess. And it has been going up and up and up, steadily upwards. And just so you're aware of this, I want to make sure that I'm going to clarify for you guys. When a stock is going up, this is a shoulder, okay? Now, watch here. Unsustainable spike. Unsustainable spike. All right? Up here. Unsustainable spike, unsustainable spike, unsustainable spike, unsustainable spike. Right here, that's a shoulder. That's telling you that somebody keeps believing in this through here. Then one double nutter, and then up to there again. And from there, ladies and gentlemen, this is called a shoulder. Again, this is an unsustainable spike. This is a shoulder. That's a shoulder. Boom. Comes up here. This is a shoulder. It's not like these. It's not like this or this or this. This is another shoulder. And there's a shoulder. There's shoulders. And when you look up here right now, what does that look like? Does it look like a unsustainable spike? Or does it look freaking almost identical to what happened here? I mean, it looks almost identical, folks. Just showing you, this is, I believe, a shoulder. Okay? And I could be wrong. But man, I sure do like that freaking 200-day curving upwards from that line that it was on. This was its trajectory. Now its trajectory is this way. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. St. Louis, thank you. Thirsty Turtle. I love it. Sounds like a good name for a bar. Yeah. Also, just so you know, the winner of our drawing on Friday was C. Richard. That's right. The winner of the drawing was not C. Richard, R. Richie B. I said C. Richard because I was just writing him down for a couple of call outs. But R. Richie B was the big winner for Friday's drawing. And t-shirt has been ordered. And he's going to be getting this Catfish t-shirt in the color of his choice, which I do not see it. By the way, in case you didn't know it, one of our tank members got my shirt. And as promised, I thought he was joking, but he has put my shirt on eBay. Okay. He's put my shirt on eBay. And St. Louis 247, thank you very much for that contribution and helping this channel stay hydrated. Low key, can you diagnose Intel? Because it's been on a run, and I predict a huge market correction. Hot man a minute. What is that? RXT keeps climbing. Good. That is very good. All right, everyone. We're going to be on the rumble here. We're ready to rumble. By the way, if you're, I just wanted you to know, I thought it was pretty hilarious that he actually did follow through and put my shirt on eBay. If you want it, it's yours for $1,000 or best offer. Pardon me. Oh, yeah. Got that shirt on eBay? No problem. I thought it was hilarious. Just wanted you to know. If you want to make him an offer on the shirt, I'm sure he'll consider any reasonable offer on Catfish Tyler's signed shirt. And down here in the description, he says, one of a kind t shirt worn and autographed by the legendary 90s musician icon turned YouTube stock trader, Catfish Tyler. Size men's double XL black, pre-owned and well loved. Does have a rip under the left armpit. See photo. Oh, goodness gracious, ladies and gentlemen. He did it. He put my shirt on eBay. He put my shirt on. Isn't that hilarious? That's right. Catfish Tyler right there. You can even see some of my DNA in the collar right there. There's my DNA. Blood, sweat, and tears, man. That shirt has been sweat on. I'm surprised you didn't put anything down about its odor. Did you give it a sniff? Can't you put something in the description about the odor? It Oh gosh, you guys. Thank you for all the fun. Easy go hit a bottom on Friday. It's running now. Thank you, Marty. All right. All right. This market's about to open here. Hey, it's going to be 9:28 in 8 seconds. If you haven't had a chance to hit the like bell yet, let's get it going right now. Come on now, let's hit that like button. We're going to do it at 9:28 and 48 seconds. And that will be in exactly 20 seconds now, or whatever. Let's see. Oh, yeah, 9:28 and 48 seconds. We're going to hit the like button. And until that time, I would appreciate it if you guys would consider throwing some love up on the screen down in the chat. Let's get that chat going. Let's get the love flowing. Let's show that let's show the love, show the love. And for every heart on the screen, you will receive a heart on the screen. So thank you very, very much. I appreciate all of you that always are here to share the love. We're going to do this right now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit the like button. There you go. Nice. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for helping the channel grow, because you know how much those hearts mean. When you get that heart flowing like that, you guys, and all that love and all that interaction, the channel just pops, people. And more will continue to search for Catfish Tyler. Niecy Jane, thank you. Let's go. Yes. Oh, SKYT. Hey, Robert Bassender, you sure it's not SKYQ? I thought it was SKYQ. Thank you, everyone. Khalid in St. Louis, thank you very much. Much appreciated. CDU just tipped at 352. I've got SKYT. Okay. All right. I'll look at it. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. For those of you joining us late here, these are the stocks that we have on the sheet for today that people have been calling out. So if you want to take a photograph of that, or if you want to pause the screen and write down all of these stocks we're going to be looking at today that could be runners. Right now, I'm going to jump over to RXT right now. And DGXX, I want to take a look at it on the 1 day right now. And they're coming after it right out of the gate. Just so we're aware of this overall market trend this morning. We're going to highlight this here, and the S&P is slightly red. The Dow is red. The Nasdaq is red, but they're not down massively. They're barely in the red. The Russell is actually green. Small caps is green, and so let's run over here real quick and look at these stocks. OPTX. Okay, we're going to start at the top. And I want to also, like I said, look at RXT right here out of the gate. Coming at it. Yeah, this stock was up big time last night, and now I see it's down 6%. And I showed you guys a picture last night of this stock. And this is RXT, ladies and gentlemen. And this is fairly common, I guess you'd say, with it. RXT last night. I put up this comment. RXT was up to $6.14 last night, up 11.66% at 8:57 p.m. Up 11% at 8:57 p.m. Now, did they buy all those shares so that they could sell them all morning? Did they buy it up, so that they could sell it all morning and see how far they could drop it after they shorted it? I think so. That's what it looks like. So let's go over here and look at RXT right now. Trade RXT. And I'm watching it, folks. And I got money to buy with here. You can bet your butt I do. And I like to buy 538. So I'm going to try to buy 538 right now. This is the number on my buy sell sheet. And I just got it, 538. Now I want to come down to 533. I've already seen the low, Savannah. Look at the low today. $5.13. Now, does anybody want to guess how many shares they had at $5.13 available today? Does anyone want to guess? How much did they have at $5.13? And I just bought at 525. But does anybody want to take a guess how many shares they had at 513? I just bought 520. I just got 520. And by the way, I'm using numbers on my buy sell sheet, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to try to buy 522 here right now. 522. There we go. I think we should get that. 522. We should pick that up right now. And the stock I'm buying, ladies and gentlemen, is RXT. And I did indeed just get 522. And now I'm going to try for 517. And this is all very good for me because my dollar cost average is higher. And now I want to try it at 513. They only had 49,000 shares earlier. They only had 49,000 shares at 513. So I'm going to try for that low again to see if I can get it. And right now I'm just going to buy at market. There we go. Yep. I just bought at market again, 520. And my dollar cost average is slowly dropping. I'm going to drop it. It was at 566. Uh, and there were 3,122,000 shares bought, one share, $1, one share, 1 penny over my dollar cost average. And now we're just going to keep hoarding at 520, stay below it, stay underneath it. They're not going to give up on that number right away. They sure won't. They're going to try to hold 520 as long as they can. And I just got it again, 520. I'd really like to get this 513 here. Every buy I get brings down my dollar cost average. There we go. Got it. Let's try for 508 right now. And I'm going to buy at market again right now. 514 I just got. Nice. And now my dollar cost average is only 560 a share. Very nice. Well, that's it, folks. That's it. Let's try 511. Let's try 513. I'm buying RXT, ladies and gentlemen, in the low fives. I know that yesterday evening it was up 11%. So I think this is a good place to be buying when it was up at $6.14 a share last night. $6.14 a share last night. And I showed everybody that. There we go. I just filled at 508. Nice. Savannah, can you believe they gave me a 508? Now I want to try to buy 502. I don't think they did a public share offering. I don't believe they did. I don't think they did anything that should make them fall 8%. And at the lowest price of the day, they only had 23,000. There we go. I'm going to get it. 502. Come on. Come on. There we go. I got 502. I got 502, folks. Nice. Oh, yeah. And there she goes. She's back up and she's gone. Next number is going to be 506. I just got a 506. But 502, ladies and gentlemen, lets me drop my dollar cost average down now to 560, 556. I love it. 556. I want to drop it even more. I hope they come down even lower. Unfortunately, that looks like it, folks. 502 for the low of the day. This is on RXT, ladies and gentlemen. The stock I'm buying is RXT. And there she goes. She's out of here. If I were you, I'd get on this train. All right, there it goes. And I mean, look at how fast it goes back up. They bought 3,100,000 shares at 564, folks. And by the way, like I said last night, the price of this stock was over $6 a share, up 11%. Up 11%. All right, I'm going to keep chasing it. I'm going to go for 508 again here. I know that they're going to continue to hit that number, so I'm going to buy it. There it is. I got it right there. 508 right there. And they'll get 508 as long as they can. My dollar cost average is now 555 a share. Ah, yes. I like it a lot. There we go. I just got a 507. Well, that's going to be it for that. And I got 507 one more time. Wonder why they would even try any lower than 502. I guess just that's the way it is. I really want to get my dollar cost average down below 550 here. I definitely do. Oh, well, there she goes, folks. She's out of here now. And I do believe I hear the train whistle blowing now. And I think it might be time for us to listen very closely because I think we can hear it if we listen closely. I mean, I'm going to have to just rely on putting our ear right to the track and let me see if I do hear it. And I think I do. I, oh, yeah, I think I hear it. All right. Yep. 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 Oh, boy. She's out leaving the station, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the stock RXT that I'm calling it out. RXT, congratulations if you just bought that in the 502 range with me. I believe that you're going to see that it continues to excel. They will contrive it for 508 over and over and over here. 505. Let's see if we can get that. Come on. 503 I just picked up again. Nice. Boy, that'll really help me lower my dollar cost average. It sure will. Yep. And now let's try and get a 499 in here. Oh yeah, picked up a 499. There we go. Let's try for 497 for sure. Oh, come on. Yep, 497. And then we're going to get a 493 if we can. This is all helping me a lot, folks. There we go, 497. Then we go for 493 and 488. And listen, you better just get the order in there right there because they'll drop it to 488 and back up in a flash. In a flash. And the lowest I could get was 497. And she's gone. She's back up over 5. Well, they did it, folks. They got it, and they're not gonna want to let it go over 5, so they're gonna come to 499 again right now. One more little splash of 499 or 498 here is all you're gonna get. There it is. I just got it again. There we go. 498. Yes. 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 Oh yeah. Try as they will. Try as they will. Well, that's nice because I just dropped my dollar cost average to 548. Beautiful. All right. That is fabulous. Thank you very much for giving me that opportunity to buy those right there and drop my dollar cost average down below 550. Boy, they're really working this hard, man. They want to try to keep getting that 497 order, don't they? Man, look at them working hard. Man, I wonder how much they're getting paid to sell shares at 497 where I can buy them. It makes me feel good to know somebody's getting incentivized to sell shares where I get to buy them. I think that's pretty nice. And I've got an order at 488 for sure. Put it in there just in case they pop it for a half a second, folks. Yep. But now we're back up over 5. Much to be expected here, folks. It's RXT. They've been manipulating it a lot over the last few days, and this is a good rundown. I just got a 497 again. And now she's back up over 5, and probably that's about the third or fourth time they've done it. So we're probably going to tap this out. It's shaved bald now. I think we're done. Let's just move this 488 up here to 499 now, and that's probably going to be it. Yep, that's it, folks. And now we're back up to 508 and beyond. And the lowest you're going to get now is 501. 501, folks. And that is it for RXT, ladies and gentlemen, where my dollar cost average is $5.48. And I believe the lowest you'll be able to get it right now is 501. 501. And train done left the station, ladies and gentlemen. And there are no shares being sold down here on the bid. Just so you're aware of this, ladies and gentlemen, there are no shares being sold on the bid. Every single share has been bought on the ask. Every single share down here has been bought on the ask. In other words, people are just paying the asking price. They don't even care. They're just paying whatever the ask is. They're not throwing out a lower bid. They're buying it on the ask, folks. All these shares are being bought on the ask right now. They're being bought on the ask. No matter who's dumping them out there, people are paying the asking price. It doesn't matter who's dumping them out. There she goes. Right back up, folks. And I'm trying to get 507 here now and 508. And right now, I've got 317 shares of this stock. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim as the platform, and I'm trading RXT. And there it goes, folks. It is out of here. And I do intend and expect to be green on this stock by the end of the day because I saw last night it was up 11% in after hours. And it doesn't surprise me at all to see them take it down from $6.14 to $4.99. That's a good manipulation right there. That's a good drop. Very well done. Well executed. Now I'm going to try to buy 511. There we go. Should pick that up right now. And 508. I'd like to get that here. Yep. There we go. We're going to get the 508. Nice. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're not just going to let this thing run like a banshee. They're going to pull it up and down and herk and jerk it all around. They're going to herk and jerk it, baby. But I'm going to show you what I'm going to be doing, and you can learn from this. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I have on my buy-sell sheet the numbers 518, 519, 520. And so I'm going to sell right there, and I'm going to sell quite a few shares at 520. Now, you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, Catfish. Your dollar cost average is up here above that. But I know they're going to drop the price from 520 back to 513 or 501 or 507 or 8. So I'm going to sell right here quite a few shares. And I'm going to sell some at 522 right now and 524. And you'll be surprised how fast it can jump up to those numbers, but then jump right back down. You'll be surprised. So this is what I'm doing right now, and I'm going to try to buy. And anytime they continue to pull it back, anytime they drop it here, I'm going to buy it at market right there under 5. Yeah. It didn't stay there long. I tried to get it at market under 5, and it wouldn't. Let's try it at 4.99 again. Yep. RXT. Somebody's working it over good. It doesn't look like they want to have to pay out over $5 today, but I'm afraid they're not going to be able to hold it here. I'm ready to buy it at 501, as a matter of fact, right now, if I can. This is RXT is the stock I'm trading, ladies and gentlemen. I've decided to settle in on this one. There's a lot of other stocks that have been called out this morning. If you want to scroll up through the chat, you can see them all. There's a lot of stocks that have been called out this morning. I just decided I like RXT, and especially since seeing it last night, up 11% last night. And that tells me people's true sentiment. And this tells me they all saw that and they want to buy it at 497. And they want to buy it at 498 with me. And they want to buy it at 499 with me because they saw it selling for $6.14 last night in the after hour in the it was last night. It was last night at around 9 o'clock. Oh, I'm going to get to 488 right now. And holy smokes, they're going to take it down. Yep, I'm in. Buy market right here. Nice. I'm gonna keep lowering my DCA, folks, but I'm not gonna just keep buying this if it keeps falling. I'm gonna wait for the bottom. I'm gonna watch it. But I do like buying the very bottom, which I think will be 483. And I'm always gonna buy a 488 and sell at 520, folks. It's as simple as that. And here comes the 483. Next aboard, 477. These are all numbers on my buy sell sheet here. 477, then 472.73. And as you all know, I never dive in on a stock when I think it's at the bottom because I don't know how far they're going to run a stock down. And I'm wondering, did RXT make a public share offering? I mean, why in the world are they coming after it so hard this morning? You got this thing down 12% now. That's a 20% swing from last night's price, folks. It says, why is Rackspace Technology stocks gaining Monday? That was this morning at 7:41 a.m. Yeah. Well, the bigger question is, why is somebody wanting to buy it so cheap? Well, I'll tell you what, I like to buy 582 and 583, folks. I'm telling you, that's one of my favorite numbers. I mean, 482, 83. So I'm coming in here. This is one of my favorite numbers to buy. And it's been one of their biggest numbers to accumulate as of late as well. Notice, though, at the lowest price of the day, they only had 25,945 shares. Just 25,000 there. Up here they had 50,000 at $5. 50,000 at 5. And that's not much either. That's really not much either. All right, so I'm going to stay on this. I blow the train whistle. That doesn't mean that I want you to, it means to buy one ticket, not to buy the train. All right, here we go. And now we're making our move. Going to try for 488 for the low now because I like to sell 520s when I buy 488s. And the stock I'm on is RXT. RXT. EZGO. Got it, JP Panic. Oh, yeah, I got a 487 there then, just nicely. And there she goes. That's it. It is now at 492. And nice low today. I'm surprised they didn't get to 477. They could only pull off a 478 today. Well, there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Watch how fast this surprising stock runs. Because let me tell you something, there wasn't jack crap sold through this area, so there's not going to be anything now either. There wasn't shit sold through here, people, and now it's running. Honey, can you bring it down? Only because I'm really on the. Well, you don't have to bring it down. I'll come up and get it, honey. You don't have to bring it down. Well, my goodness gracious, look at that. The thing's already up freaking 20 cents from where it just was. 490 now. 494. Whoa. Well, my dollar cost average is only 539 now. Nice. By the end of the day, I want to have it down to 530, maybe lower. We'll see what happens. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. She's starting her climb. We are now bid 484, ask 485. 484, 485. Probably going to be right here, folks. 483. One more time to me. There we go. I got it. 484. Thank you. And the reason I'm buying this stock here, ladies and gentlemen, is because if I look at the chart on RXT, I see it had a previous resistance level right here. I see that already. I already know that. So there's the previous low resistance level that was established a while back. And that's why I'm buying here, right there. Let's look at the 20-day. Oh, man. Kiss the ET, baby. And I don't know how far this line goes back, but it goes back a long time ago, ladies and gentlemen, established as a low. I can tell you that much. It might go back for 180 days. And in fact, it goes back even further than that. Wow. It probably goes back 3 years. That low that it just reached there, folks, it probably goes back even further because I don't see any other lows at that amount. This low right here, that low right there. Asking you right now, when did it ever stop at this price before? When did it ever stop there? I don't see it. I don't see it. Not over the last 180 days. I never saw the price stop at that line, at this line. Let's look at the 5-day chart. Aha, there it is. There's the line they're aiming for. Right there. That 5-day. Right on that line that they had it down to before. And never before, never ever has this been a low except for right there. And that's where they are right now. So that's why I'm buying right here, just barely under the 200-day. Yep, that's why I bought there. There's a technical reason, ladies and gentlemen. And my beautiful wife just came down here with a beautiful breakfast sandwich for me. Take a look at this, folks, and I'm going to have to take a brief break here. But wow, oh, breakfast sandwich. If you're hungry, folks, it's time for you to take a break, maybe too, and grab something to eat. But I am definitely going to be munching on this sandwich. And while I do, I'm going to play you some of my music. And we'll start off with a fan favorite here that people seem to like a lot. And hopefully you will enjoy it too. And I'm going to be playing a song called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. And just in case you're interested in this, I happen to be here on YouTube playing many, many songs, and a lot of them have actual videos instead of just me playing an acoustic. And I'm going to ask you to come on over and check them out. I have 124 original songs that I think you'll enjoy. And 472, I'm in. I'm buying RXT at 472 right now. And hold on a second. Hold on, folks. I want to get over here and trade RXT. RXT. All right. Buy 10 shares. Market. Review order. And the stock is down 13.13%. In case you don't know what I'm doing here, folks, I have a real Charles Schwab account over here that I trade with. And over here is my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim paper money account. But I have a real account. And when things start looking good, I buy. And I just filled at 477. I'm going to duplicate this order because I want to try to buy 472. limit 472. I'll just go 473 because I don't care. I'll try that. And I see it right now, 468, 467. I'm going to place my order right now. And I just got 467.5. Yes. And I'm going to duplicate that order. And I'm going to come in again at market now, review order, and place it. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I'm buying over here with my Charles Schwab account. And this is a real account here that I'm trading with. And over here, I'm using just the charts and stuff. And I just filled at 468.92. So I just picked up 468.92 and 467.5. Nice. Yeah. And she's rising back up over now. Duplicate order. And we're going to come in at market, review order, and place it. And try to get these low 472. And there we go. I just filled at 473. 473, I just filled that with my real account. And now I'm going to buy here as some shares as well and try to get 472 down here if I can on this account. 472. And what do you know, Savannah? Look at the low there, Savannah. 466. They just took the price down to 466, Savannah. I know they got the 465 on momentum, but the number they wanted was that one there. And by the way, at 465, they only had 679 shares. And at 466, they only had 1,000 shares. 1,000 was all at 466. 1,000 shares, folks, at 466. Nicely done. That's a well manipulated stock there. When you can make it fall that far and you're only having to use that many shares, that's sweet. I can buy that many shares. Half the people on this channel can buy that many shares, but themselves, by themselves. Yep. That's $4,660, folks. All right. As I said, we're watching RXT. I'll show you what it looks like on the chart. This is it right here, RXT. Please allow me to have a chance to grab a little grub here and eat it. And I will be back for you here, folks, after this station identification. The music will be played for you, will be my songs on my song playlist. I hope you enjoy this one. It's called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. All right. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If I don't have you, I ain't got nothing. And this is RXT we're looking at. I could be rich and famous, might be a movie star. Ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I can have every single thing, everything this world could give. But I know that if I don't have you, I ain't got nothing. That I got nothing. I could learn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I could make a lot of money, and I could buy anything. I could make $1 million or become a billionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder
Go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich straight starts. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing. Because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. That I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing.
All right, here's one more for you, folks, that I hope you like. And it's called Two Kids in a Candy Store. Well, hold on a minute here. I got to find it. Well, we'll just play this one instead.
Got my nose back, feeling full turn to the she gonna on the fire. Had to wait and see. Lots of times she won't, other times she will. Just in case she don't, I bought her on here. Song called Beatles in My Beetle. 663 used to be the blue, but lots of place you can see from us coming through. Love was hanging up with my fall in the road. But me and my Beetle, that lines of our lose. My Beetle's got a name. I caught the lady by check carpet on the floor from my old lady's run. Yeah, I'm a Beetle free. Yeah, this ain't no lie. I'm coming in my lady's bug, and I'm gonna take me for a ride. But there's more I gotta tell you about my Beetle pink waves. When I ride in my Beetle, I can hear my Beatles play. Ride this every moment, cranking yellow submarine. Got my Beatles in my Beetle. If you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm a Beetle free. It ain't no lie. Beatles in my track, baby, by my side. Rocking and rolling, that's what we love to do. Me and my baby on the Beetle cruise. That's what we love to do. Like you're gonna have to get over here and track. We're gonna have to push starter. Yeah, looks like I forgot to work on his this time. Sorry, baby. My baby's got a name. I call her Lady Bell. Carpet on the floorboards of my old lady's rug. My starts hanging low. My ball up in the road. But me and my lady's love. Well, just like up our love. Yeah, I'm a little freak. This ain't no lie. Jumping in my lady bug to take a for a ride. Rocking and rolling, that's what we learn to do. Beatles in my Beatles on the Beatles. Come on, Jamie, take the wheel out. Take it for a ride. Mr. Jamie Loritz on the lead guitar. Thank you, Nicole. Yeah, I'm a little free. This ain't no lie. I'm jumping in my lady's blood. We're gonna take her for a ride. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling. That's what we love to do. Got my Beatles in my Beatles, and we're on the Beatle cruise. Yeah, that's what we love to do. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. One of my many hit songs on your music provider. Just search for my artist name, Tyler Self. Just like Nicole said, hey, look at that RXT. What in the world is happening to that stock now? Who ran that down this morning and wanted to get them a little bit down there on that low? Who do you think wanted that? And Nicole, by the way, yes, your name has now been entered in for this week's drawing.
Yes, indeed. I saw all those jewels. We're up to almost 300 jewels, and that was all you. Thank you. Robert Bassender says if XRTX can break 277, it's looking good to retrace 284. All right. Yes. XRTX, Robert Bassender. Okay. Turn this noisy thing off. XRTX. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I have a little song that I play when I see this formation, and it must be played when I see it, so there's no getting around it. When they talk in RXT, everyone can see, and you would agree they formed a sack. The nut sack, baby. Nut sack, baby. Well, they ran RXT. They ran it down today. Oh, just the way they run things down every day. And that's why we all wait, and that's why we say 90 o'clock. And I'm watching the clock, and I watch them run it down to the nutsack. We gonna take money, we don't think it's funny, but we buy it down here with, and we watch it running. Yeah, the nutsack. It's a very hairy place where we all back together. Yeah, on the nutsack, baby. We buy the nutsack, baby. Nutsack. Short attack. Oh, yeah, it's a fact. Uh-huh. Oh, hanging and a loving, kissing and a hugging, wearing next to nothing, 'cause it's hot as an oven, and the whole tank shimmies. Oh, yeah, the whole tank shimmies. Oh, the whole tank shimmies. And all the splashing around and around, and the cats are splashing around. Yeah, the nutsack. It's a very hairy place where we come back together. We bow the nutsack, baby. You bow the nutsack, baby. On the door, baby. On the door, baby. Bang, bang. On the door, bang, bang. With the nuts on the floor. Say what? Shorts are busted. Everybody's screaming, baby. Oh yeah, the music. When cats are playing, you all are saying, everybody's buying with Catfish High on the nut sack. Oh, look at that thing go! Look at her blow. Ha ha! We start singing, the vibes are ringing, and look what we're bringing to the table. We start singing, look at that baby go. RXT off the satchel. Oh my goodness, look at all the buying coming in now. Way more buyers than sellers here and here and here. Here, oh man, slaying it, man, slay it. Nice buys there, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, howdy, I sure hope you just bought RXT with me there in those 470s, folks. 507 now, 508. Man, nice. Very nice, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. And folks, I was able to get my dollar cost average all the way down to 537 on that market manipulation. And I'm going to be profitable soon because, listen, they've never had any shares through this region. I'm going to take my orders away now. I'm taking my shorter sell orders away. Yep, I'm taking them all away. It's going to go, folks. They've never had any shares beyond this 516 up here to 533. Watch it go, folks. And the momentum of the Nutsack song will carry it even higher, ladies and gentlemen. The Nutsack song is going to take it even higher. And I'm going to show you how to day trade this now. You ready with me? Here we go. Oh, look, they're selling my shares at 520. I don't even have them. I took them away a minute ago, and they're selling those shares. Well, it's probably because they know I always sell 520 and buy back 508. So I'm coming in for 5 shares at 508. We're going to do 8 shares. 8 shares at 501, 8 shares at 507, 8 shares at 508, 8 shares 511. And folks, they just sold 520s for me, so they knew that I wanted out there. They said, Catfish, you always sell the 20, sell it and buy back at 508. So they sold it for me. They didn't let me remove the orders. I tried to remove them, but they wouldn't. But here we go, folks. This is on RXT, ladies and gentlemen. And there we go, up over my DCA. Here we go. Nice. Watch them stop it right here at 532, folks. 1 penny under my DCA. Oh, no, they can't stop it. All right, here we go, folks. You're coming out with me. 544, 548, 549, 550. You're coming out here at 552. Come out at 554 and 555. Don't mess around. You know to sell these numbers. All right. I'm up 47 on this position right now. Nice. Oh, my. Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I told you it was $6 plus last night in the 9 o'clock last night. Come on now, folks. You know to sell here. You know to sell these numbers. Don't screw around here. Miss this opportunity. Sell here. Sell the numbers that you know they're going to take it down from. And I'm going to give them now 20 seconds to get to my price, or I'm going to take it off the board. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. You got 10 seconds to come to get my prices. They're gone. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You just ran out of time. That sell order is gone. And now watch them fill it on me, folks. When they see me remove him, watch them fill it on me. It's how long has it been? 5 seconds since I took that order out. All right, here they are trying to bring it down below my DCA, 2 cents below me, and that means they'll probably go for 10 cents below me. That would be 523. So I'm going to put my order in. I'm going to put it in at 520. My order's in at 520, and then also 523, 10 cents under me. And we're stock trading. RXT is the stock we're on, ladies and gentlemen. I just bought it and it was 13% down. Now it's down 2%. I just bought it 13% down and now it's down 2%. And they're trying to maintain my dollar cost average, or 2 cents below me. So we'll raise up to 2 cents below me. All right, they're going to miss that too. We're dropping it even further. How coincidental. They decide to run it up and stop at 1 penny under my dollar cost average, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that interesting? Oh, how many times have we seen this on this channel, ladies and gentlemen? It is ironic, isn't it? Why did they decide all of a sudden this number to stop it at 533? My dollar cost average. Why do they want to stop it there? They never cared about these numbers earlier today. They didn't give a dang about them. Now all of a sudden, all around me, they just want to start hoarding shares here, right on my dollar cost average. And 2 cents underneath me, folks. For as long as they can hold it there, it's just the way it always is, folks. They try to hold it there as long as they can. All right. Well, I'm making some good money today. Feeling pretty good about my gains. I'm up on SIDU and RXT. And pretty soon I'm going to be green on even more RXT if they keep letting me get some shares just below my dollar cost average. Interesting to see that they suddenly decided to take it from down in the 477 all the way up to my dollar cost average and stop it right there, 2 cents below me. It's almost predictable, folks. It really is. And you guys saw me show you that the other day. I was on a stock. I said, watch, they're going to run this thing way down and they're letting me buy it. Then it's going to run up and they're going to stop at 2 cents under me. I said that to everybody, and that's exactly what they did. It was last week, about a week ago. I called that they were going to do it, and it's exactly what they did. They brought it up from way down, and they stopped at 2 cents under my dollar cost average. You guys were here with me. Many of you were here when it happened, and you're here now, and they're doing it again. They've raised it now from down in the low fours. And I already told you, if I buy it 488, I'm going to sell it at 520 or higher. I told you that. Did I not say that an hour ago, ladies and gentlemen? Everyone that's listening right now, did I not say if I buy it here at 488, I'm going to sell it at 520? I said it. I said to all of you, I'm buying right here. I showed you why I was buying there. I showed you why I was buying there at that number. I showed you why I was buying there. And now she's gone, folks. I didn't just willy-nilly buy this at this number for just out of the nowhere. For some of you that weren't here, I showed everybody this 180-day chart on this stock, RXT. And what I showed everybody was this line that they just dropped the price to, it's never stopped there before. That's what I tried to tell everybody the stock has never stopped at that price before. And I said, it's not going to stay there. 566, folks. It's never stopped there before. It's never stopped there. That's what I told everyone. And that's why I said that's what I'm going to buy in these 570s down here in the low 570, because this stock has never stopped there. It never had over the history of it, ever. Looking back, all the way to 188 days, the price has never stopped there. And that's why I decided to buy it there. I showed everyone that. I showed everyone this starting 45 minutes ago. I showed everyone why I was buying RXT right there on that line. Why I was buying it on that price line. I showed you why. I told everybody, you know what? I've never seen this price stop here before. I've never seen this price stop here in this range. It never has. Not in the last freaking year and a half. Tomato bisque, gotcha, cat. Had to go look at the lines you have in it for. Yep, ignore the above. Still learning. Yep. Nicole Barbie says you could have been wrong, but I don't think so. But RXT 530 below and sell 6. Yep. And I just look at them here all now on this doc, and I see what they're trying to do here. And now you know why it was interesting. I told you guys, man, I want to get my dollar cost average down to 530 a share. That's what I said. And look where they're sitting with it now. 532. And trying to hold it underneath my DCA, ladies and gentlemen, trying as long as they can to hold it under my DCA. And this 2 cents below me will probably be the most shares they bought at any other position. Down here at 520, they can only get 563,000. Down here at $5, they can only get 562,000. Oh, look at that, folks. Just look at that. At the low of the day, 465 a share. Do you want to know how many shares were available on this stock RXT at the low of the day, 465? It'll blow your mind. There were only 679 shares available at that price. 679 shares was all that was available at 465. 679 shares, folks. That's all there was at 465. And then here, the most they could tank up was 41,000 shares. Right there, the most they could get was 41,000 shares, folks. I wish you could see the numbers better. I wish there was a way I could make these numbers show up better because they just don't show up. So right here, they can only get 40,000, 41,000. Up here, they can only get a maximum of 562,000. Here, they can only get 421 and 448. Up here, they're already at 479. So there's no chance it's going to stay here. The most they could get is now 3 cents below my dollar cost average. And they're not going to be able to keep it here. And they can't keep it here. They can't keep it here. They've already gotten 504,000 there at 535. 537, they've already gotten 625,000. Folks, they can't keep it there. There's no way they can keep it there. And look at it go, folks. And I'm right. And now I'm going to remove these buy or sell orders at 543. I am going to sell 544 right now, folks. I'm going to sell 544. But they can't keep it here. They can't keep it here, folks. They're maxed out. They've already reached their quotas. I'm showing you what their quotas are down here. I wonder if I get in here closer, if I can make these numbers show up somehow. Make them show up so you can see these. I just don't understand why they don't show up. There we go. Oh, yeah. So look at that. Now you can't see the price, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to tell you the price. 482 a share. Okay. Now let me show you here. Let me show you here. 482 a share. 482 a share. They could only maintain 40,000 shares there. I'm sorry, 408,000. Okay? 408,000 at 482, 408. 413,000 at 483. And boom, now we're going up here and how many? 448,000 at 498. Goodbye. 421,000 and it couldn't stop there at 499. And here they were out at 562. There's no way to hold it back. You've already maxed out at 562. That was at $5. Then here, look, you maxed it out at 529,000. You maxed it out, 529. That was the most they could get. And ladies and gentlemen, that price, 507. 529 was all they could get. And at their favorite number, 382 at 508. Savannah, only 382. Then up here, look at their max amounts they could hold. 353. 433 was all they can hold at 514. 433. Here, how much? Only 570,000 at 520, ladies and gentlemen. Just 570,000 at 520. They're oversold here already. Up here, the most they've been able to get here right now. And a lot of it was sold to the bidder up here. Just so you're aware, everything in the dark area was sold to the bid on this candlestick. 642,000 shares at 537. 642,000 shares. Down here at 519, 574, folks. 519, 574. 519, 600,000. They're filling at 519, 602 now. Well, they can't hold anymore, folks. That's their limit. Up here, their limit was 498. Up here, their limit was 537. Here was 642. And they just got that up to 602. And there she goes, right on off, ladies and gentlemen. Right on off. And then here, only 108,000, and it's rising. That's because they've never had anything in this region here, ladies and gentlemen. They never had anything here before. There's not going to be any now either. It's going to go right on past this. I'm going to take out these lower sell orders. I'm just going to sell them when they get up there. They're gone. And here it goes, folks, right now. And I want you to notice they've already reached here 494,000. And here they've already reached 401. Oh, yeah. There we go, baby. Right up over me. There she goes. And now it's going to run past all these. Here's where it's going to. 541 is where it's going to now. Watch it jump up to 541, ladies and gentlemen. 541 is where it's going right now. It'll be there in less than 5 minutes. It'll be there in less than 2 minutes, folks. 541. I'm calling it. There it goes, right past all this oversell bullshit. And here we go to 541. Watch it. No, it's coming, folks. It's coming. But look how hard they are trying to hold this under 2 cents under me. Look at that. They can't do it. They can't do it. And there she blows. And watch it go up over all this to this number, 641. Here it comes. Oh, I'm telling you, folks, it's coming. It's coming to 641 to a theater near you. There it is. Called it, baby. Called it right away. Going to come over all these numbers to right up here, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely called that. There's no way they're going to keep this here, folks. No freaking way. No way. And then when it gets up here, watch how it gaps past all this because there's never been any shares here all the way up to here, folks. Watch how fast this stock goes when it breaks this number. Watch it, folks. Watch it with your own 2 eyes. Hey, hey, kids, RXT. You hang around, you're all gonna see. This freaking thing is history. Ride with me. How high could she fly from here? How high is not really very clear. But RXT sure got shorts shaking in their shoes. No way to tell how much they'll lose. Oh, but they'll be singing the blues in black and blue. Rock on. How high could she fly from here? How high it's not very clear. But RXT sure got shorts shit in their jeans. Smell so bad, won't come clean. Tried everything, even Mr. Clean, but stitches. Rock on. Hey, kids, check it out. You can see this thing's breaking out. There is absolutely no doubt. Watch it run. And how high could she fly from here? Oh, how high? That's not really clear. Thank you, Nicole, but this has got no shorts, and they're all afraid. Oh, look how much we made. Oh, baby, sitting in the shade, drinking lemonade. Oh, ain't it great? Oh, yeah, Nicole, thank you for the gifts. Oh, yeah. I wonder how much higher that song's going to take it now once that catches wind. Uh-huh. Let's see how much higher it goes now. Thank you, Nicole. Oh, I got to get your name on the list here. Mm-hmm. Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Up to 322 in gifts today. Thank you very much, Nicole. You're the one who's been promoting that the most, and thank you for your being back here with us again. And we're all looking good here today, ladies and gentlemen. RXT. Can you believe that? How long they tried to sit that thing under my DCA there and hoard up shares? Oh, yeah. Well, I told you they were all oversold through here. They already got all they could handle. They'd already taken all they could swallow. Yeah, baby. Shorty done took all they could swallow right there. 836988. Took all they could handle, baby. I don't even know where the KY flag is here. I don't see it yet, but it's probably going to come out soon. There it is. There's the KY. I just called it. Oh, I just called it, folks. 543 and a half. The KY flag flyeth. Oh, I called it, people. Called it, called it, called it. Oh, my goodness gracious. 20 shares. Thank you. 548. I'm out. 550. I'm gone. 551. 554. Murchy Boku. Oh, yeah. Here we go. 555. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, now listen. I don't want you all loading in a bunch of sell orders up here. So, in honesty, I probably should take these orders away. I should take these orders away. But my account is looking good today, folks. Yes, indeed. We're green, ladies and gentlemen. Green, green, green. We're green on SIDU up 50 bucks. We're green on RXT. We're green on everything. And these are numbers that are on my buy sell sheet. I do not want everyone to load in orders here, so let us remove them now. Because if we pile in a bunch of sell orders together here, folks, it'll never get over this number. So let's just get rid of these. If you put them in, take them away, and look at it rise immediately. Are you taking yours out? Because look at it rise as soon as we start pulling those orders. Don't put orders in there. Let's get it up here and then just sell it market. All right? Or don't sell market, but just right below when it gets to 549, sell 548. You know what I mean? When it gets to 550, you want to sell 549. Well, one thing's for sure. They're not going to keep it here, folks. They've already got their over quota here. They've already got 700,000 there, 505. They've already got 500 there, and now they've got 895. There's just no more room in the end, ladies and gentlemen. There's no more room in the end. And then up here you see the KY flag come in at 547.94. That's a KY flag, ladies and gentlemen. That means, hey, we're going to be taking it up the arse, and we need some analgesic, local anesthetic. They're going to need some local anesthesia. AGPU poised for a takeoff if it doesn't reject. Gotcha, Rob. Robert, thank you. Yep. All right, we'll get you another shirt. We might order you one this afternoon. Why don't you come back? If we can get R Richie B, R Richie B, are you here in the tank right now with us? R Richie B. Let me know, and maybe we'll order these shirts together. R Richie B, are you here? All right, folks, here we go. We're going to break over the KY right now. We're over the KY right now. Doing. And ladies and gentlemen, listen, they've never had any shares for sale through this region. They've had very, 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 very few shares here. Very few, very few, very few. I mean, I can show you the numbers: 25,000, 88,000, 73,000. Nothing like down here where they're getting freaking almost a million. All right. They've never had anything like here where they had 900,000, 909,000. They don't have any shares through this region. They don't. They don't. There won't be any sold here, folks, and everything's being bought on the ask. Every single thing's being bought on the ask here. It's going to run right past all these numbers, right over them. Watch it rise. And then my song is also drifting across the plains right now, and it's going to drift into New York soon. Wind is prevailing from the west to the east. So my song's going to hit and just drive this thing right through the freaking roof, folks. There it goes. RXT. RXT. Yep. There's nothing going to stop it through here. They have made no effort really to hold this even at 549. There's only 140,000 shares at 549, folks. Now, normally, folks, I would tell you to sell at 544 a share. Normally, I would suggest you sell some shares at 544. Always sell some shares at 544 and buy back as low as 520 or 538. Minimum 538. A lot of times you can get 544 down to 531 because that is a 13-cent drop. So I'm going to come in right here for 5 shares. There we go. I'm going to come in right here, buy market, 5 shares. Because they're 3 cents under my dollar cost average, folks. That's why. And I'm going to try and buy here, 526. I really, really, really like to get my dollar cost average down to 530, to be honest with you. I really would. Right now, I'm trying to buy 511 and 520. Nah, they just don't have the gumption to get it down there. They've never had any real shares down here for sale. I guess they're trying to get a little respect at 526, so I'll just buy there. They haven't had any representation here at this price range. So I guess they're trying to get a little bit at 526 and show a little bit of strength at 526. I mean, here above that, they got 360, 299.99, 298, 366. So here, they want that same number, 366, folks, or 360. That's what they're trying for now. At 526 a share, they want to have 360 there at least. So I guess they're just going to trade around my dollar cost average now, folks. They had it just now up to 544, then down to 526. So they're trading in a 20-cent range around my DCA. And that's the end of 526s. And that'll be the end of 528s too, I'm sure. And so the stock we're buying right now is RXT. RXT. And my dollar cost average is going to get dropped down if they come down any lower. They better be careful. I'm going to drop my DCA down below 530. Wonder how long they'll be able to hold it under my DCA now until it pops again. Well, like I said, I think they got to get 300,000. Oh, 526 and a half pops out. 526 and a half. And I just got a 524. Let's try for 520. Come on. Well, I'm going to go for 524 again. Hey, Alexa, when do the Detroit Pistons play next?
The Cavaliers and Pistons are facing off in Game 4 tonight at 8 p.m. at Rocket Arena.
All
The
right.
Pistons are leading the series 2-1.
Alexa, stop. All right, let's hover down here 6 cents under my dollar cost average and accumulate at 525, 526 as long as we can. They throw out the KY flag even at 526 and a half, meaning that they know that they're about to take it big time. And they know there's no real way to hold it underneath my DCA. And so they throw out the flag. And there she goes, back up over me now. So they got all they could underneath me. I guess there's no more shares at 526. They tried to get to 300,000 there. They could only get 217,000 there. So they were only able to acquire 217. Here, 400. Here, 300. Here, 300. Here. You see that? All these numbers in the threes and fours. And then here at 526, they can only get 231,000. And now the trouble is here they've already got 239. So if they can only hold 231 here, right here, they can only hold 235. How are they going to hold it at 240 now? How are they going to hold it there? If the max capacity they had here was 324 and then 428 and then here only 240, how are they going to hold it here at 241 or here at 367 or here at 319? How are they going to hold it there? They're not going to hold it there, folks. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. They're not going to hold it there. They still want, believe me, right here, they want 300,000 there. They still want it. And I just filled again there at that number because they want 300,000 here. They got to have respect, people, respect. Now they got 270. They're almost there. Less than 30,000 away from their goal. 300,000 minimum. And then you'll see it run. Just give them a minute, to get there. Got to get that quota. At 526 a share, they got to get it. Oh, I just saw 521 a share only has 280. So they may come after 521 to get that 300,000 there. Right? Yeah, for sure. They're going to want that. They'll probably go for that at the lunchtime low and try and get 300,000 at 521. And nicely, I just got to lower my dollar cost average down to 530, which was what I wanted. And I want to thank you, market manipulators, who have allowed me to do that on this stock. I'm very appreciative. And nice. And I'm going to try to get 519 now, which might get my dollar cost average down to 529, which would be even better. But that's kind of wishful thinking. But I'm the king of wishful thinking. I know you guys, some of you were thinking of that when I said it, so I said I'd go ahead and sing it then. Tell me I'm not. I'm right. I know I'm right. I know I'm right. You guys were thinking that. All right. Well, we've already seen that that market makers are working this stock very hard by driving it down to a 465 low, where they could only buy 2,000 shares, and now we're just watching them work it here in the mid afternoon, trying to accumulate out to 400,000 in every one of these, I guess. And it almost appears that their objective here is to just hold it here for as long as they can. And there she goes. She's back up now, so they're not going to get any more of these. And this should go on over these pretty quickly, folks. This should end quickly. What I see, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to share with you. I see right here 2,000, and I see 2,000 more. And now I see 10,000 trying to buy and 5,000 trying to sell. That's what I see. And I see 7,900 trying to buy, and I see 3,200 trying to sell, and I see 8,000 trying to buy, and only 6,000. And you know what? Guess what? They're not doing that typical spoof sale where they put 10,000 in up here. See, they're not spoof selling it yet. They're not spoofing it yet. But man, when you've got this many trying to buy it, and you've got only 500 or 600 trying to sell it. Look at that. And these are all spoofs. That's a spoof. See, it disappeared. It was a spoof. That 3,900 is a spoof. Oh, 5,000 want to buy. Watch this. Watch it, folks. They are still spoofing it, meaning they're dumping in fake order sales like they're going to sell them there. They're not selling them there. And they don't have 2,600 at 523 either. Watch it disappear. See it? It just disappeared. It's gone. Where did it go? There's no 5,700 shares. Right here, we've got 7,000 trying to buy. Watch this number disappear. Just watch it go. There'll just be hundreds. There it goes. Oh yeah, they got another 1,000 there for sure. They do. 7,000, 8,000. Where'd that 1,000 share order go that was up here? Where'd the 200 just go, for gosh sakes? Oh, watch it go, folks. You got 8,000, 6,000 want to buy. There's only 2,300 here, 4,500. There's only 35. And that's probably not even true either. They're spoofing the hell out of this thing right now. There it goes. And now, oh, yeah, raise it up. Oh, yeah, raise them on up. Raise your sell orders. Raise your sell orders. Raise those sell orders. Look down here. 2,200 plus 6,600, that's 8,800 there, and another 4,000 here. And you've only got this many shares. There she goes. There she goes, folks. And they're going to be raising these now. Watch this 6,000 leave and come up here. They'll raise them. They'll raise them, folks. They'll raise those. The 1,000, they'll raise them. Oh, yeah. And nothing for here till 536. Oh yeah, 3 cents under my DCA. Yeah, sure, 2,800 shares. Well, what? How's that going to stack up against the 6,600 here and the 6,600 here? It isn't. There it goes. There it goes. Oh yeah, there she goes, right up over my DCA. Oh yeah, they got 6,000 shares there. For now, it's 3,000. What in the world's going on? Where's the 6,000 that was there? They're not there, folks. It's all spoofing. It's all called spoof selling. See that? Gone. And down here, you still have many, many wanting to buy. 1,000 here, 6,000 here. Look at, they just raised it to there. They just raised it to there. This thing's going to run, folks. RXT. And they got 9,000 here? Sure they do. Oh, here they are. Look at them, 543, 13,200 shares. They're spoofing you people. They weren't there. Where did they just put those in? Why did they just put them in? They're faking. They're faking. It's all fake. It's all fake. All fake. And you can learn it right here on this channel. 10,000 wanting to buy here now. And against 3,000 that want to sell. 11,000 that want to buy. And watch this order for 13,200. Watch it disappear. Watch this order freaking flat out disappear, evaporate into thin air. You watch at 543. You remember that number there. You remember it at 543. Watch it disappear. Watch it disappear. Oh, how many shares now here? RXT, 576,000 shares. Oh boy, 592,000 on my dollar cost average, folks. You know, the most they could buy down here was 740,000. That was the most they could get at any one of these, 740. How much was here? 529. How much here? 562, 413. Oh, geez, oh Pete. Are you kidding me? 562,000, 529,000 broke away from there. 710,000 broke away from there. 710,000. And then here, 598,000. Well, they're done. That was my dollar cost average limit, 598,000. That's all they could get. Down here, they were able to pull off 710,000 there. And that was at 520 a share. 710,000. Here they maxed it out at 599 on my dollar cost average. Boy, come on, Shorty, come on down here and make it 6,000,000, 600,000, please. Come back down and at least make this respectable, 600,000. I mean, I need to get some respect. if you're down here below me and you're getting, that's right. If you're down here below me, if you're down here below me and you're getting 710,000, then I need to see that at my number. Okay. I'm going to be mad if I just see 599. That sucks. Come on, guys. You got to get over 710,000 at my DCA. And they probably have it on their platter for 12 noon, 12:30. They got it. They'll get it at 12:30. They'll have this the most numbers of the day. I hope so anyway. Oh, look, they got it. They got the 6. Oh, good. Good. Well, that's good. I'm glad to see that you got it something respectable. But can you please make it the most of all the numbers today? Can you beat this 710,000 please on my DCA? Can you do that? You're 107,000 away right now. Should be a piece of cake for you. Just 107,000 more, and you'll have the most shares you could buy on my DCA. That'll be sweet. And that makes me feel good when I know that you like to buy with me. It won't take much more. You're almost there. You're almost there. 103,000, 102,000. Oh, come on. Oh, that's all you're going to get is 605, 261. Jeez. It's done, folks. They're done. They can't hold it any longer. It's done. And they've already got 500, 466, 477, 612, 444. Ladies and gentlemen, the next number we're going to go to is $5.36. We're going to be at $5.36 right now. Here we go. 536 is the price it's going to within the minute. And here it comes. And they want to get right here. They want to get 500,000 or 600,000 here. All right. So 536 is where it's going right now. 536. See, they must have they must have a 500,000 quota at all these numbers here. That's all I can figure. They've got to get 500,000 at all these numbers. Every one of them. They've got to get 500,000. But again, I still think they want to get the most shares at my dollar cost average today. I think that wants to be the biggest number today. And where are they at now? 606. 606 on my DCA. 618. Well, they're working for that number. 7, what was it? 710, 694. Where are they now? Holy cow, they already got 937,000 at 540. I thought they were, I had no idea they had that much, bought that much more over my price. And by the way, just so you know, up at that number, half of the volume was bought on the ask. See, half of it was sold to the bidders there to make the price start falling. But when it came back up, more than half, about half was bought on the ask. It looks like they might still be upset about not getting what they needed at 526. They only got 284 at 526. That's weak, people. All right, let's get my number up here and make it the record. 530 right now. 629. You're going to have to go up to 937 there now. It's even higher than I thought. But as of right now, my dollar cost average is sitting in third place for the most shares accumulated at that price. I'm in third place right now. Sitting here in third place as they fill up more shares there. And if I can get over which I think I will, 710,000, I'll be in second place. Yep. If I can get over 710,000, I'll take over second place on my dollar cost average. And unfortunately, they've already run over my DCA, and 647 is going to be the end of it. That is it. It's over, folks. No more holding below my DCA today. This is RXT is the stock we're talking about. And they were only able to get 647 there. So down here, they were able to get 710. And at my dollar cost average, only 647. They're still trying to buy there, though. No doubt about it. They're trying to hold it there on my dollar cost average. Still showing 13,200 at 543. Well, we'll see where those shares go to when the price gets up here to 542. Watch them disappear, folks. 8,000 wanting to buy, 2,900 want to sell. And unfortunately, that's over my dollar cost average. So they're not going to get what I was hoping. They're not going to get, I'm not going to get anything better than third place today. I was really hoping they'd at least get the same they got here, 710 on my dollar cost average. I thought they would. And they may still try for it, like I said, at lunchtime. 668, 166. Well, they just flat ran out there. They just flat ran out of shares there. And we've gone from 668, 166 to 608, 569 to 553. They're getting weaker and weaker now. These are weak chassis, folks. They cannot handle the workload. This is a weak chassis. 533 now. And now we're going to go over this one because we've already hit 507. We've already hit 612. We're going to go over that. We're going to this price next. 536 is where we're headed. We've already got all the quota we need there. We're going to 536. And we'll be there at 536 in no time. We're going to be at 536 in no time, folks. Going to jump right over this, going to jump over that, and we're going to there right now. Because these are maxed out. We're just going to run right up to here, 536. $10,700 when I buy on my dollar cost average. Man, they're still trying to make this the highest. So yeah, they're building there 679. Now, they've got to get to 710,000. Ah, well, that's all they got. 679. Dadgummit. Oh, 679, 666. 679, 666. Oh, jeez. You got to be kidding me. And look at that thing take off after that. Up to 536, the number I called out. Right up to what I called out. There they are. Look at them filling on that line now because I told you 536 is where we're going next. Right there. Boom. There it is. Whoop. There it is. And they've already got 453,000. So they've only got room for maybe 200,000 more if they're lucky. Oh, geez. Oh, no. She's gone, folks. She's gone. She's escaped. And listen, there should be nothing here. There never was anything in this region. So we should go all the way up now. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right. There's never been anything in this region over here for sale. It's been very thin in this area. And I presume it'll go right back beyond that right now. Here it goes, folks. There it goes, folks. There it goes. Just back over it, just like I told you. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. I just sold RXT at 558. Now I want you to sell 560, 564, 566, 572. I told you there's never been any shares through this region. There's never been any. And I just sold 560. And I'm just selling 5 shares at a time here. But I know to sell this number. I know to sell 560, folks. This is a number to sell some. I just sold 561. Now we're going to sell 577 and 579. Make sure you sell 572.73, folks. Please sell some of that. RXT. And congratulations, everyone. Make sure you sell 582, 583. Come back in here to buy 10 shares at a time. And I'm coming over to my real account. And I'm going to sell here. And I want to try to sell here at 566. But I'm just going to sell 565. And coming up here, now we want to come in, buy 5 shares, 549. Because we know these options players, they're not going to want to pay out over 550. So they're going to come for 544, 543. There she goes. There she goes. I'm going to come up and try to buy 555. Now come on down here. I'm going to sell 567, 572. I'm going to sell 571, 572. And up right now $135 on this position. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, right on up. I'm trying to buy 557 now. These are numbers on my buy sell sheet. These are buyback numbers after you sell the 566. So I'm selling here 563, 564, 566. I would normally tell you to buy to sell at 560, but we've already hit that number. We've already hit and sold some there. But I believe they're going to try to hold this in a trench now between 555 and 566 for a while. So I'm going to play that trench. And I just bought 554. There we go. Nice. 547, 544. Very good. Good, good, good. And my dollar cost average has now dropped all the way down to 519. I told you I wanted to have my dollar cost average down to 520 by the end of the day, and maybe even below $5. The number now to buy is 538, ladies and gentlemen. RXT 538. There it is. Now we're going to try for 533. These are all numbers on the buy sell sheet. One more time at 538 here. Come on. And let's try and get a 536 in here too. They'll go for that. I just raised my dollar cost average to 520, which kind of sucks. But I know when I just sold up there at 560s and 570s that this is 30-cent drop is very typical, 40-cent drop. So I'm coming in here trying to buy 536 right now, 537, 538. There we go. I got it. 537. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I was selling 20 shares at a time. I'm only buying back 5 at a time here, okay? All right, JP. All right. JP, more so, I'm trading RXT as a stock. And I'm trading it on Charles Schwab Think or Swim. And let's go and see if my order status sold. And see if I sold some up here. I'm using Charles Schwab. And I've got an order for sale at 565. Let's try and buy some 544. Yeah, this thing's looking good today, folks. Good day trade stock, RXT. The next order I hope to fill is at $5.38. I just did get 544 just then. And you betcha I'll get a 543 if I can here after I just sold in the 560s. There it is, 543. I got it. Let's get us a 540 right now. Come on. 540. And then the 538. I got 539 just then. 539. Nice. And yes, I'm buying here, folks, because I know they've already reached 1 million at 540. That's the most they've gotten any stock at 540 is 1 million shares. They have not gotten more than that at any other number than 540, and they've gotten 1 million shares there. That's the highest bought number today, 540. Well, except for Up here, they got 3 million at 564. So yeah, I'll buy there. I'll buy there where 1 million have already been sold. I can't believe they're not showing any numbers. I don't believe they're not showing any numbers. And I just got a 536, looking for 533 now. I've raised my dollar cost average up to 522 now, buying these drop prices. It's nice, man. They've really been manipulating this one very good today. And let me tell you again now, there is really a very, very big gap that is formed between here and here. Okay. There is a massive gap here. Don't be surprised to see it run right back up to here again, because there's just been nothing through here. There's never been anything through here. It's just getting run down and run up and run down and run up. And there's nothing in between. There's nothing in there. Nothing in between there. Just a lot of accumulating here, where they've now gotten 1,033,000. I like it. I like buying where everybody else is buying, folks. Where the most shares were bought today, folks. And I just bought 540. Just got 539. Nice. I'm buying where everybody else is buying. 1,448,000 shares have been sold there now. And I just got a 538 buy. I know they're not going to stay here long. They can only get 820,000 here, 648, 625, and now 1 million. Okay, we'll see how this works. Down here, they can only get 679, 613, 588, 538, 530, 649, 467, 820, 649 again, 637, 1 million, 1 million at 540. How can they have any room left at 540 when they ran out of room at these lower numbers down here? Well, I'll let you figure that out, folks. I'm going to buy 539 and 540. And I just filled at 540 again and 539. Well, I'm no rocket scientist, ladies and gentlemen, but I can see down here they could hardly had room for storage of any real quantity. In fact, at 472, there was only 200,000. At 473, there was only 300,000. At 482, there was only 400,000. And here there was only 413,000 at 483. So I pay attention to the math. Down here, there was only 421,000 at 499. And there was only 562,000 at $5. So I do the math, and I know right here at $5.20, there was only 710,000 shares available. Here at their next big number, they accumulated 530. There was only 679,000. Again, down here, 710,000 at 520. Here, 679,000 at 530, and it ran up above it. And now we've got 1,800,000. Here, 537,000, 544. Huh? So down at the lower number, 533, they had 546,000. The next number, they can only get 540. Then here, 783 at 535. 527,000 at 536. That's the number they want now, 536, folks. And an interesting thing, I told everybody this an hour ago that we were going to jump up from here to 536 and they were going to fill out this area. That's what I said. I told you guys that they were going to try to jump past all this to 536. And there they are, 536, right where I said they would be. And I told you that they would want this number to be the same as this. They want these numbers to 600,000, 700, 800. Here we go. So they just got 800 at 735. They're still 300,000 away from that at 534. So that's not going to happen. They got 805,000 at 535, folks. 808,000 there now. I wonder what happens when they get up to 1 million there, like they did here, 1 million. I honestly like it when I see lower numbers up here where they couldn't get as many as they try to bring it back down and get here. Well, there she goes, 536 again. And they've now got 536,000 at $5.36. What a coincidence. 538,000 at 536 now. The stock is RXT that I'm on, ladies and gentlemen. RXT. And I am of the presumption that they're just trying to equal this candlestick out to the same length as these, and then it will run. So I'm going to buy here at 536. And I just bought 5 more at 536. And you'll hold on here. Well, at least I've been able to drop my dollar cost average down to 523 a share now. There we go. Last call for 536, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 536. RXT, last call for 536. I'm calling it right now. Last call for 536. There it is. I just filled there, 536. Thank you. And now on that number, they've almost got 600,000. They've almost reached their quota of 600,000 there. They're at 557,000, so they're only 43,000 away from their quota. And now they've got 557,279. 557, 879. Yes, indeed. Well, I called it. I told you they were going to settle up here at 536 is where we were going to go to next, and that's where they're sitting. I knew it. I knew that they wanted to get this out to 600,000 at this number. 536. And I called it out. I called it out to everyone. And no, they're not going to get it, folks. They're failing to get the 600,000. They're still trying here. They've got it up to 573, so they're only 27,000 away from it. Come on, baby. I'm pulling for you, Shorty, to get the 600,000 there. I know what it means to you. I know how much it means to you to get 600. Down below that, you were able to get 865,000. Wow. It's impressive. So you got your 600,000 there at 533. 532 is lame with only 588,000. So yeah, folks, look for them to come to 532 and round that out to 600,000. Okay, right now they want 600,000 there because they got 600,000 at 531 and they got 600,000 at 530, and they're not even close at 529. They only got 404,000 at 529, but they got 679 at 530, 613 at 531. And here's where they're lacking: 532. They only got 588,000. So they got to get that to 6. They only have 588,000. They got to get it to 6. And they're there now. What a coincidence that they would be sitting on this number now where they've got to get 600,000. And they've only got 576,000 there now. 577. They're close. 578. Oh, you're kidding. You're only going to get 580? You're 20,000 away. Come on. 584, 16,000 away here. No, they're going to get it. They're going to get it. They're going to get it. There's 600,000 quota. Sitting now at 584, 871. And here is, they've already got 600,000 here, so that means nothing to them. They got 700,000 here. They got 600,000 here. They got 649,000 there, and here only 584,000. That's where they're going to. 533 a share, folks. Here we come. 533 a share. They've got 584,000 there right now. And here they come, right up to it now. Here it comes, nestling in to get 600,000 at 533. And here it is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Watch. They're going to get 600,000 at that number right there. That is what they're aiming for right now, 600,000. They got to get it, folks. There we go. Come on. Oh, no. 585, and it blew over it. It blew over that, folks. Come on. 598,000. Oh, my gosh. Come on. You're 2,000 away, Shorty. Come on. Oh, my gosh. They got it. 604. All right. They did it, folks. They're going to get paid now for that. They're going to get paid for that number, 604. And they've already got 605, they've already got all this. So they don't get, they got that what they needed there. They got the 600,000. So they get paid for making that quota. Nicely done. Very nice. I'm proud of you. That was sweet. So now you got your 600,000 here, your 600,000 here, 600,000, 600,000. You're free to go. You're free to go. You're free to climb. You're free to keep climbing now. Hey, by the way, guys and gals, where did that 13,000 share bid go to? I forgot where the number was even. I think it was at 524 a share. 524 a share. They had 13,000 shares there for sale. And I said, it's not there. As soon as we get up there, it's going to blow right over. They'll be gone. That'll be disappeared. Poof, gone. Well, they've already reached their quota here. 530, they've already got 736,000 there. So they got their quota there. I guess they're going to try to get paid on the 529 line now. There's only 425. It's done, folks. Watch this thing rise now, folks. And I could be wrong, but I'm telling you that I honestly believe that this RXT stock is now going to rise right on past all these numbers. And the next place it's going to is 541 a share, folks. 541 a share. Watch it rise past all these numbers up to 541, where they're going to want to try to get 600,000. Okay. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Seeing them sitting here at 529, like they're going to get 600,000 here now. They know where my DCA is, 524, and at the lunchtime low, they're going to go for 522, folks. But unfortunately, it just ran up over here, and it's gone. It's gonna go, folks. It's gonna ride over all this now. They've already, folks. They've already shaven this bald. This is bald. It's gonna run right back up here now. It's all bald. Everything here is bald. There's nothing left here, folks. There's nothing left. Smooth and slippery. Smooth and slippery. Smooth and slippery. Watch it rise right on over all that. Well, you can only squeeze so much out of it, folks. You can only squeeze so much out. Here they're coming for my DCA again. They're probably like, holy crap, how did he get his DCA all the way down to 524? It was just at like 566, and then it was at 530. How did he get it down to 524? Well, it doesn't matter how I did. You can see where they want to be now at my DCA. And funny thing was, my DCA was just a little bit down to 520. I had it down below 520. And now, since they ran this down here, I've been buying these shares up because I know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. I knew what they were doing when they ran the price down to 488 too. I told you guys, man, we buy these 488s right now. We're going to sell them at 520. And look where the price is, 524 now, 525. I told you, 488 buy, 520 sell. Yep. Robert Bassender, you're rarely wrong. Leg to 548, otherwise it's a breakdown. No, there's no breaking down. Nope. All they want to do now is accumulate some shares. They see my new DCA, so they're going to sit on my DCA for a while. They're going to load up some shares here on my DCA. They know where I'm at. They know where I'm at. They'd like to sit there. You saw them sit there this morning for a half hour on my DCA when it was even higher than this. Uh, well, this is disrespectful anyway to have such minimal volume down here just over my DCA and just below me. That's pitiful. And they know that, so they got to try to come down here on my DCA and get a few more shares and build up some respect. Uh-oh. And I guess the max they can get now is 561, 294, 392. Yikes, look out. And the stock is RXT, everyone. RXT. Allo is in the same spot as RXT as far as crux levels. I got you, Robert Bassender. Thank you. Well, there she goes, folks. Down here piddle-putting around. I wonder where that 13,000 shares sell order went to. Well, well, well. Pretty dang weak where they can only get 294,000 at 526, folks. That is weak. They're wanting more there. And we are at 11:40 a.m. 11:40 a.m. And the price is rising. I guess they had one more number they were shooting for. That was to get at least 300 or 400,000 at this price of 526. But they could only come up with 294,000 there. And that is what it is, folks. They can only get 294,000. No, that's a number that they want to get their quote on. I don't know how much they get paid or in what fashion, but I know if they can get all of them. See, they've already got here. All of these are in the 400,000 range. So down here we had 742,000, 525,000, 492,000, 466,000, 561,000, and then at 526 only 294,000 there. It's pretty lame. And then only 454 here, 548 here, and up she goes. 457 and up she goes because she went up at 454, folks. She's going to go up at 457, and she did. And now she's at 430, and she's already at 800,000 there. So sayonara to that too. All this is oversold. Everything from here all the way up is oversold. We're going to 541 right now. We're going to go to 541 right now, ladies and gentlemen, in the next 5 minutes. 541 a share. All this is oversold, every single bit of it. And we're going to go up to 541 a share in the next 5 minutes. They might stop it here for just a jiffy at 536, where they want to try to get 800,000 share minimum, okay? Just a jiffy pop at 536. Here we come. Watch it rise to 536 right now. Watch it shoot up to 536 right now. In 5 minutes' time, we'll be at 536, folks, or less. Oversold, 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 oversold. Boom. 536. Watch and learn. Watch and learn. And there it goes. Oversold, so it moves on. Oversold, moving on. Oversold, moving on. Oversold, moving on. It's going to run right up here to 536. Watch it go, folks. 4,700 want to buy and 4,500 want to sell, huh? I don't believe that one bit. And look at this order up here, supposedly 6,600 at 540. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I want you to notice this is spoof selling. Spoof selling. You are not going to see that order stay there at 540 share. It won't. It won't stay. As soon as the price gets to 538 or 39, that number will mysteriously evaporate off of the screen. You watch. And I'm telling you, it's going to rise past here and go all the way up to 536 is my call right now. And it shouldn't take long. It should not take long. There we go, 530. Here comes 531. There you go. There it is, 531. Next is 532. There, oh, there's the KY flag at 530.94, where they tried to buy 263,000 shares. And here it goes. Just like I said, 532's next, then 533, 34, 35, and 36. All this is oversold. Sorry, no more room on the train here. You're going to have to go right on up. Keep moving up the aisle. Keep moving up the aisle. And there it goes. Look at the buyers coming in. And when we get up here to 539, watch this 6,400 share order, 6,600 shares. Watch that disappear. Watch it disappear. And now we drift over all these oversold numbers now, slowly rising over all these oversold numbers. You know, interestingly enough, Charles Schwab Thinkorswim has decided to stop putting numbers. What's that? What's the number there? Oh, what's the number there? Trying to buy. And look at that, another KY flag at 531 and a half. Oh my gosh, 531 and a half. They've already sold 908,000. Well, they're done there. They're done there. Oh, 712,000. I want you to know down here they could only get 700. What was it? Down here, the most they could get 742,000. And just now they just hit 830. Oh, 741. Well, you know, they got their quota there. Down below was 742. So there's 741. Here we got 913. So you can say goodbye to 931 and a half. And that's out of here. Oh my goodness, guys. Wow. Hold on a second here. All right. Let's get this over with. I know you guys have already got your quota. Let's get on up here to 536 where you really want to be. You got to get 600,000 here. I know you have your dreams and disillusionment thinking you're going to be able to buy some more down here under my DCA during lunchtime, and you might. But I wouldn't count on that because we've already reached 848,000 here at 530. We've already reached 750,000. And down here, all you could have the capacity for was 742,000. So I don't presume it's going to stay up here. Nope, I do not, ladies and gentlemen, because here it gave way at 742,000. You can see that. It gave away at 742,000. It broke the capacity. And here, only 561,000. It broke capacity. Here, only 848,000 and you broke capacity. Here, 700 773,000. You're breaking capacity. Check SIDU, okay? Well, hold on a second. It's easy for me to check because I'm holding on to that stock and I have it over here and I'm carrying SIDU. I see it. I bought it this at 371. What they do? A public share offering was up a was up 170%. Was down 20%. What in the world happened to CDU? Yeah, I'm up 9% on SIDU today. I see that. But I'm up 12% on my RXT buys. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game over. Looks like they can only get 470,000 at 528, and now we've already got 879 at 529. We've already got 797 at 530. We're going to go over all this. We're going to go over all this, folks. It's going over all this. It's going to go all the way up to this number right here, right now, 536. This is where it's going to right now, folks. RXT. And let me go over here to the 1-day chart on RXT. Looks good, folks. Now, let's look at SIDU. Nice. Yes, 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 yes. SIDU. Nice. Well, I told everybody a couple days ago they had beat that thing down so they could buy it all up before it ran up on the IPO for SpaceX. That's what I told everybody. And they had help from Benzinga. Because here's what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what happened. When the news came out about their contract, the price shot up to 608. See that, Savannah? 608 was the high. And then right here, the next day, they did a public share offering. When they made that public share offering, the price fell like a rocket ship to right here and was starting to recover. And Benzinga broke out a story saying that they had done a public share offering. Their headlines, Benzinga's headline said, SIDU stock price tumbles on public share offering. So the public share offering had been done 4 days earlier, but here was Benzinga announcing it 4 days later. And boy, that made the price just tank down. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see something very closely regarding SIDU here. And this is called mirror trading, okay? So this is the mirror right here, right in the middle. Look at that rise. Look at that rise. Look at that drop. Look at that drop. Look at that rise. Look at that rise. Look at that drop. Look at that drop. Look at that rise. Look at that rise. See it? It's called mirror trading. But from this second rise here, this thing went up. And listen, they knew it. This is mirror trading. They saw this, they saw that, they saw this, they saw that, saw this, saw that, saw this, saw that drop, saw that drop, saw that pop, saw that pop. And then they said, no, we're not going to have it run up to here first. Before it gets up here, let's take it down. So this is where the mirror trading stopped. They said, shit, it's going to go all the way up to here. But before it does, let's crash it. Double nut sack it in the after hours and pre-market this day. Then run it down after hour pre-market, get a double nut. There's your double nut right there. And after that, boom, it launches all the way up to that line where it should have gone here before it was attacked down. See, this is the thing I want you to be aware of. Mirror trading. This high was that one. This high was that one. This low was that one. This high was that one. This low was never meant to go below this low. It was supposed to go off this and higher. But they said, the hell with it. Let's run it down in the pre-market. And then the next day, sack it and sack it on the middle of the matte mirror low. That's what they wanted to do. This same low. So they wanted to come off this mirror low. So there's the high, there's the high, there's the drop, there's the drop, there's the pop, there's the pop, there's the drop, there's the drop, there's the pop, there's the pop. And here, a drop and go, But here they just dropped it and said, no, let's nutsack it first. Then we'll let it go. Then we'll let it go. And that's what's happening with SIDU. See, they know that there's an IPO coming for SpaceX and that SIDU is likely going to ride on its shoulders when it does. And in case you don't know what happened back here on this date, which was on April the 16th, SIDU, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Let me get over here to SIDU. Here we go. April 15th. SIDU Space expands existing agreement with Lone Star Data Holdings to support additional StarVault orbital data storage payload. So SIDU got a big contract with Lone Star Data to build and deliver an additional StarVault orbital data storage. That's what made the price jump up to $6.08. And then they were attacked after a public share offering because if you're going to develop all that data storage and add data storage capability, you're going to need money to do it. So they did a public share offering right here, dropped it on down. 4 days later, Benzinga hits them with a double story saying that SIDU prices fall on public share offering. What a clever little trick there. Clever little trick. See here, just so you're aware of it, I want to show you about SIDU. 415, it says right here on 415, this is what it says right here. Hold on. 58 million registered direct offering. There it is, 58 million. But look down here. Hold on. It was on 415. SIDU. 415. All right. So 415 was the date of the announcement of the agreement to expand with Lone Star. And then after that, they did a public share offering. Right after that, they did a public share offering on the 20th. And they actually announced it on the 19th. On the 19th. So they announced it on the 19th. The first time it was announced on the 19th, and to make sure the price kept falling, they announced it again on the 20th. On the 20th. On the 20th. All these announcements on the 20th, 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 20th. CDU Space stock drops on $58 million offering on the 20th. But here they hit it again on the 21st. They decided, even though it was released on the 19th, the news came out, they hit it again on the 21st. And CDU Space stock drops as 58.5 million offering weighs on shares. And that was on the 21st. So they just kept reprinting the 419, the 420, the 421. They just kept hammering it home that they had done a public share offering. And that just drove the price down and down and down and down and down. Yep, it just fell and fell and fell on every announcement. One announcement on the 19th, one announcement on the 20th, 5 announcements on the 20th, another one on the 21st, just bashing it down. Then they got it to the bottom. Now, this is what it's doing right there. And it's got a 5-day crossing over the 10-day right now. And this is SIDU, ladies and gentlemen, SIDU. All right. Back over to RXT. Coming in the 1-day chart. All right. Very nice. Well, here's the median line now, right there. That's the happy median. And as you can see this morning, a massive vaginal right there. Vaggie drop, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, that one was deep and wide. And man, you'd need a pair of, like I said, you need to have a 2x4, a 6 foot 2x4 across your ankles to keep you from falling into that. All right. And then they try another one here, another little Vaggie, another little pair of tots here. And off she goes, right off the median line. RXT and breaking right up over that line of resistance as we speak. And you might want to look down here. There's a lot of buyers, folks. All these candlesticks, more buyers than sellers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers, more buyers now, more buyers right now, more buyers than sellers, ladies and gentlemen. Going to see a flat top green here in a moment. Very hard to bar chart a code, a stock like this with the 50-day average up above it. It's nearly impossible to barcode a stock with the 50-day average up above it and the 200 up above it. It's virtually impossible. Now with RXT, let's take a look at the 20-day chart. And there it is. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning, when they ran this stock down, I told you the reason I was buying it here this morning was because I never saw it stop at that price before. I told you that this morning when they drove it down. I said, you know what? I don't see anywhere they've ever stopped this price at that price before. Never. I saw them come close to it right there once and stop it from going up. But here it stopped from going down there. See that? And that's why I bought it there. That's why I bought it there this morning. RXT. And I told you that if I bought it at 488, I could sell it at 520. And now I see it sitting at 530 a share. So I was right. And you guys know I told you this morning, Poet and DGXX are rising. Thank you. DGXX. Nice. I'm up 139 on that. DGXX. Oh, nice. Well, I've got 80 shares of this, folks, and I'm going to sell at numbers I know to sell, and that is 806, 807, 808. And then I'm going to sell 811, 811. And here it goes, folks. It's going off right now. Thank you for calling my attention to that. I appreciate it. It is flying right now. And I'm going to sell 806, 807, 808 right now. And I'm up $145 on this position. DGXX. I'm up 146 bucks on it. And I know to sell these numbers, they're all over my buy sell sheet. 806, 807, 808. There we go. Nice. Now we're going to do 811 and 813 and 815 and 817 and 819 and 820. Here we go. Now you want to buy back? 797, 799. All right. You better sell these. You guys know you've got to sell 808. You just have to, folks. You got to sell some shares there. There it goes, right back down. And here we go. We're going to get a 797 and a 793 buy. Maybe 795. We'll try for 795. But look where they stopped it, Savannah. 808. Can you believe they would stop it at 808, Savannah? And then let me buy it back later, 10 cents below that at 7.98, where I just bought it, 10 cents below it. Huh, isn't that something? 10 cent below. My dollar cost average on this stock is $6.34 a share is my dollar cost average on this. And now we're going to try to buy 7.98, 7.99. We'll just put in an $8 there. Should get 7.99 one more time. DGXX, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm going to pull out my 807 and 808 order. Well, I'll leave the 808, but I'm going to take out the 807. Yep, and here it goes, folks. DGXX. Good call out, Rediggity. Man, this has been a good one for me. I wish I would have got in when you first called it out, but still, I'm doing well on it. All right, folks. I'm sorry that I've been muted for a while. I apologize. But I'm going to also ask you to please give me about 5 minutes here because I got something I got to deal with here at the house. If you'll just give me 5 minutes, I'm sorry that I had you on the mute for a little while, but we're back and we're going to be fine. But please give me 5 minutes here. I'm going to play you a little bit of my music while I'm gone, and we'll play a song that I play the saxophone on that I wrote back in the 1990s, and this song is called Stars. And we're watching the stock RXT, and I will be back here. You just have to give me a little bit of time. I'm going to hopefully have this song and maybe one more song play for you. And I hope you enjoy this song that I wrote back in the 90s that is entitled Stars. You can find it on all of your music providers by searching my name, Tyler, Tyler, last name Self, Selph. So here we go, folks. Enjoy. I'll be right back.
Need help scaling your business? You need Upwork. With Upwork, you can find and hire freelance experts in over 125 categories. It's fast and simple. Tell us about your project, check reviews and work history, and with a little help from our advanced AI, you've got a highly skilled professional who can lend a hand or take the reins. Find the right experts, scale on demand, go to market faster. Go to upwork.com to post a job for free. I'm really trying to improve my flexibility this year, so I asked ChatGPT to help me come up with a few stretches I can do every day. They're super easy to incorporate before or after a workout or before bed, and it only takes me 10 minutes. So many things that we love to share. We're always trying something new. That's what I like about loving you. And tonight when we get home, you know it's a fact that we're all alone. We're gonna just like to get like to get it out. Always want more. So we thank you. Let's do this one. To get there in these stars. You're that's what I am. And you got me now. Taking your hand. I'm just making this fun. It's what you so come on, turn it. It's time to get it taste. Time to satisfy the craving. And it's right to get always more. So glad to explore in life to get started. Tonight, you and me together for the night, a fantasy, a plan that lasts forever. Start feeling free. So many things. I'm so glad for the title today. He was walking so slowly as he made his way. down to a island. The runs it's time to stop and say goodbye. We could, but the traffic was busy with cars close behind. No chance of making it this time. So I said a prayer for that summer. I said a prayer for the circle. Yeah, I prayed on the drivers behind me would lie. Yeah, I've been swerved to make sure it's fine. Say passage crossing, traveling on the future in the forest and cool in the pond. I said a prayer for that tunnel's instead, and I prayed and saved me. Yeah, I said a prayer for that tunnel's day, and I prayed to survive and somehow save life. Yeah, I said a prayer for the tunnel's day. I said a prayer for the tunnel's. So, headed home with my home. I was dreading the sight of your head in the room. Was my prayer for him answered? Or was I lost? Oh my God, there he is, going right back across. And oh yeah, my friends, I did again. Yeah, I said a prayer for the circle. I said a prayer for the circle.
All right. You're listening to the music of me, Artist International, Tyler Self. Come on over to my music channel and absorb yourself into my musical adventure. And you will hear over 125 songs, some with videos included and some without. You will hear everything you can imagine and beyond your imagination, even, because there are songs there that will blow your mind and may encourage you through your walk of life. My music, I try to be positive with. Positive. All right, here we go. It's RXT, ladies and gentlemen, as they try to establish the lunchtime low right now. I always tell you my son's favorite time, he says, to buy is on the lunchtime low each day. And for those of you that are new here to the channel and didn't see this earlier today, I want to share something with you, if you don't mind. So I'm going to go over here to my Gmail, and I want you to, well, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to go over here to, we'll go to another thing that I want to go to. Cloud Photos. Give me a minute to get signed in. And I just wanted to share this with you. It isn't often that I get such a cool comment from anybody. But today in the chat, this is what popped in here. And I'm going to share it with you right now so that you'll know. And I want to share it with you now. We got to find the comment first. And if you'll give me a second, hopefully I can find it here. Just give me a second here. Capera was here, huh? Good. I have orders on BEAT waiting to be filled at 297 down through 266. Hello, Capera. I didn't see you there. I got to get to the end of this. Hold on, folks. I got to get to the end of this. Hold on a moment. I'm in the wrong place. I got to get all the way down here to the end. And I know I captured a picture of this statement, and I got to find it now. I screenshot when this comment was made, and for some reason it's not showing up in my photos yet. Dadgummit. But I know that I did screenshot it, and the guy had told me he has turned his account from 10,000 to 110,000 since he got together with me and started trading on this channel. And unfortunately, I don't see that picture yet showing up. I know it is on my camera because I screen captured it. And that was quite the statement that individual made today. And Nicole, I want to thank you for the floating hearts and the jewels, and thank you for the gold coin and for the star, and SIDU, Alo, all at the same levels as for resistance. Try to read everybody real quick. Robert Bassinger, 532 and lower seems like a battle after lunch, sideways, crappy stuff. Uh-huh. 532 and lower seems like the battle. Yep. Push it. I missed the 70s. Sell was a cooking a bit ago. Let's go 6. Robert Bassinger, and here she comes. See the train. Gone, baby. Congratulations. Thank you very much, U.S. Army Home Facilities. Stop hunt before the good squeeze up. Leg to 548. Otherwise, it's a breakdown. You're rarely wrong. IO, thank you, Jayhawk. Allo is in the same thing as RXT as Crux levels. Gotcha, Robert Bassender. I got some RXT at 523. Yeehaw. Wow, that click stock is getting smashed. Glad Fidelity won't let me buy it. LOD. LOL. I hear you. You must love them going to lunch on your DCS. Yes. Yep. DCS. Yes. I know what you mean. Sent party hat for 20 jewels. Thank you, Robert Bassinger. All right. I got your name on the list. I'm glad I went back and read everything. I need to make sure everybody who donates. Everybody's got to get their name on the list who donates. Thank you very much. All right. Cat check CD, click, bounce back. All right. CLIK is starting to back bounce, says JR Monreal. CLIK. JR Monreal. Okay, listen. In case you're joining me here late at this deal, I want you to know these are the stocks that have been called out today. All right. And I always try to go over all these, but man, there's get to be so many coming in that I don't have a chance to go over all of them, folks. It becomes a lot of stocks. So if you guys can help me out and take a look, maybe take a picture of this, take a picture or what have you, and then maybe, or just pause and write it all down, write these stocks down, and then maybe we can find one that really is taking off this afternoon out of all these. I haven't had a chance to look at everything yet. Jayhawk, thanks you. Over 100,000. I meant my 2 cents. Oh, I think he said over 10,000. Yes. Yeah. Over 100,000. Yes. 100,000. He had gone from, I think, 10,000 to over 100,000. D-Tab says at Freddie Marcos, hi Freddie, where are you buying your 100 shares of RXT at what price? Well, if I were you, I'd be buying at 513 a share, my friend. And if I were you, I would have just bought it at 508. 508 is always a buy number. If they drive it down to that number, if they drive it up to that number, it's always a sell. 508 is always a sell. If they drive it up to that number, if they drive it down to that number, it is always a buy. At least a buy for a few shares, not 1,000 share buy, but a 5 or 10 share buy. You nibble at these folks when they get to these bottoms. You're not sure how low it's going to go. Don't ever get overconfident and think they're just going to go right by my buy sell sheet. They don't always, folks. You guys have seen before. They'll take it well below my buy sell sheet number. They'll just keep dropping sometimes, and you have to be waiting always. You always have to have dry powder. Always have to keep dry powder. There's no question about it. As we look at this stock right now, as we look right here, RXT, this stock, I sent a picture up last night to show everybody, just so you're aware of this. Maybe you didn't see this, but I will show you right now. This stock was at 608 a share in the pre-market. And okay, honey. And this stock, and what time am I going to be blessed with your presence? 10 o'clock? Oh, no. I said, what time will I be? You said you were going to be late tonight and I'll be on your own because you're going to be eating with, okay. Well, I'll miss you till 7. I'll miss you even more if it's till 7:30. And I'll be calling if it's past 8 to check on your whereabouts and your safety. RXT, oof, is it still a buy? Oh, yeah. RXT, it's still a buy. Listen, the doggone stock was all the way down to $4.65 this morning, where I was just chowing down on it. And I thank them every time I got to buy a share down there because every share I bought lowered my DCA. And now looking at the numbers that they've achieved at all these numbers down here, it won't be long till they have their quota of 1 million here and here and here and here and here and here. And when they do, then it will rise. But they got to get this. They even tried to get 507 for a million. They came to 901. That was close. But up here, you can see they've already maintained their whole quotas 1 million at all these, almost all of them. But I love that my dollar cost average is right here, folks, where they've already purchased 1 million. They've already reached their quota. Now they're reaching for 1 million at 508. They just got to get a million there. They got to show that they're worthy. And they've got to show that they've got some cojones and that they can get a million at 508. That's what they're trying anyway right now. They're trying for it. Give them all the credit in the world for all the effort they've made. Oh no, 50701. Oh my gosh, they've already got 946,000 at 50701. You know, I often wonder, why do they even bother showing that? I often wonder, why do they even bother showing that? That they got 901,000 at 507, and at 50701 they got more. 946,000. Then it went higher. And at 508 they could only get 824,000, and it went higher. Boy, howdy. Look at them all wanting to buy 508 now, Savannah. Swarming all over this thing to buy 508. 508, folks. And they're going to show you 950,000 at 50701. Well, look at all the other shares over here selling at 507 and a half. Why aren't you showing that number? Huh? Oh, look, they even raised the KY now to 50714, which I'm shocked isn't 50713. But just look at that, folks. Look at all the shares that they've already got around this number. They've been even at the tweeners, they've been building up almost a million shares, all in between. 50701, 50714. And again, why are you showing me this? Why do I care? Why should I care? To show you got 982,000 at 50714, and you just had 950 something thousand at 50701, and you got 916,000 at 919,000 at 507. It's a lot of buying going on at 507, 508 range, people. A lot. A whole heck of a bunch. But you know what? Until they start showing these numbers, these halvesy numbers they're throwing out, you don't realize it. But man, there's a lot of volume in here, folks. I'll tell you what, I wish there was a way to zoom in even more on this. I don't believe there is, but let me try to zoom in it more. Nope. I am max zoomed in. You know, I was hoping if I kept click the zoom in that they'd show me the in between numbers between 507 and 508 and show me how many shares are there. But well, here we go, folks. They're going to reach. Unfortunately, they couldn't get a million at 507. They're not showing it. And sadly, they haven't gotten a million at any number, 508, 507, or any 507 in between. They haven't done it. They've gotten right at it, but they haven't reached a million. And I have a feeling if they couldn't get it here at 507, they're certainly not going to get it at 508. And I haven't seen a million anywhere. Even at $5, they only had 997,000. How can they be that weak? See, this tells me something about the entity that is controlling this stock right now. To me, this speaks volumes when you cannot see them get a million at $5. They've got the 997, the same amount they got here at 510. 997, folks. What is up with this number 997? Is that what they got to get now at 507? They got to get 997 here? Is that the new number, the new norm? 997, 997, 997? Have they got to get a 997 here? Look at them putting it in a 50601. 50601. They've already got 815,000 there too. Here we go, folks. Here it goes. Watch it, folks. Watch it. Watch this thing move. Man, I can feel this thing. I feel the energy behind it. I can just tell by the way they're trying to hold this thing with these little fractional numbers that and showing off these fractional numbers that this thing might be making a move here soon. I'm showing you very close. I'm watching it like a hawk, folks. RXT. That's the stock I picked today. You can look at all the others that I just showed you on my list. You might find other stocks that are even hotter than RXT right now. And keep your eye on the chat, people, because everybody's here in the chat and they're talking about stocks that are on the run, and you can maybe get over on them, and they can be really running. And you might make a lot of money off these other people's picks. Catfish, please help me, kind sir. I'm working on understanding this fully. Yep, maybe they are trying to fill the sack on RXT for the bull run. Yes, I believe it. And I find it interesting that they're getting here 788 and 506, 833, 50601, 992. What is up with this? What is up with this? 997 down here at $5. Oh, and we got 998, 999. Here we go. Finally, they're going to get a million at a number, folks. And then I wonder how, there it is. Yay, they got the million. They're probably popping champagne right now. The shorty champagne. They probably got out that top shelf shorty champagne. Asti Spumani, that's what they're using. Yeah, they've gone all out for that Asti. Yeah, that brute. Honey, what's the name of that other champagne that's Corbel? Yeah, yeah, they got out their Corbel and their Asti Spumani, and some of them probably can only afford the cider. It's just like grape juice, spritzy grape juice. Hey, look at that. 507. They got it again. They're over a million shares there. They're ringing and popping that belt. They're popping the champagne. And my goodness gracious, they'll be waking up with that massive hangover from all of those impurities. And yeah, that alcohol, man, that they, so many of these beverage companies that are making this vodka and bourbon and stuff, and they make all these claims and everything on their bottles, but most of them are just using industrial alcohol, folks. Some of them the worst corn they can, the lowest grade corn that they can use for vodka or and they run it through. They don't run it. They don't do any distilling in copper at all. And copper is what actually eliminates all the toxins. Copper is what all the toxins are absorbed by. And but acetone is what is in a lot of vodka. That is all many of the top vodka names out there, including the biggest scam of all, which is Grey Goose, which is nothing other than a guy who kind of ran on the heels of another company that was. He just started bottling it in France, and he got the France thing and decided to charge four times what everybody else was charging for vodka, and it created it created a big well, it's just, I can look what I can afford to drink, and it became one of those status. It's a status symbol. But there's a great video on YouTube I watched here just recently, all about these vodkas, and there's actually only two that are worth their weight, and actually potato origin, family recipe, family bottled. One of them is called, I'll just share it with you, Chopin. One of them is called Chopin Potato Vodka, and another one is something in Blair, Blair vodka. You can put something in Blair. I can't remember what the first word was. It's another name, like Hunt and Blair or something like that, but I can't remember the first one. But it was Definitely something in Blair vodka, and both of them are fairly reasonably priced. Around 30 around $30 to $35, but they hammered Absolute Vodka and hammered many of the biggest manufacturers, Svedkin or whatever it was, the sweetest vodka, and many others. Absolute they hammered, and they hammered Tito's. Oh my gosh, they just Tito's saying their vodka's handmade. And anyway, just so you're aware, yes, Polish Chopin. Yes, I didn't hear about Kettle One. The shorts are drinking some Night Train. Yeah, MD 2020. Popping the MD 2020 right now. They got 1 million shares at 507. Now they're trying to get 1 million at $5, folks. They've only got 997, and they heard they got it. They got 1 million at 5. Woo-hoo! What makes me wonder is that they struggled so hard just now to get it down to 1 million at $5. If they struggled that hard, how did they ever get it down to $4.65 earlier? Right, where they had only 679 shares. How is that, huh? 679 shares is all they had at the lowest price. 600, I'm sorry, yeah, 679 shares. It makes you wonder, how did they get it down to that price for just 679 shares? You're talking about 3 grand, folks, right there. 3 grand. 3 grand at that price. That's all they could buy there. And at the price above that, there was only 1,500 shares at 466, and only 50,000 at 467 were available. Then 202,000 at 468. I like to look back over these folks. It's important for me to know what volume levels they achieved before they moved up. Before they started rising, what volume levels did they achieve? How many did they have here? 190,000, here 283, here 388, here 642. So this is a limit, 642 at 473. And I always tell you it's a good number to buy, the 72 and 73. And you saw me do that this morning. When they took it down to 72, 73, you saw me buying there. I said, this is on my buy sell sheet, folks. This is a good number to get shares at. I said it. You guys were here with me this morning when I said it. And I started buying there, and I bought and I bought and I bought and I bought and I bought. And I'm glad I did, because it kept dropping my dollar cost average. I kept going up and showing you my DCA and then back down to it. Then I bought more. Then I looked at my DCA and it had fallen, and I went down and bought more. And I looked at my DCA and it fell more. And I just kept buying down here. I just kept buying in the 469, 470. You guys watch me on my account over here. If you go over here to my trade order status, and you can see where I was buying right here this morning. There's what I was putting my orders in: 467.5, 468.92, 473. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. 477 buying, 473 buying, 468, 467.5, 467.5, and the low of the day, 465. I don't know how I didn't get my 466 to order to fill. I'm sure I had an order at 466, but it just didn't fill. Then I finally just erased it, because heck with that. We're up here fighting with 1 million shares at $5 now. They only had How many? At the lowest price of the day, they had 679. 679, just 35 cents away from where the price is now. Only 679 shares, 35 cents away from where we are now. Isn't that interesting? I think that's interesting to know that. That at the very lowest of the day, they only had 679 shares, and now they're getting millions here. And here they got 619 and ran out of room. Here they got overrun at 527. Here they're going to run out at 454. They're running out of room, folks. They're going to run out of room at all these numbers in between here. They've never had in here before. It's going to go right back up over this. It's going to go right now to 506. It's going to run, folks. Already got their million here at 5. You don't care about that no more. That's over, man. This is going to go to at least 525 by end of day minimum. And the reason I say that is because the options, they don't care anything about 5. If they can't hold it under 5, the next number for them is 525, baby. Okay? That's where their next options bet is at 525, people. All right? They don't care about anything in between 5 and 525. They don't care about any of that. And that's why there's never been many shares in this region for them to try to dump out or anything, because they really don't care about these numbers. They don't. The most important thing is 525. And that's why there's so much dang volume around that number. See, this is the most important thing. Don't let it get over 525. Even though it did, man, you can just keep selling. Look at all the shares they sold right there. That whole dark area on that candlestick up there, 90% of it was sold at that price on the bid. Just dumped out. They just dumped out 1,656,000 shares to this right here. Out of that 1,656, 1,300,000 was sold to the bid there, dumping them out, dumping them out. Sold short to somebody else who sold short here, to someone else who sold those shares short, and then they sold them short to this one, who sold them short to this one, who sold them short to this one, who sold it short to that one, who sold it short to that. And these shares are just being sold over and over. Short sold to this one, short sold to this one. And by the time it gets down from here to here, it's the same individual. The one that sold here, now they're shorting it again from their friend here. And they short it there. And then it goes around the table. And then it gets here and they short it again. And then the shares are sold some more and then they short it again. That's how they get them to drop like this, folks. And they're just selling so many shares here. Look at the dark area there. But notice right here, the buyers started coming in. The confidence was all over this at 530 a share, 531. A lot of money started coming in on it there. But they sold more. Look at all this dark area on all these being sold, sold, sold. Oh, the dark areas selling, selling, selling. Much more selling than buying here. Much more. Out of this 1,269,000, it looks like 1 million of it. Well, maybe 850,000 of that was sold to the bid. As we get down here, be aware all this is being sold to the bid right now. Everything right here on this price has been sold to the bid. Everything here, almost every share on this number was sold to the bid, thrown out for anybody to take. But guess what? People took it. People took it there. 90% of that candlestick was bought willingly by people willing to bid that much. Understand? They were putting in bids for that amount. They were putting in bids here. Almost all this people bid that much. And they acquired those shares on the bid. Even here, they're buying now on the bid. They're eager to get this number. See, the number's rising because they're bidding that. They're bidding that. It's not the ask, that's the bid. And the dark area that keeps growing shows you that they're buying on the bid. They're willing to pay this amount without any question. They're bidding that amount. Understand? They're wanting to buy at this price. They want this stock for this price. Look at it this way, folks. All this dark area wants to buy it. This is the area that wants to sell it. Do you understand what I'm saying? All this dark area wants to buy this number. This little light area is what wants to sell it. Here, all this area from here to here wants to buy it. This is what wants to sell it. Does it make sense? All this dark area way overwhelms the amount of sellers. The wanters way outweighs the givers. The want to acquire way outweighs the number that want to sell. Understand what I'm getting at? Just this was bought on the ask. All this was sold on the bid, sold on the bid, sold on the bid. I'm showing you what's going on, folks. You can do with this information whatever you want to. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hello.
Hello, Sweetie Petey.
All right. So I have the one mailed.
All right.
Says it will get there Saturday.
Okay. All right. So a shirt has been mailed out. Very good. And that is to Port Bear.
Okay, I just want to let you know that.
Okay. And then the lights are still got to go to UPS.
Yeah, I just left the house.
I know. I'm very happy. Thank you for reporting that you have successfully got Port Bear his shirt going in the mail.
Hey.
I'm sure he'll be on the lookout for it.
Hey, they say Saturday.
All righty, good deal. Thank you, honey bunny. Saturday it should be.
All right. Talk to you later.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
All right. Our t-shirt winner, verified, shipped, and on its way. Port Bear. Freddie Marcos, I'm down 600, but I'm sure I will make it back and so much more. I got 1,657 at 504. Gonna hold this baby at that price. I'm holding 5,500 shares, average 504. All right, we're good, guys. Because the ladies and gentlemen, they have reached their quota, 1,228,000. Hey, that's proudful. They can feel proud about that at $5. They can feel very proud about getting 1,229,000 shares. That's something worth mentioning. R. Richie B, by the way, your short shirt, you just going to get another drawing for another possible win. Your shirt, it has been ordered, R. Richie B. And I'm going to thank you for that gift just then. I appreciate it very much. Holy cow, R. Richie B sending me a star. Uh, no, R. Richie B, the shirt has been sent and it was washed. It was washed. But it's still going to have my DNA on it. I'm certain of it. And no, our Richie B shirt is hasn't been sent yet. It's coming to me. I ordered it to come here. And by the way, hey Nicole Barbie, do you want to let me know what size shirt you wear? I don't know whether you want to disclose it here or send me an email, but we'll try and go ahead and get you one too because you want a shirt, so I want to get you one. And we can look right now. Let me first ask Nicole Barbie, are you still here? Is Nicole still in the tank? RXT. Woo, Lordy, look at him try to take it down. Lunchtime low, very end of lunch, 493. And by the way, SIDU, congratulations, everybody. 388 is a place you should sell some, however. This is on my buy sell sheet. All right. This is on my buy sell sheet. So I'm going to go over here to my account positions, and I'm going to go to SIDU right now. And I'm holding 305 shares. All right. And I want to sell it right now. And actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. It's on such a move and it broke over 388 that I'm going to go in for a market share buy. Up 14% today. Well, no, you know what? I know it's time to sell. These are some shares I got to sell here. I know I got to sell these numbers 392, 393. They're on my buy sell sheet. I'm not going to pass. It's up 14%. So I'm going to try to sell 392. And I'm going to try to sell here 394, 395. Selling 395. And I definitely know to sell 397. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm selling here is because I'm virtually certain that they're not just going to let it blow right over $4. Okay? They're not. So I'm going to sell 20 shares at 497, 397. And I want to sell 20 shares at 398. And just so some of you will know, over here I'm using a Charles Schwab account, and I buy and sell on this account here, and so I know to sell these numbers where I've got my sell orders in, and I would highly encourage you to follow in my footsteps and sell 397, 98, and 99. Okay, and I'm going to sell 20 shares at 399. Now, the reason I'm selling at these numbers right here, where I've got 392 and 393, why I'm selling at these numbers is because I have a buy sell sheet that is right here, and it tells me, oh, these numbers, and that is 92, 93, then 97, 98, 99, and on the dollar. Whatever dollar it is, it doesn't matter. This could be $4.92, 93, and $4.98, 99. It doesn't matter, folks. I'm going to sell there. And the reason why is because there's other entities that don't want in options, they don't want the price to break over $4, so they're going to put up a major line of resistance here. And once it hits 4, it'll even go 401, 402, 403, and you can sell there, sell, 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 and then it drops back down because the momentum carries it over 4. Then they take it back down. So here we go, folks. You should be selling here, and you should buy if you wanted to. You could day trade this and come in down here and start buying. 382, 383 is where your buy order should come in now. But your sells right now on SIDU should be coming in now. 393, 394. Yep. D-Tab says, I'm sure my DNA's still on it, said Catfish. Yes. I sold the 388 SIDU. Yes. But hey, don't always sell. I'm not asking you to sell all your shares, folks. You didn't buy in all at once, so don't sell out all at once. Okay? If you didn't buy in all at once, don't sell all out at once. I don't recommend doing that because you don't know how high this is going to go now. We're running into some interesting territory here on SIDU. And let's go look at the chart on it right now. SIDU. Yes, very nice. SIDU. Now, listen, I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen, that this 5-day average has run into resistance at this line in the past. And you should sell some of this SIDU right here because this 5-day stopped here in the past. All right. I don't know when it was, but it stopped there before in the past. The 5-day stopped there because that's why I have a line here, folks. Now, let's go back and look at the 20-day chart. Okay, so look here. Listen to what I'm saying, folks. So this 5-day average, you can see it stopped over here, right there. It should have been a line of resistance right there. All right. So this is why I have it there. This is why I have it there. This is why it's there. It was a line of resistance right there. This has been a line of resistance there. It was a line of resistance there. So make sure you understand this line right here. If it breaks over this line, it's going to go up to this line, the blue 5-day, because over here, from here, it jumped all the way up to right there. The 5-day went to there, and it even dropped from higher. It could go all the way to there. From here, it could go to there without even stopping here. It could go from here all the way to there, and I'm just showing you right now. And I talked to you guys about this stock, and it's called mirror trading. If you will look carefully, you can see the mirror that I put right here in the middle on SIDU. Okay, very good. So look at right here. Right here's the middle of the mirror here. Look how it rose here and rose. And look at the reflection. Look at the distance from it, too. Then look how it rose and how it rose. And look at the distance from this mirror. It's right in the middle. It's the mirror is right in the middle. Then this thing from there, it dropped, and over here it dropped. And again, it's dropping at the same distance from the center point. It's a mirror image, folks. You can just see it mirroring it exactly. You see that? Then it drops, it comes up here, drops again, comes up here. But here, they decided, whoever they are, that knew that once it dropped here, it was going to jump up to here. They knew that, they knew it, but they said, whoa, let's break the trend. So here's where the mirror got broken right here. You had this, you had the top, the bottom, the bottom, the top, the bottom, the bottom, the top, the bottom, and they broke it right here. They broke it, and they got a double nut sack, both done in the after hours and pre-market. After hour pre-market, low volume accumulation, double nut. And by the way, at the same price in the middle of the mirror where the low was. Right on that low, folks. They took it over here and accumulated the crap. The next day they couldn't quite get it as low, but they did the same thing. And then off she goes. Pinch it down, kiss the ET, off she goes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to let you know, if the 5-day average gets over this blue line, it could jump all the way up to there or here. All right. If it gets over this line right here, the minimum it's going to go to is going to be that line there, that one. That's the minimum it will go to there, right there, this one. If it gets over this line, the minimum it's going to go to is that one. And if it gets over this one, then the minimum it's going to go to looks like right there in the middle. I should put another line right there. There should be a line there. There definitely should be one more line right there. I should put that in. I'm missing that one. So I will put it in because it needs to be there. There's going to be one more line of resistance right there. Right there. There it is. All these lines of resistance, though, once it breaks over this, if it does, well, then we're talking some serious movement because there's a big gap here. Huge gap, huge gap. And there's a big gap from here, folks. They know it. They know there's a big gap here. From this number, there's a gap. It could go all the way up, folks. I'm telling you, this is the stock. SIDU. SIDU. It's getting ready to move, folks. There it goes. And by the way, look at all the buyers coming in on this now. Buyers versus sellers, buyers versus sellers. Whew. Time to sell DGXX, okay? All right. Let's depart with some. Well, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit at odds of that because only of this fact. When I look down here, man, I see only 687, six fives, then nine, then eights, then nines, then ones. And look, we're up here, and I already see eights, and we've already seen those get eclipsed. We've already seen eights be eclipse points, 884, 888, and now we're eclipsing this number at only the eights. And so I like that, and I'm going to see it. I'm going to say it's going to go right on up here. It's going to go over all these three. It's going to this number. 778 is where we're headed right now. We're going to go to 778 right now. They've already got their quota here. They're just trying to get a million here. 774. They want 1 million right there. They want a million there too, but they're not going to achieve it. They're already over that. They're not going to get it. They want a million there though, and that would probably be a good place to buy. Because once they get a million there and they get the million there, they're going to have a million at all these. And down here, they could only hold eights and nines. Okay. They got, oh, yeah, sure. Look, but down here, they got what? They got 1,000,001. They were done. There was no more there. 745, game over, 1,196. The next number, they couldn't even eclipse that. Usually they get stronger with stronger resistance, but this shows a sign of weakness from this entity. Whoever's controlling this one has a weaker ability because here you're at 1,196. Here you're only 1,029 at 750, and they should have been able to hold that number even stronger. They should have had more volume there. They should have, if they were going to hold 750, they should have worked harder for that. So here they got 1,196 at 745, 1,029 only at 750. 1,081 max at 755, which is a number they love to accumulate. Obviously, I've got that on my buy sheet. Then up here, look how weak they are. Only 800s won't even show these numbers. Won't even show the 4. 650 won't show that 4. 9 won't show another 4. Look at that. Then they're only at the sixes. So the minimum they got to get here, it looks like, is 650. Right now, they've got to acquire a 650 to show it. And they're not going to show you any number at all if it's below 650. They're not going to show you. But here's the point. Down here, they could only get to 650s before they moved up, and they were proud to show the 650s. Now look where they are. They're at 848, 927, 1,000,001, 1,000,000, 1,000,012. And here they're trying to get 1 million now at 772, trying to get 1 million at 774. And this number, they want this at 1,772. But once they get the million there and the million there, this is going to go on up, and they're going to try for it here, 774 right now. And they're going to, if they don't get the million here, it's going to go, and it's going to go past all these numbers. It's going to go to this number right here. 778 is where it's going now. So I'm going to sell right now at 778. As soon as it gets there, I'm going to let them have a 5-share taste of what I've got. All right. And listen, I don't want everybody that's listening to me to put in the sell orders at 777, 778, because that's on my buy sell sheet. Don't do that. We got to wait till it gets up there, or we'll create a wall there. We don't want to create a wall. This thing's going to go right up past all these numbers now. It's going to go beyond all these numbers. It's going to go beyond them. And here they're trying to get a million here. That's all they're trying to do is get a million there at this number, 772. That's why everybody's bidding that price. They're just trying to get a million here. That's why everyone's bidding that price, coincidentally. And they got to get that million quota. Then they're going to run up past here and go to there. And they may not get it. They may just get stampeded and rolled over. They may not even get a million here. They're freaking close, but I don't think they're going to get it. Nope. They're not going to get it, folks. They're not going to get the million there. It doesn't look like it. They're very close, but I don't think so. It's going to be embarrassing for them. It's going to be embarrassing if they don't. They got to have pride. They're going to get a million there. They'll get a million, probably. RXT, is getting washed. Right now, this is more in the rinse mode. Pretty soon, we're going to move it over in the dryer, and then we'll be wearing it out to dinner, where we'll be having steak and lobster. Seafood buffet tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Watch. They're going to get a million here. They got to get their million. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. They may even they may have gotten a phone call saying, listen, you can't let this thing go until all these numbers are at a million first. We want all these here at a million. 766. You got to get a million at 766. What kind of respect are you going to get if you can't get a million there at 766? Who's going to respect you if you can't get a million at your favorite 766 number? Oh, goodness. Look at that. Right over that. Come on, get that mill here. Oh, jeez, it blew over that too. Well, here they are. They're going to get the million here, and that'll be the end of it. This is it right now, folks. They're going to get the million at 772, and then it'll be all over. They tried to take it down here, and those shares were bought so fast it just ran right back up. That was just a worthless effort there, a waste of money. And here comes 772 for a million shares. Oh no! Oh no! All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm going to call it as it is. It's all over for them there. They're going to get a million here if they can. They're going to scratch and claw. They might even put a 773.5 in here. 773.5. I sense it coming. I sense that KY flag a coming. All the shorts, they're going to be humming. Oh, my goodness gracious sakes alive. Ah, yeah, I feel that flags are flying. There won't be no denying. All the shorties they'll be buying on the half. There it is, 9/11, ladies and gentlemen. They got to get a million there. Got to get the mill right here. 772. Pick up that million, then up to here, 774. Cap off the million, off she goes. I love it, man. I love the predictability of it. I really do. After I've been doing this for so long, you can just know what they want. You just can call it and go, okay, well, now they want to fill out the 772, obviously. They couldn't, they just blew, they tried so hard just now to get these to fill out, and it just was so quickly bought up when they tried to get that in the 767s and 68s. That was just shot right back up, folks. They had to feel very, 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 very depressed when they saw that just happen. because they tried to get it down there, but man, the buyers came in and right back up, snapped up to 772 again. Well, everybody knows what they're trying for. They got to get a million here. Got to get a mill. They're almost there. They're eking their way up to it. Come on, Shorty, just get it over with. Will you stop beating around the bush and just get this done? EVTV is moving again. Thank you, Emmanuel. Oh, yeah. Watch it rise. And you know, another thing is when you're watching this channel and I point these things out to you, then you don't just go, I don't get it. Why is it doing this? I just don't understand. Well, you understand. Now you understand. This is the plan. Get a million at all of them. Get a million there. Get a million. Work the plan, plan the work. Get a million there. There you go. There's another 4,000. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. If they can just hold it there a little bit longer. I don't know how they're going to do it, though. There's only 200 shares, and there's a lot more buyers than sellers here. And unfortunately, it just broke over that, so it's gone. Now they got to try for a million here. That's all, 774. And that's not going to be easy. They got 1,291, 1,245, 1,267. So this is the new number that they want to get a million here. They got 888,207, and believe you me, do you think they're going to give up on this million here? No, they don't. They don't want to give up on that. But it looks like they don't have a choice. It looks like maybe they just don't have any more there to give away. But they want that million here, believe me. And they want it here too. They want it. They want to rejoice and pop the top on another bottle of Asti Spumani right now, and they're looking for it right now to get a price of 772. Sell, sell, sell. There we are, almost there. Come on, baby. Who's going to step up and get the mill? Who's going to step up and get to the mill here? There we go. We're only 70,000 away now. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. 936, huh? That's close. Oh, there they are. 977. Nice. That's a 40,000 share buy right there at 772. 40,000 shares was just put out there. 772, 40,000 shares. Again, they try for this low and they just get bought up. I guess, like I said, they want this million at 766. RXT, folks, is the stock I'm talking about here, in case you're wondering. RXT. And I guess now this is the number. They got to get a mill, 766. And I told you, they didn't have any real strength. The entity that was controlling this showing no real muscles, only getting 865,000 there. They had a million below that, and they couldn't get even a million at their favorite number, 766. I mentioned it earlier. I mentioned it an hour ago. I said, hey, guys, look down here, though. They didn't even get a million at this number, and they probably want that. And I said, watch them try it at the lunchtime low. Well, they're going to try it at the 130 low instead, folks. They want to get a million right here at this 766. And they're going to get it right now. Here it comes. RXT. You know, the stock was up like 11% last night at $8.14 at about 8 o'clock last night. I took a picture of it. And this is RXT, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, I tell you what, they sure have proven they can manipulate this stock today. And right now, coincidentally, I'm only up $85 on this stock since I opened the position. So they're really working it hard, and they have done a good job keeping it down here around my dollar cost average. And but unfortunately for them, my DCA is down here, and they're not going to get to my DCA. Not today, baby. They're not going to get to my DCA today. No way are they going to reach my $6.85 DCA today. That is out of the cards. No way, baby. In fact, I'm up almost $1 a share, as you can see on this stock. And now we're going to watch them fill this out to 1 million right here, here, and here. All of it gets filled in if they can. 1 million shares. Come on, let's go. Let's get her done. Got to get that million. Got to get the mill. Got to get the mill. Got to get the mill. 766. Why not? Why can't you get a million here? I asked you this earlier when it went over this price. Why cannot you get a million here? Why can't you get a million here? I don't get it. I know what you want to get, but they're having as much trouble with this stock, ladies and gentlemen, as they are with my other one, RXT, aren't they? They just can't get it. I'm going to hold off on selling that. I think it's going to go beyond. Well, they got him a 1.5 million at 482. Wow. Well, that's respectable. And in here, did they get a million at 483? No. Only 979. In here, only 767. In here, only 828. Well, I think they've already thrown out every share they could. Look at all that dark dumping out there to the bidders. See, you run into a problem when you keep dropping shares, the price, and everybody's buying it. See, that creates a problem. So, see, everybody's bidding here. Everybody's bidding. They're bidding this much. They just bid 1,000,005 right there. And it gets hard to take the price down below that when everybody wants to buy it there. You understand what I'm saying? Right here. Everybody wants to buy this here. Everybody wants some. Everybody wants some. Everybody wants to buy it there. See the bid amount? It's dark. It's all the way across. They all want to buy it there. They all want to buy it. And these bought it on the ask, for gosh sakes. These bought it on the bid. These just paid the ask price. They didn't give a crap. They just want to buy it there, 482. Thank you. I'll take it. Boom. These over here, they bought it and they bid it there because the price would have been 483 and they bid 482 because they know that's a great number to accumulate shares of a stock. That's why. That's why you've got so many more that are willing and wanting to buy it at the 82 than you did at the 83. They know that's a great number to buy. They've been watching Catfish Tie. And it says right over here on the buy sell sheet that you want to be buying right here at the 82, 83 buyback. 82, 83 is a buyback. Right there. Boop, boop, bam, bam. 82, 83. And that is exactly why there's so many shares on that number, 82 and 83. Isn't that amazing? Just look at them all. Look at them all. It's not just some freaking random number, everybody. This isn't random. This is an executed on my buy sell sheet number where they buy all the time, 82 and 83. And the next number is going to be down here at 77. Mentioning also, they haven't had shit for shares at 77. They haven't had That's one of their favorite numbers. They haven't had crap for sale there today. Nothing. Virtually nothing. RXT. One of their favorite numbers that they like to run a price down to and scare people out, 7477. And of course, their favorite numbers down here, 466, and then where they achieved the low of the day at 465. That's right, 466, Savannah, 1 penny away from the low of the day. And at 465 a share, sadly, they didn't have a whole bunch of shares. They only had right there, you can see, 679 shares at the low of the day. 465 a share. They only had 679 shares. It's pretty weak. All right. Now we're going to come down here. Hold on. And what type of levels are they trying to achieve down here now for the most they could get? 939,000 at 473. Well, listen, folks, again, this speaks to whoever's controlling this. That is weak to get 939 here at a price higher than they want to buy. They don't really want to buy 473. They will if they have to, but their favorite number is 472, people. That's their favorite number, 472. So again, to me, this is just a chink in the armor right here, proving that whoever's trying to hold this and control it, they don't have the typical strength and they're not accumulating at 472. In fact, they only had 509,000 there, and above they had almost twice, 939 at 473. But still, to me, that is a signal of weakness. That shows weakness. They didn't get all this huge number at the number they wanted. They had to settle for a penny higher. They couldn't get it there. They couldn't get it. And if they did get it there was only there for that many shares down here. 679 shares at the low of the day. 679 shares at the lowest price of the day. Weak, people. Hey, listen, if they've got a designated number that they want to take it down to and run it down to, they usually have a contract so that they can buy 1 million shares at the low. When they got this down to 466 today, why did they only want to get 50,000 shares there? Or 1,540. At 466, folks, their favorite number, they only got 1,540 shares. Why? Why would they work so hard and sell so many shares that they borrowed just to get that measly amount at that number? I mean, 679 shares at 465 and only 1,500 shares at 466? I don't understand it. To me, I don't get it. It makes no sense why they work so hard and so diligently to sell so many shares just to acquire so few shares at the low of the day. I don't get it. This is what makes this to me, that smells very fishy. Okay, that's just me. And I like being a fish on the bottom here, okay, because there's not many other fish down here, people. There's not many other fish here. Oddly enough, you would think once they ran it down to 466, the number they wanted, that they would have bought 1 million shares there. You thought they'd have bought 1 million there. You would think they would buy 1 million shares there. All right, hold on a second. I want to take a look back at DGXX now. It'd be neat if I could type right. DGXX. There we go. Well, maybe you were right about that. A good place to sell up there. They sure have brought it down here and trying to get it in here and nestle it in and get them a million at all these numbers, I guess, now, too. Guess they got to fill this all out at a million. Well, they've almost got it there. They're 759. They got how many? 474,000. Then at 760, they got a million. 761, they've got 640,000. They're sure whittling on it. I'm still up $79 on this position right now. And now I'm up $80. And if you're wondering whether or not you should be maybe purchasing into this stock, it's DGXX, and I'll show it to you right here. And then you can decide whether you should get in on it or not. DGXX. This is how much I'm up on it right now since I opened the position. DGXX. My dollar cost average is $6.84. Yep. DGXX. I don't think they're going to get it down to my dollar cost average today. Doesn't look possible. Nope. I don't see that in the cards. Uh, Cat, it hit the 788 on the sell number, though. Good. Well, I see that some shares uh, already were sold here, and I got sell orders up to 808, as you can see. And I even have sell orders up to 810, 811. So I sold some at 808 already. Matter of fact, I've only got 110 shares left. So I've sold already up at the very highs in the eights, over $8. And I was telling everybody, hey guys, this is on my buy sell sheet. You got to sell these numbers. Got to sell the 808, 807s. And I sold them there. And 804, 803. Sell, Mortimer. I told everybody they're not going to let it just fly right over $8, folks. Make sure you sell here at the 804s, 806, 807s, 808s. They're all on my buy sell sheet. And then sure enough, they just run it right down here to 755 afterwards. Beautiful. Like clockwork, folks. Like clockwork. Let me take a look across here. Also, you guys remember I bought into a stock a while back called TMC, and I told Double K about it the next day. And I want you to take a look at TMC, ladies and gentlemen. I told Double K about it, and I want you to look at it now. TMC, ladies and gentlemen. I told you about this, and I told Double K about it. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
You've reached Carl Carr. I'm unable to come to the talk right now, so if you just leave your name, number, and a short message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Well, just calling, checking in with you. We're here on the channel. Everybody is wanted to let you know. I spoke to you about a stock last week, TMC. TMC. Take a look at the 5-day chart on that. Take a look at it now. All right. Adios. Call me back. Time now is 1:42 p.m. Monday. Toodles. Alexa, terminate. So I told you about this stock, TMC. And looking good, folks. My dollar cost average on it's 595, and it's at 614 a share right now. And it's up near its high. So I'm going to sell at these numbers because they're on my buy sell sheet. Now I see that if it can get up over this, that there aren't any sell orders up here until we get to 624. So I'm going to put my sell order in at 620. And looks like we got 12,000 wanting to buy here at 610 and only 1,500 want to sell at 611. Huh? All right. Well, let's sell some at 613. Market makers don't have any trouble paying that price. They often do. And I'm selling TMC. TMC is the stock we're selling here. Just going to sell a few shares. I didn't buy too many of these. I was just testing the water, but I really like what the chart looks like right now. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, TMC. TMC. And the cool thing about it is the 5-day average just crossed over a region which has been resistance to the 5-day in the past. All right, so this is the 200-day, this is the 50-day, the blue line's the 45-day, the dark blue, the orange is the 10-day, and the light blue is the 5-day average here. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, this stock looks very, very good. TMC. TMC. And go look at the longer term chart, and we're going to change this time frame to 90 days. 90 days. There you go. And this is it right here, folks. TMC. TMC. Now, what I was mentioning to people about this stock was this, that you can sell it on this high, and then there's 1, 2, 3 days down. Buy it 3 days down. This is a swing trade stock. Buy it 3 days down, then sell it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days later. Sell it. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days later. Buy it again. 1, 2, 3 days. Sell it. 1, 2, 3 days. Buy it. 1, 2. You see what I'm saying? It's a swing trade stock. You're every 3 to 6 days. This stock has really been getting a lot of herking and jerking, folks. A lot. And they're doing it over time periods, okay? It doesn't happen all at once. Now, one thing I want you to know is that this stock once fell from this price right here all the way down to this price where that line is. This happened over a very short period, folks. This happened in an after hour and a pre-market, that drop. This was all done after hour and pre-market. Understand? Please look closely at this. All right. I want you to understand what I'm talking about. This price in an after hour period and a pre market fell, and it fell from this price, which was $6.13 in an after hour session in a pre market. It fell. And then when the market opened, it fell from 613 all the way down to 533. 80-cent drop in an after hour session in a pre market session, an 80-cent drop. Now, why am I telling you about that? Because when we come over here, look where she is now. Do you see where it is? It fell through this region like nothing, folks, like a knife through hot butter. And it was at this line, there was a little bit of resistance. So I'm showing you now, look over here. Holy cow, we're over that point of resistance. We're over this point of resistance. The 5-day is over this point of resistance. It's going to go, the 5-day is going to go to this line right here, folks, right now. And lo and behold, that is where it is. It's actually over it. And if it breaks over this line of resistance, chances are it's going to right here, folks. It's going to this number right now. That's what I'm going to tell you that I think could happen. And I make no guarantees, but folks, the way it fell is the way it goes back up. And I'm telling you, I believe the next line of resistance is going to be right here on this stock, right there, right there. All right. Just be aware, if it goes the 5-day over this line, then the next line of resistance is obviously going to be here. And that probably goes way back too. Oh, yeah, that goes way back. Look at the bottom of that green line right there. Look at the bottom of that. First of all, the green line there. Then look how they topped out the 5-day there. Then they topped out that there. Oh, man, that is a line of resistance like nobody's business right there, folks. You're going to see it right there. Will be a line of resistance, right, ladies and gentlemen, for sure. Now, once it goes over that line, though, it's going to go all the way up to this line right here. There should be a line put in right there. Once it breaks that line, it goes to there and beyond. So here's what I'm showing you, folks. Right now, this 5-day is at a point that if it can get over this line, and that price point line is $6.13. Savannah, 613. Watch out if it goes over that. And I see now the bid is 612 and the ask is 613. But I'm not talking about the current price being at 612 and 13. I'm talking about the 5-day average blue line reaching that number. Right there, that's going to be it, man. That's going to be the highest resistance point. Right here, 613. That's going to be it. 613. Look how many times they stopped it. Stopped it once, stopped it twice, stopped it 3 times, stopped it 4 times, stopped it 5 times. 613, people. 613. And they knew it when it came over here. Shit, it was about to break away from 613. Let's take it down and hog tie it for a little bit and get a nut sack. Then we'll let it go over. This is on the stock TMC, ladies and gentlemen. TMC. I've traced this stock out, folks. And you better look over here, because if it does happen to get over this little wishy-washiness right here, then it's got some real movement. Now you got a real movement, folks. Well, there's definitely a line right there. And there's definitely a line right there. And there's definitely a line right there. But after that line, oh man, we jump up to there. And then we jump to here. Then it jumps up to here. Then it jumps to this line. And then it jumps to here. After that, La La Land. Oh, wow. What line is that, folks? That price is $8.40. If this thing gets over 840, folks, oh, it's going to make a nice move to this line. And then to this line. And then it'll jump up to here. Hold on. Right there. And then it'll go to here. Right there. And that's what it's going to do, folks. Or that's what it could do. That's what it could do. What I'm doing here is using a technique called mirror trading, folks. The way that it fell is the way it will rise. And you can actually see right here, this is the center of the mirror, ladies and gentlemen. I'll show it to you right here so you can see this. This is the center of the mirror right here, right there. And it really needs to be moved over just a smidgen. I misaligned that a little bit, but let's move it over just a little bit to right there. Okay, so there's the mirror, folks, right there. That's the mirror, all right? From this mirror, you see the reflection. You see the reflection. You see the rise. You see the rise. You see the drop. You see the drop. You see the double drop. You see the double drop. Then you see the rise, and you see the rise to the same point. Then you see the rise. And why it would stop there, it didn't even stop there. It just went right past that. But then it went to this rise, okay? So you can see every one of this is called mirror trading, everybody, and you can learn from this. All right. So this rise right there, right? This rise, every one of them, you can see the line where it developed to right there. So this is the middle of the mirror. This is the first two lines. This is the second two lines. And then the third, after it went beyond here, was to there. And that makes sense because from this line, it jumped all the way up. From that line, it jumped all the way up to right there. Right here, one time. That's that line. This line is this line up here. So, folks, you can just see what I mean by mirroring. And this is a lot more herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk than the recovery was. See that? Because they already fleeced this all out. It was all fleeced out. It ran right through that region. This region had already been fleeced out, so it ran right through that. And up here, oh, they've herked and jerked all through here too. So when this thing gets up there, holy cow, it could go right through this. Look at all the herking and jerking that went on here. That baby's bald, man. It's going to go from this line all the way up to this one. That's what I think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, I sure don't think so. And this stock I'm talking about is a stock called TMC. TMC. There it is. I provide, you decide. TMC. Pretty big gap from here to there before. I'm telling you, could be a big gap here. Right here, there was a massive gap all the way up to where I just showed you those two lines together right there. I mean, there's a massive gap there, folks. Man, if it gets over that line, look out. We'll go over that, and it could really move, folks. All right. Well, I'm just showing it to you. It's TMC. I provide, you decide. It's up another 7% today. And I called and told Double K about this on Friday or Thursday. You better get in on TMC, I told him. And right now, like I said, I'd like to be able to sell some of it up here at $6.20 a share. Looks like someone's trying to plant their heels in it at 6.11, 610.99. Little KY flag there at 610.99, where they've gotten only 211,000 shares. Not a lot of range on this, but the low was 577, and at the very lowest price of the day, they had a whole 1,600 shares at 577. They didn't have jack crap down there. They didn't even have $10,000 worth of shares at the lowest price today. 1,600 shares at 5.77. Alexa, what is 5.77 times 1,600?
5.77 times 1,600 is 9,232.
Alexa, stop. $9,232 in value was all they had at 577 a share. That's all, folks. Up here, they somehow have gotten sold a lot of shares at 610, 608. Look at them all buying all the shares at 608, Savannah. Why? Why is that such a big number? 783 at 608, Savannah. I don't know. I have no idea why they're buying so many shares there. Can't explain it. I don't know. I guess everybody just wants to buy the stock at 608. I mean, the bidders all bid all from here to there on that candlestick. They all bought on the bid at 608 because they wanted that price. Well, this is TMC, everybody. TMC. I provide, you decide. Now, back to RXT. Ah, nice. All right. Well, they sure enough have played this stock around today, haven't they? Yes, they have. I tell you what, though, they did good. They almost got a million at 478. They almost got a million at 479. So I don't feel too bad for the poor shorties. They almost got a million there at 478. And they were so pitiful at their one of their favorite numbers, 477. They didn't even put that number up. They didn't even put it up. They didn't bother to put up 476, 75, 74, but at 473, they were proud and got 939,000 shares there. Now, let me explain to you folks. This stock is about to blow past all this bullshit right here in a moment. Okay? It's going to blow over all this because I got news for you. There were never any shares as it dropped through this region, and there's none there now. It's not like all of a sudden shares are going to materialize here in this area because they didn't have any before to buy there. It fell right through this region without any resistance at all. So there will be none resisting it going up, as you will witness with your own two eyes. There will be no resistance to it rising because there was no resistance to it dropping through this region. And now there'll be no resistance to it rising through this region because there was no resistance to it dropping. There's a gap here, folks. There's a gap. And you're going to witness it with your own two eyes. Pretty soon, this price is going to jump beyond this, and right back up to there. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You can all watch it with your own two eyes. Watch it go right past all these numbers here because there's nothing there. There's no traction to be had. None. And this 492.9, forget about it, man. Forget about it. It's going to run right through that too. Here it goes. Watch it rise. Nothing's going to stop it here, folks. Nothing will stop it through here. Nothing's going to stop it. And I could be wrong. Yep. Cat, they might be trying to get to your DCA on DGXX today. I don't know, but it's down still. Oh, I'm all right. I'm green on it, and that's all that matters. I know. I saw them. They're working it. They're working it. But they also have been working the heck out of this RXT today, and I feel fortunate that I was able to get my dollar cost average down where I did today. And I still feel like this is going to be a profitable day on this stock, believe it or not. And even at this time of day, 2:00, I believe we're going to rise. And I'm very confident that it will not stay in this area because it didn't stay here this morning and it won't stay there now. It ain't going to happen, folks. Watch it rise. Nope. It isn't going to stay here, folks. I'm sorry, Shorty. But there was nothing here before and there's nothing here now. All there was here is supply over demand. I'm sorry. There was demand over supply here. That's all that existed here at 493. Way more people wanting to buy the ask than sell the bid here. So I see no reason for it to stop here now. Far more buyers on the ask here than on the sell. More buyers here on the ask than on the sell. So it will go right over these folks. There already been proven to be more buyers interested in buying this stock than to sell it at this price. All already today. It's already been proven. You can see right here, nobody bought, shares were bought on the bid there. Not one single share was sold on the bid. Not one, not one. All of them were bought on the ask at 492.9. Every one, see, they're just asking for that price. Oh my gosh, I'll just buy the ask. Let me just buy the ask. 4929. Let me just buy the ask. I'll buy it. I don't need any bid negotiation. Now you can see right there at 492.9. Oh, it's gone now. They closed it off. It's not even visible anymore. They can't even show it to you. But watch this thing rise now, folks. Right on over all this. Oh, and by the way, at 501, there's no 6,800 shares there. I don't believe that. Watch that number disappear as soon as these disappear. Watch how fast that number 6,800 goes away at 501. And here it goes, right on up over. Like I said, it's rising, just like I said. And when it gets to here, it's going to go right over all that too. Watch it. It's going to rise beyond it, folks. There it goes. Yes, there you go. 495. And what's going to stop it here, I wonder? Nothing. Nothing's going to stop it. Nothing's going to stop it. Nothing's going to stop it here, 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 or here. Nothing will stop it. Nothing. And I'm calling it, folks. And I love it when I can do this for you guys and see that I know what I'm talking about. You can know, you can watch, and you can learn, and you can see. Now it won't stop here. There's no way it stops here. No way here. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. I'm going to call it. And I told you that it would not stay down in that area. I told you there was no way it was going to stay in this area, Shorty. I said, sorry about your luck, because there was never any shares available there, and any that were bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. And now there's nothing you can do to stop them from buying here either. And they're buying on the ask. 497 now, folks. And who called it? Catfish Tyler did. Do you even AMD, bro? Oh, yeah. I have a lot of AMD. I have more AMD than any other stock besides SoFi. Well, there it goes. And I called it. It's over $5. And there's nothing going to stop it, folks. It's going to run over all those numbers up there. Here it goes. Just watch it rise. Watch it rise, folks, up over all this oversold BS here. Watch it go right over all of it. Oh, yes. Called it, baby. 100% called this. And I want to let you know, I am not proud about that. I'm not trying to be proud and boastful about it. You know what? All I do is look up and say, thank you, Lord, because I am merely a vessel through which the information is traveling, folks. You decide to do what you want with it, but it is not of my own doing. It is not of my own doing, folks. This is something that the Lord has taught me. And it just turns out to be that he's given me the insight to read between the lines, if you will, of what these market makers are trying to do and the way they try to do it and how they go about doing it. And it's intricate, folks. It's involved. And I'm telling you, I point these things out. They've already got 1 million here. They got 1 million here. They got 1 million. They got 1 million. They got 1 million. They're going to come up here to 601 now or 501, try to get 1 million there. They will. They're going to try to hold it here now at $5. You know, I don't know why they give a crap on a Tuesday to hold it under 5. Maybe on Friday I can understand it, but what's the effort? Why? Why do you want to hold it under 5? There's no reason to. As a matter of fact, it makes more sense for them to try to stop fighting it here at 5 and just ride it long all the way up to 525. And that's what they're going to do. Probably once they realize they can't hold 5, they'll just say, screw it. Let's take up a long position on it. And let's run it up to 525 or even 550. And then they'll pull it back down. But why try to fight it? This is what I told you the other day about it. And I was right about it in the afternoon. They weren't going to try to fight it when it was at 5. They were going to let it go on past. They were going to run it up to, and they did. They did exactly what I said, and then they pulled it back. And I was exactly right on that one, too. So, folks, right now, if they can't hold it under 5 right here between 2 and 215, They're not going to keep trying to fight it. They're just going to take up long positions right now. They're going to go, all right, let's go long and run it up to 525. Then we'll pull it back down to 5 and pull the carpet out from underneath them. Let's make them think it's taken off. And they'll run it up. They'll run it up. They'll come diving in on it, and they'll all be buying in. They'll be going long. They'll run it up. It'll go right on up. Like I said, it'll blow past all these numbers, go up to 525, and it'll stop. Why? Because that's where my dollar cost average is, folks, 525. So watch it all transpire. Here we go. There's many more buyers than sellers here. There always has been. And here it goes. It's going right on up. And you can bear witness to it, folks. Watch with your own two eyes as it rises now. And it is now over $5. I'm looking at a bid right now at $5. I'm looking at 501, 501. I'm looking at 501. Hey, we got a bid over the 59. We're looking at 501. We're 499. You can get that out of here with that sign. We don't want to see that sign. We don't want to see the 499. We're looking for $5. I'm looking at 555 over here, $5. We got a 499 sold. 499. I'm looking at $5. I'm looking at $5 here. We got to give them $5 when we go to 497. That ain't gonna work. I ain't gonna get out here, jerk. No. 497. You got to go up to 499, or you're not getting to buy in. That's right. 499, or you're not buying. Everybody can see that you're signed with this sign, but we're trying to get out of the 497. I'm looking for 497. Got a bit of hit now. 497. Looking for 498. Looking for 498. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to see if we can get you? Come on in here and get in this water. It's warm, and toasty warm. Look at the 498. Look at the 499. And I'm looking at the 499. Looking at the 499. 497. Sold 9 and 497. Look at the 498 now. 498. 88. Look at the 498. Come on up. You better fill your plate. We're going to get you something a little bit of the 498. Here we go. 498. 499. For sold 498. Looking for 499. Look at 499 now, 4999. I'm going to 499. Hey guys, they've been buying million at a time. 1,000,006, 1,000,002, 1,000,003, 1,000,004, million. She's gonna rise. She's gonna rise. They can't hold it down forever, folks. They cannot do it. And like I said, once she breaks over 5, it's going to be on its way, and they're going to run it up to 525. You watch. Yeah, we're looking at a bid right now, 498. We're gonna have 499. I'm been sold 499. Look at the 5. Look at the $5. Look at the $5. $5. 499.99 sold. 499.99 sold. Look at the $5. 555. Look at the old Killer Live. You gotta get on here and survive. $5. Go to the 5. Sold $5. Look at the 501. Come on, have some fun. 501, buy a ton. Hey, we're looking for 1 million at 501. Help us with the cause, everybody. 1 million at 501. We got 912,000. We're just 88,000 away. Come on, help us out. 501 now, 501. Here we go. Let's have some fun at 501. Everyone, we need some 501 here. Let's get some 501. We need to get at least, like I said, 88,000 to get 501. We're looking for that. That's what we're aiming for. Our goal is 501, 88,000 more shares so we can hit 1 million. Then we'll go right on up for you guys. We'll go right on up for you. I have no idea why any market maker would waste their time throwing out shares here, but they're throwing out a 49886. KY flag flying at 49886, ladies and gentlemen. KY's a flying. Hell yeah, but everybody's buying. Oh my goodness, they're gonna need some local anesthesia. Here we go, gonna run it up now. Let's run this thing and run it up to 525. Like I said, Shorty, because you're not gonna hold $5. You can see there's way too much demand. There are 3,500 trying to buy now, and you're trying to sell only 1,900 shares. And look at this fake number of 6,800s at 513. Watch that number disappear, folks, quickly. Watch that 6,800 at 513 disappear. It says 7,000 at 513. Hogwash. There she goes. And there is no more. Sorry, at 501, you're not going to get the million. You only got 915,000 there at 501, and 502 never had any shares, so it won't now either. 503 never had any. 629, it'll blow over that too. She's going to go all the way to 525 is my call, because these shorties can see now, and the hedge funds and the options players know, it ain't going to stop below 5. And they're going to be in the money tomorrow. They're going to have to pay out. They're going to be in the money. They shorten it. And they got. I wonder how many. What the time frame is to return shares on shorten this position RXT. But look at that, man. We're already at 502. 502. Oh, the shorts are so screwed here. 502. 501, they couldn't even get a million shares. They're only at 936. 502, they can only get 774. At 502, only 774. How are they gonna hold it down if they don't have any more shares to sell at 502? Huh? If they don't have any more shares and they run out at 502, how are they gonna hold it down? I'm just curious. And here at 503, I only see 629,000 shares were available all during the day. So how did they have so many shares here at 497, 498, 499, and $5? And now they only have 500,000 less at 501. Huh? I mean, 500,000 less shares at 501, folks. That's a shitload of shares, people, that they have less at 501 than they had at $5. They had 1,466,000 at 5, and 501 only 960,000 at 501. What? They had 500,000 less at 501 available than they did at $5, where they had 1,466,000. Well, if they're going to run out of here and at 1,466,000 and it rises from there, what do you think is going to happen now with 7,000 trying to buy here and only 3,400 trying to sell? Huh? They're all trying to buy over $6. They're happily willing to offer 601 right now. And you can see the shares being acquired at 601. I'm sorry, 501. I'm sorry, 501. Everybody likes a 501 pair of jeans. It's Levi time, folks, and we're going to fly from this number 501. All we're looking for is 25,000 more shares to be acquired at 501, and the champagne will pop. It'll be another bottle of their Corbel or their Asti Spumani, or just grape juice, flavored grape juice, carbonated grape juice. Some of them are settling for. Oh, they've almost got the million. They're at 977,000 at 501 now. They've almost reached the million. They're only, right now they're only 21,000 away from their goal at 501 of a million. Yep, now they're only 19,400 away. Now 18,200 away. They're going to hit it 501. They're going to get the million there. And they'll be celebrating in style. Yep. Days to cover is 3.1. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. That's cool shit right there. J-Rod, thank you. Well, look at that. They got the million, 501. They got it. Woohoo! Yeah. I'm trying to do the pop sound. They're popping their cheap champagne. Oh, yeah. They got it. Holy smokes. They got the million at 501. What an achievement. Hold on. Man, I didn't think they were going to be able to pull that off, but they sure did. They got a million at $5 and a million at 501. Nice. Well, now I guess they got to get the 1,502, 1,503, 1,504, and then they've already got a million at all these numbers. So then they'll be ready to fly. They'll really be ready to cut it loose then. So let's see if they can pull off a miracle and on RXT and get the million they want at 502 now. They did achieve the million at 501, so good for them. And they got the 1,000,005 here at $5. As a matter of fact, the most they've been able to get at any number was 1,000,007 that they got at 482. Can you believe that, Savannah? 482. They got 1,000,007. 482. Right here, folks. 482. Look at the buy sell sheet. What does it say? Buy back. And it says right there 82.83. 82.83. And goodness gracious, look how many shares they bought down there at 82. Look at that, Savannah. At 82. Look at that number. 1,700,000 at 82. And you don't think that there's anything about that number that really means anything, Savannah? Yeah, can you believe that? Savannah always gets me. Well, I mean, it's true. Savannah's, it's true. She said I was just looking for numbers and none of those numbers mean anything. And I mean, he said that. I keep saying she, but it's really a one of those, I guess they're dazed and confused for so long that it ain't true. Lord, don't let a man, woman borrow from you. 494, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, they got it there for a flash. I guess somebody's going to try to get a million here at the 493.4 number that they love so much. We're looking at RXT, and one can only wonder how long they can hold it down. There certainly is plenty of interest in buying here on this stock. There's no doubt about it. There's not any fear. And RXT, there it is. Gosh, nobody's scared of this. They're just accumulating it on the 50-day, folks. They're accumulating it right on this line that they know is a great line to buy. 486. Man, they love that line. If they could get it there, they would get it there. 486, people. But you better look at this because this is ladies and gentlemen, this is a shoulder. I'm going to mention it again. This is a shoulder. That's a shoulder. This is a shoulder, people, and this is a majorly rising 200-day line, and this is a shoulder on that 50-day N45. It's building a shoulder here, people. It's building a shoulder. This is a shoulder here, too, that built a shoulder there with the 5-day on the 50-day, and here it's building another shoulder, 5-day on the 50, right now, building a freaking shoulder, people, and it won't be on this shoulder for long. Put your head on my shoulder. Look at that. They got that 5-day to come down right down to the 50, right on that shoulder, right on the shoulder. Just drop it down there right on that shoulder and get the shit out of it before it bounces like a son of a. Look at the friggin' 200-day average starting to turn up even here down at the bottom. Look at it climbing. Folks, I'm telling you, RXT, it's a short eating porpoise right now, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but this is a stock to get in on right here, in my opinion, and I could be wrong. 486 line was a great place to buy it today, and 482 is where they got all they could. 482. Yep. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Look at all that amassing of shares at 482 today. I mean, they just piled high on those shares at 482. They went in big time and bought 1,000,007 there. You know, it makes me wonder, why did they want 1,000,007 there, But down at the low of the day, why did they only want at the very low of the day 679 shares? Does that make you wonder anything? Why in the world at the low of the day, today's lowest price, 465, why in the world would they only have that few shares available there? Why would they have so few shares available at that price? Why? I'm trying to make the numbers show up. I know it doesn't want to show up sometimes when you're straight on. But, ladies and gentlemen, at the lowest price of the day, they only had 679 shares. That's all there was, folks. At the low of the day, there were only 679 shares available right there. And I don't know why I can't get there. It is. You can see it there. 679. And the interesting thing is that 679 share available at 465. Well, we're at 485. That's 20 cents. We're just 25 cents over that now. 25 cents above that number. And they have 444,000 shares there, and they have 503,000 shares at 492. But yet at the low of the day, they had only 679 shares. Don't you find that interesting? Why would they want to buy 1.7 million here at this price of 482? Why would they want to buy so many there at that price? 1.7 million at 482. Why would they buy that many actually? Why would they buy 1,000,007 at that price? Why wouldn't they buy 1,000,007 when it was down here? When it was down here at 466 and 465? Why didn't they buy 1,000,007 there? Why were they only buying that few shares? I'm just asking you to ask yourself, who do you think and why did they only want to take it down to 465 to buy just 679 shares? Who does that sort of thing? Who wants to take it down to the low of the day only to buy 679 shares? And then over that at 482, which is 465, 17 cents. They wanted to get it 17 cents lower than where they bought 1,763,000. They wanted to get it 17 cents lower so they could just buy 600 something shares. That's the thing that surprises me. Why did they work so hard to get so many shares here at this price, 482? And by the way, just so you know, there's never been any shares through this range, so they won't be staying in this range now. It's going to go right through that now, right over it. It never stayed here before, and it won't stay here now, folks. Here it goes. It's not going to stay here now. It's never stayed here. There's always been more buyers than sellers at this point. Here's the sellers. Here's the buyers. Here's the sellers. Here's the buyers. Here's the sellers. Here's the buyers. So it's never stayed in this range because there's always been more demand than there is supply. And when we get up here, it's going to blow right over all these too, folks. It's going to go over all this right now. Watch it rise. You can believe me or not, but you can just sit around and watch, folks. Watch it rise over all these numbers right now, going right back up over 5, because these are all done. They've got the million at all of them. 1,000,002, 1,000,004, 1,000,005, million. They're done. This thing's over. Stick a fork in it. Stick a freaking fork in it. No way it's going to stay here. No way it's going to stay here. Especially if they didn't get right here, if they didn't get 1,000,000 shares here at 490. And they didn't get 1,000,000 at their favorite number, 488. Are you serious? You're going to get 1,000,000 shares all down here below here. All down here, you're going to get 1,000,007 at 182, but you're not going to be at 488, your favorite number. You're not going to get 488. You're not going to get 1,000,000 there. You're only going to get 580,000 at 488, Shorty? Who are you? That's what I'm speaking to. I want to know, who are you to be this weak? Weak, folks, weak. 488. They should have 1 million there. And now they couldn't even get 1 million at 490. And they're going to run right past all this now, too. It's going to go right over this. Won't matter. Going to rise above, folks. There's no one here. 7,000 want to buy, 2,000 want to sell. 8,000 want to buy now. 3,000 want to sell. You think it's going to stay here in this region where there's always been more demand than there has supply? The dark area is the supply. This is sold on the bid. This is bought on the ask. And you think it's going to stay here now? Huh? You watch and see. And I can assure you, when it gets up here to 5 again, this number 6,600, when it breaks over, that'll be gone. It'll disappear. That is a spoof sell number all day long. I'm just looking at RXT, ladies and gentlemen. I could be wrong. Yep, poor Savannah Banana. Well, here we go, folks. Oh, yeah. It is time to run. Look at this, 11,400 trying to buy here. 11,400 trying to buy and 1,400. And they only got 1,500 for sale here. Then they got 11,600 and 2,000. Huh? What in the world? There's only 3,900 and 11,000 trying to buy. Right in this region, of course, where they've never had any shares before. All right, I'll see how this works out for you, Shorty. And I'm waiting to see the 6,600 at 501 disappear before the end of the day. I sure am, and I can be patient. And it is 2:30, ladies and gentlemen. 2:30. RGT. My goodness, what a bunch of herking and jerking going on there. RXT. Look at the 1 day. RXT. Man, look at that doggone freaking 50-day average just make a 90-degree turn. Have you noticed that? This is the 90-degree. This is the 90-day average. The blue line, the dark blue, is the 45-day average. Look at the 90-degree turn on the 45-day and 50-day average. Look at them. And they try to push it below that 50-day. Good luck. You got a rising 50 and 45, and you're going to try to push it to the resistance line that this just bounced off of? Oh, man, no freaking way. No way, people. I don't believe there's any way in the world this stays at this price because, ladies and gentlemen, it never stayed here this morning. It never stayed here this morning. It didn't stay when they dropped through it. It didn't stay when they rose through it. It isn't going to stay at this number now. There's no way. There's no way, people. That it never stayed here. It never stayed there. It didn't stay there. It didn't stay. It didn't stay here, and it won't stay here now. It never stayed here, and it never stayed here, and it will not stay here now, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I sure don't think so. Why should it all of a sudden change? Why should it all of a sudden change what it's been doing all along? Running right through that, running right through that, running right through that, running right through that. Why should it stop now? Why should it? This is definitely a line of resistance, and it is rising off of it, folks, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You watch. I think savvy buyers are going to come in here. They know I'm right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I see the buyers coming in. And they're trying to sell against it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of red here trying to sell, but look at the buyers come in against it right there. They're just like, oh, yeah, we're going to take that all day. Yes, indeed, we're going to buy that. And they did. They're buying it all right. You dump it out, shorty. They're going to buy it because the 50's above you, and so is the 200 up above. I'm trying to show people so they understand. The long-term moving averages are up above. They're trying to push it down. It's impossible. It's not going to happen, folks. The 200 is up here. The 50 is up here. And they're trying to push this down below two heavy weighted averages above. It don't work like that, folks. You can try all you want. But when a 200 is above and a 50 is above, the short term will follow the heavyweights. It will be attracted right up to these heavyweights up above. And you'll see in a minute. And again, don't be disillusioned because this 200 day is only falling on this very shortest term 1 day chart. So is the 50. Go look again at the doggone 90-day chart. Look at the 90-day chart. And what is the 45 day and 50 day doing on the 90 day? Huh? You go look at it. Well, actually, on the 90 day, it is still falling, but it is tapering here, starting to taper. The thing I like the most about this 90-day chart is seeing this lower line of resistance get rejected when they tried to pull it below that and it bounced. And then I come over here and I see them try to get it to that line and they rejected that. The 5 day just bounced off of it. And then they come over here and they take it down and the 5 day just says, no, I like it on this side of things. And so then they try to take it down again to that line again. They're trying to get that line again one more time, folks. It's the same line that they got right there once, and then they got it there with the 5 day. Then they got the 5 day there a little bit lower this afternoon, and then they got the 5 day to that line again. What do you know? Why? What's so big about that line? Who cares about that line so much? Who wants that line so bad? 486 a share. Well, you can see why they bought so many there. 482. Looking back across from this line right here, that's the low, that's been the low. Look down here. The last time this stock stopped at this price, dropping right there. Look where the 50 day was, down here. Over here. Now, when you look at them getting it down to this price, like they dropped it to right there, and the 50 day was here, now coincidentally at the same line, but the 50 days moved all the way up here. Well, at least you know now why they're trying to get to this price right now this afternoon. You've already seen them get there twice. This is the third time they're trying it. So there should be no surprise by that. But I do not believe it will stay in this range. 230 right now, an hour and a half to stay down here. I do not believe it. I do not believe it. I see them only getting 903,000 at 479, and that's got to be discouraging for them, especially at their favorite number 477. They can only get 820. So they're showing 903 at 478, 947 at 479, then 1,000,002, 1,000,002, 1,000,007 at 482, 1,000,001 at 483. Weak. They got 1,000,007 at 482 and 1,000,001 at 483. Then they could only get 976,000 at 484. Then they got only 1,000,000 at 485, and they could not achieve a million at 486, although they just tried to just then. They tried just then to get a million at 486 and failed. Well, you can't blame them for trying. And now they want to try to get some respectable number to show at 487. And unfortunately, that number has to be at least, as we can tell down below, it has to be at least 903,000. So 487 has to reach 903,000 for it to achieve visible status. And I do not believe it's going to at all. Nope, it isn't. And the next number above that is only 633,000 at 488, and that is mega weak. They should at least be able to get a million at 488, one of their favorite numbers. If they could get 1,000,007 down here at 482, and they could get 1,000,002 at 481, 1,000,002 at 480, can't they get a million at 488? Come on, people, get a million at 488 before you let it go. Otherwise, another major sign of weakness on their part on the RXT shorters. 488. Well, this morning, I told you if you bought this stock with me at 488, you could sell it at 520, and many of you did. And I'm going to ask in my poll here just a second. And I want to know something. We're going to end this poll that we've got going right now. Hold on a second. Do you own any RKLB? 13% out of 170. Alexa, what is 171 times 13%?
171 times 13% is 22.23.
All right, Alexa, stop. 22 of my viewers are holding RKLB stock. All right. Very nice. Well, a lot of you are holding it because it's on my long sheet. It's one of the stocks on my long sheet. And now I'm going to end this poll. And now I want to know, did you buy RXT 488 and sell 520 today or above? Did you buy RXT in the 488 range with me this morning? Huh? What just happened? What just happened there? All right. Did you buy RX? Oh, I got a T there, not a Z. RXT. Did you buy RXT in the 488 range with me this AM and sell it when it eclipsed 520? That's what I want to know. And I don't know why I can't see this keyboard. Delete. There. So let's see if anybody did that. Did you buy RXT with me in the 488 range? And it actually was 477 to 488. So I'm going to put that 477 to 488. There we go. And the price actually went all the way up to what did RXT go all the way up to? It went to, hold on. 573. 467 low, 573. But I told you if you bought it at 488, you could sell it, start selling it at 520. And I sold most of mine when it was in the 555, 560s, 570s. So, but I just want to know if you sold at 520 or higher. All right, let's just see if anybody did that with me. Ah, there she goes. Well, they've run out of shares. They run out of all the cheapies. And they've never had very many here to begin with in the 494s. So it's going to rise now. And here we go, right up through all this, and over 496 and 7. They're not going to get any millions down here. It isn't going to happen. They've never had them, and they don't have them anymore. And now they don't have any more to sell through this range. They've sold. I believe they completely oversold this whole range from right here down to here. I believe it's all been oversold. And I believe it will now run right past all that back up to the top. And it's going to end up over $5.15. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You watch and see. They've never had any shares through this range all afternoon, and they're not going to just start manufacturing the share tree here. That's not how it works. They've never had any here at 491.8 or 492, 493. They've never had jack crap for shares here, and they're not going to have them now either, folks. It's going to go right on up. That's my call, and this is on RXT. And I could be wrong, but you'll have to just stick around and see if I'm right or I'm wrong. And I am almost certain there's no way this price is going to stay down here in this little slot here where they've never had any shares available. I don't believe so. Nope. Prove me wrong, shorty. And I'll be popping some champagne too, except mine's going to be red, white, and blue. Mine is going to be my Mountain Dew Red. And folks, you just bear witness to this. There is no possible way, in my opinion, that they're going to hold this down here in an area where they've never had any freaking shares. None. And let's put it this way: all these people that bought down here at 482 and 483, the millions of shares bought there, they want to just buy now too and make it go on up because that's how they make money. If they just keep nibbling now at it and keep buying it, they keep raising the value of everything they bought down below already. They just keep raising its value if they can push the price up, which they probably will do. We'll have to wait and see. I have no way of guaranteeing what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, but I do not believe it's going to stay here very long. I believe they'll try and try to get it to stay here, but I don't believe it will. And I'm just going based on what I saw already today earlier. There hasn't been any real desire to sell in this region, but there's been plenty of desire to buy it. And the stock is RXT, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to show you here what I mean. You can clearly see that, especially at this price, they only threw away half, and once it got beyond that, it rose. See that? Here, they didn't even get the demand to be even that much more than the supply, but it rose. See the dark area, how much they threw out there, and the demand was less, but it rose? Here, the dark area was thrown out to the bidders, and the demand was less, but it rose. Here, the same thing. All this dark area thrown out, just tossed out overboard. But this is what made it rise. The buyers right there is what made it rise. Here, all these shares tossed out to make it fall or stay down here, thrown out. But this little bit of desire made the price rise. Just that little bit, folks. Just that little dinky area right there is what's making it rise. Here, well, trouble for you because right now at this price, you've already dumped out all these shares and there's just as many buyers wanting to buy it there. It's equal. And now, holy cow, we're over 490 and that just got eclipsed. And again, there's a lot more buying happening here on the ask than the sell. All right. And here, they've already proven they can only dump so many. This is the demand. They wanted to buy it there. See, it's wider, it's bigger than the dump. Here, the buying is bigger than the dumping, okay? And that's why it's rising further. And over here, you're going to see all these numbers. They've already had more demand than there has been supply at all of them. And it's going to keep rising past them all now. Well, I know they sure would have liked to have a 488 close on this stock. I know they would, RXT, but no way, baby. And now look here, we're running into a region where there aren't any more for sale. Oh my gosh, look at it jump. Watch it jump, folks. KY flies at 492.59. The KY flies 492.59 because there's no more room. There's no more shares. There's never been any shares there. There's never been. Watch it go, folks. Watch it rise. RXT, ladies and gentlemen, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. RXT, way more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers, way more buyers than sellers. Every one of these numbers, more buyers than sellers all day long. Every one of them. Every one of these numbers right here, more demand than selling could dump out. More demand than could be sold through this region. Oh, let them try and try as long as they want to try to hold it here where all these buyers have all day long been out buying the sellers. It won't happen, folks. It won't stay. It won't stay. I'm eager to see what happens when it gets up here to the 498.99 and watch that 6,600 share drop away and be disappearing. Watch it, folks. Here, only 541,000. Only 541,000 here after they were able to get 1,066,000. They're not going to hold it here. Nope. No, no, no. SIDU just saw the high of the day. All right. Well, I'm going to sell some then. Yeah. Well, I got my sell order in at 393. All right. I just sold some. I'm going to go out 397 now. I'll try for 396. And this thing should be blowing over this bullcrap 492.3 region very soon here. 3,600 want to buy, 400 want to sell. Okay, I see that. 2,900 want to buy, 900 want to sell, and there's 100 there. All right, I see that. Looking over at SIDU right now. I've got a sell order in at 396, 397, and 399. SIDU. This is on my real Charles Schwab Thinkorswim account over here, folks. And I'm selling SIDU at these prices you see right there. 396, 97, 99. SIDU. And I'm just patiently waiting here as we come to the power hour to see how far and how fast RXT goes up. How far, how fast it goes up. And in case you're not aware of it, just so I'll be happy to show you, this is what it did on Friday from 3 o'clock until 4 o'clock, okay? I'm just going to let you know from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, that's what it did on Friday, this stock. All right. So here we are, the same point right there from the end, the same distance from the end. And you can see they tried the same bullshit at the same time. They tried the same bullshit, same time. And here you go, same bullshit, same time. All right. And now we'll see what happens from now until the closing. We'll see what happens, ladies and gentlemen, with RXT. But will we see a repeat? Most likely we will. Let's see what happens. And I tell you right now, I love this 5-day cradling into the 10 right there. Because I've already seen it. I've already seen the 5-day cradle into the 10 there. And what happened afterwards. Now cradle into the 10 again. And by the way, oh yeah. MNTS left it at 668. Nice. I know it was called out. I think the MMs are manipulating the RXT price. Oh, they are. They definitely have been. Oh yeah, they're working it hard. They're working it hard. Working it hard. And the proof of that was this morning when they drove it way, way down, and I went, "Oh my gosh, man! Look at the market makers stabbing at this thing right out of the gate this morning." And I bought a lot of it. Man, this morning I saw them knock the crap out of that thing this morning right there, and I says, "Okay, thank you. I'll buy. Thank you there." And now all I'm looking at it is this is the first time since it started taking out they've had any effort at all to get it to the 200 day. And here they got it all the way down to the 200 this morning, and they got it to the 200 this afternoon. By the way, when you look at that, I want you to be aware that this is a shoulder here. This is a shoulder that was building, a shoulder that was building. This is a shoulder that's building on the 200. It's not dropping. It's a shoulder. It's a shoulder, folks. All right. Learn to identify a shoulder. And this is a shoulder. This is a shoulder. This is a shoulder. It's not dropping. The only thing dropping is the price right to that shoulder to bounce off that shoulder. Alexa, call.
Hello.
What's going on?
Not much.
Well, I tried to get a hold of you last night because RXT had gotten all the way up to $6.14 a share. And I was trying to let you know it was up 11% last night, and it was up big time this morning. But man, they've tried to hammer it down today. They've tried all day to hold it down and suppress it and get it down. They've got it down 10% now. But this morning,
Is that the rack space?
Yep. But this morning, I'm just letting you know. This morning, it was up 11%. But they've dropped it.
I saw that, and I wound up buying a little bit more. Just I'm into it very small right now.
Yep. Well, they've dropped it today 21% from where it was. They've dropped it 21%.
But Rocket Lab sure has gone off.
Oh yeah. Today I asked my channel, do you own RKLB stock? And I had 24 of my viewers did say yes, or 29. I can't remember. I did a poll and I asked, and it was 171 votes, and it said that 13%. So Alexa, oh, I can't do it now, but it was about 29 of my viewers do hold RKLB. And then I asked in a poll a little bit ago if everybody bought RXT with me this morning when it was in the 477 range, and then sold it with me over 520 to 5. It went all the way up to 5. I don't know what it was, 570 this morning. Yeah, it went all the way.
Like that.
It went all the way up to $6.11 in the pre-market, and we were buying it. Yeah, it actually hit.
Yeah, what is it right now?
It actually hit 666 in the pre-market at 431 this morning. 666 a share. And now it's buried at $4.92. They're trying to hold it under 5.
That's all right.
Yep.
If it gets any lower, I'm going to buy more.
I hear you.
And that'll get me, to, more in than what I was doing before. But Rocket Lab, gotta like that one.
Heck yeah. I was showing people.
So I did. So just to let everybody know, I took a part-time job, and I was directing traffic today.
Oh, really? Okay. Was there some sort of a special event?
No, just learning how to do it.
Directing traffic, you mean standing out there with a whistle and a baton and a big old hat and waving and everything?
Yes, sir.
All right. Woo.
And I wrote 12 tickets today.
Wrote 12 tickets. Oh, man. You're killing it, man. Double K. 12 tickets. Just think all that money you're raking in for the county. Man, how it won't be long before they'll be promoting you to the next level. I can tell already, man. You're a performer, man. You're not just a yeah. I can tell, man. You don't just.
I try to be nice.
You don't just talk the talk, baby. You walk the walk. Double K, writing tickets and traffic directing. I mean, holy smokes! Did you? And so everybody got past you safely when you were directing traffic today, huh?
Oh yeah.
You remind me. I can't help but right now see the vision of a ride at Disney World called "If You Had Wings." If you had wings, and it used to be. I think it was United or Delta that did that ride there at Disney. Did you ever go on that ride? If you have wings.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Pelicans that the traffic director was directing the Pelicans going from left to right and right to left? And do you happen to remember that?
Once I get good enough at it, maybe I'll start dancing in the middle of the
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. We got to get you on video for that. I'm coming down. We're gonna put you on YouTube, man. We're gonna put you on YouTube. Tell Double K to sell DGXX. All right, DGXX, sell it. Why are you saying that, guys? It looks so dang good right now. Man, that chart looks freaking awesome. I don't know why you
DGXX anyway.
DGXX. I told you about it last week. It's up 13% right now, DGXX. And
DGXX.
yep,
Okay.
DGXX. It's up 13%. Someone's yelling for you to sell it. It's up 13.73%, but I would suggest you hold off on that a little bit because I think it's got a 1 hour power hour, and I see a flat top green on it right now, baby. That's right. That's a flat top green on DGXX, everybody. So
there I am, not wearing my seatbelt.
you're gonna have to write a ticket. Citizens arrest. Citizens arrest, man. Citizens arrest. Call me Barney. Call me Barney. Oh yeah. Citizens arrest.
Off.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Double K. Now an officer of the law. Double K. Officer K. That's KK to you, son. Hey, listen, do they make you run the quarter mile and stuff to keep yourself in shape so you can chase down some of these violators that don't want to pay their parking ticket? You can wrestle them to the ground. Oh, I can just see now. Yeah, he's in there every morning in the gym. He's going to be working out. He's going to be, and probably man,
full access to the gym too.
Full access to the gym and his own set of personalized handcuffs. Nice. Anything else besides handcuffs that you might want to, uh, migrate over into just for extracurricular? Ow!
And I don't need pink ones like some of the others.
All right. DGXX, ladies and gentlemen. I like it. Let's look at the 1 day on it right now. Oh, DGXX is getting trounced down. They're taking it down, trying to close it out, trying to phase people out of it right now. They're trying to share it. But by the way, the 5 day average is now at a certain point. DGXX, ladies and gentlemen, the 5 day moving average was here before, and they haven't even gotten to that line now. Listen, I'm telling you now, the 5 day average dropped all the way down to here earlier, down here. And they're just trying to equal that right now. They're just trying to equal that. And there's plenty of buyers here. Hey, listen, man, they're not afraid to buy here. You can see that clearly. They're not afraid to buy this. They're coming in big time on this little march down. They're buying the shit out of this right now. 4 candlesticks in a row. Green, 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 green. They're not afraid. They're not afraid by this little march down. DGXX. They're certainly not afraid of it. They are buying the crap out of it. DGXX, ladies and gentlemen, your choice. I provide, you decide. But there it goes. It is rising now. And I showed everybody on the 20-day chart, it's really got a flat top green on it right now, regardless of what this looks like. DGXX. And they're trying to splash it down. They're trying to splash the close. Got an hour and 50 minutes. Hey, listen, folks, man, I've seen things get crashed down from 3 o'clock to 3:06 so many times that after 3:06 take off. And SoFi is one of those stocks. 3:06 is one of the times they always like to run it down. 3:06. But anyway,
I'll call you back here in a minute. I'm gonna step inside real quick. I just got back.
all right, my friend, have a good one, and we will be talking to you soon, officer.
Here in a couple minutes.
All right, adios. Alexa, terminate. So, yep, Double K's decided to help out the Broward County Sheriff's Department and start generating some revenue, going around as a meter reader. And he's reading meters, and they've provided him with this badass little ride that he's driving around in, and they've taught him how to do CPR and all kinds of stuff. He's been going through all these classes, and now he's qualified to be bona fide, certified meter reader. And he's also directing traffic apparently today. They set him out in the middle of an intersection to let him practice directing traffic, and that would be fun. I'd love to see him doing that, spinning around and doing all kinds of crazy, wacky stuff. Man, he's got to do it, man. He's got to do it. He's gonna have to learn how to juggle that baton. Anyway, I just want to share this. Let's see here, Cat. You gonna get in trouble with Sweetie Petey? I tell. Cat, you're gonna get in trouble with Sweetie Petey. Tell her I was trying to warn you when it was at 788. Oh no, I know. I put my orders in up there. I thought it would keep on rising up. It looked good to me, but I'm not afraid of it. I think it's gonna keep rising. I think this is just a little hooky hookah la. I think it's gonna rise right on up. DGXX. I decided, hey, listen, if I don't get the number I want for it, I'm not gonna sell it. I don't need to sell it. I'm up on it. I'm green, and it looks good. The chart looks good. It looks like it's going to continue to be. Oh, sure, they'll keep fleecing it, and they'll keep dropping it, just like today with this stock. You saw what they did with this stock today. You saw what they tried. You saw the games they tried today with this. You saw it. You saw it here, DGXX. And I got news for you. All I see is a massively rising 50 with a rising 45 and a rising 200 that just broke over all this freaking resistance. And I see no reason to sell a rising 45 and 50 that all they've done is drop the price to. like they did there and like they did there. And then they just did it now. And it's just going to bounce right off this like it did here, like it did there, and like it's going to do now. And that's what it's going to do because this is a rising 200 and it's come over a resistance level that was a long time ago. A long time ago. That line broke over now. Nothing's going to stop this dang thing. This little piddly sell off this afternoon ain't going to do jack crap to it. Not going to happen, folks. Take a look at the long term. All they're doing here, kissing it off the 50-day. Look how it hit the 50 and look at it bounce right off of it. That's all they're doing. Kiss it off the 50 and off she goes. Man, this is a massive shoulder this 50-day is rising up and creating here. A massive, nice, strong shoulder to bounce off of. And then look down below that, the 200-day. And if you don't believe me, take a look at the longer term chart on this. Let's go to 180 days. Look at this chart, folks. Look at this chart. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, from right here, there was a rooster head and a little peck on the 50-day, and off it went. And then here, there was a rooster head and a peck, and off it went. And there's a rooster head and a little peck, and off it went. And there's not even a freaking rooster. This thing is just going off, folks. This is going off. And you should have known this morning to sell at 860 or whenever this was, 860. Some shares you got to sell at 855, folks. And right now, 755. What do you know? $1 less. $1 less. $1.04 less. And look at that 45 rising off the 50. Man, I tell you, I'd say buy DGXX here, not sell it. That chart, that chart looks fabulous, folks. A rising 200, a rising 45 and 50 that just broke this level of resistance. And you can see from there, it went right up like I said it would. It jumped right over that. I told you that it was going to go to here. And there's no reason for it to stop right through here till the 50-day gets here. And by then, this price will probably be up here. DGXX, folks. DGXX. Now RXT. RXT. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh, this thing is going to bounce so hard off this line. Look at the 50-day rising up above this area of resistance. Look at the 200 breaking the lower area of resistance, and there's never been anything to stop this in here. Nothing's going to stop it in here. Man, look at that, how fleeced out that area was, and it broke right over it, went right over it. All this area, just look how that thing was completely fleeced out, and now it's broken right over that area. Say goodbye to frickin' Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This line right here, that line was there a very long time, and there it sits now. Right there, folks. And it's going to break over it because this is going to break over this one. And now we're going to take a look at this trade RXT. There we go. And as I've been telling you, folks, there isn't going to be a staying here all afternoon. From 3 o'clock on, it's going to run. Here it goes. Here, way more buyers than there are the dinky sellers. More buyers than the sellers. More buyers than the sellers. And right now, you're going to have more buyers than sellers at every one of these levels. There's already been, and it's already been proven, there's more desire through this region here now. More desire than selling desire. More buyer desire. 40, there it goes. Watch it go, folks. I told you. And here it goes, right up over all this. They've already got their quote of 1 million here. They've already got 1 million here. It's going to go right over this, right over all of it. No way to stop it, folks. Oh, looking to make a last stab for a 488 buy where they only had today 743,000 shares. And then above that, they only had 637,000. So they're out there. And then above that, 1,000,001 at 490. Goodbye. No 1 million here. No 1 million here. Oh, no 1 million here. Sorry. No 1 million here. Sorry. No 1 million. No 1 million here. Sorry. There'll be no 1 million at any one of these numbers. It isn't going to happen, folks, no matter how hard they try. And believe me, they're trying to buffer and keep it down here at 493 because they don't want it to go over $5. But it's not going to stop, folks. The buyers are coming in and they don't want it over $5. And look, they have now 13,200 again. Sure, at 505. Oh, just the same number they had earlier today down in the 470s. Then I showed it to you. I said, oh my gosh, look at that 13,200. They don't have that for sale. They don't have that. And look, they just keep moving it up, moving it up, moving it up. And here we go, folks. Watch it rise. Watch it come up over all this. Blow past it all. And everyone will be in awe and wonderment. How did it do that? Why did it do that? What in the world? Why would it go all the way up? Why did they get 1,700,000 here? Why could they get that much at 482? 1,700,000. And then how could they be so lame and only pick up 900,000 here at 492, 10 cent higher? How could they only get 926,000 there? Just 10 cents higher. Well. Oh, look at this supposed wall of 2,600 in here and $5 and 501. Watch how fast those numbers disappear. See, they're leaving now. Oh, yeah, they can see the writing on the wall. Look at them trying to get a million, I guess. A million, a million, a million, a million. They want a million at all these down here. They're still fighting for it, folks. Still fighting for a million here. 491, looking for a million at 491. $10 down today. Huh. Up 11% last night after hour at 8 o'clock last night, up 11%. And today, boy, did they do a number on this, huh? Now they got all this dedicated dumpers at 491 that are dumping out shares at 489, and now 491. 490 and a half. And there's no fear of buying 491 here, folks. There's no one that's in fear of buying 491 a share. No one. Look at all those 100 share orders coming across for 491. And it shouldn't surprise you because look how many they've accumulated there. 1,152,000. They've gotten 1,152,000 shares there at 490, 491. I'm waiting patiently. I do believe there will be the facade will end. I believe that the facade will crumble, and I believe we're going to see reality kick in here in a minute. And again, I just believe that. I'm not guaranteeing you anything, but this is a chart where I have never seen the 5 days stop at this line before. Never. Only years ago have I seen the 5 days stop at this price. Where they've dragged it down to now, only years ago have I seen it there. Years ago. I have to go back to the 3-year chart. And even when I do go back to the 3-year, I don't see this number. $491. Where is that number relative to the history of this stock going back 3 years? Someone tell me. Going back to 3 years, 491. That price going back to 3 years ago, do you see it there? No, it's never been here. It's never been here. It's never been here, folks. No one owns it for anything more. No one owns it for more. There's no resistance from bag holders on this stock, RXT. Not over the last 3 years. Let's change the time frame and let's go back to from 3 years to max 5 years. Ha ha. Now look where we are. Oh my gosh, this stock has been so much higher than the price it currently is now. Crossing the 200-day average as we speak. Crossing over the 200-day. And from here, it could easily go to there, folks. I'm showing you here the 5-year chart. From here, right here, they know from this line right here that it could go all the way up to there. They know that. That's 3. Oh, man. The 5 days already up here. 486. 488. Holy cow. And there it goes, folks. I told you, look at it blow over all these numbers now. All of them. All of them. It's going to go over all these. Oh my gosh. They're not going to hold $5. They're not going to hold 5. They're going to take this to $5.25 a share, folks. We got 40 minutes left. And they're going to run this up to $5.25 a share now. I believe they're going to take this up to $5.25 right here and now. And by the way, where is all those 13,000 shares that were for sale up here? Where did they go? Gone. They don't have 13,000 shares up here. And let me tell you, they don't have 6,000 either at 505. It doesn't exist. Holy smokes, it's going to break over $5, folks. No chance. They've already got 1 million here, 1.2 million, 1.4 million, 1.5 million. No way to hold it there. They've already got full capacity, 1.1 million. Down here, they couldn't even get over 1.1 million at 490. 1.1 million, and that was it. 27,000 want to buy and 6,000 want to sell. 28,000 want to buy. 27,000, 8,000. Oh my gosh. 38,000 want to buy here. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at the demand now. And there's only 5,300 here at $5, and that's not even true. That's a spoof sale, folks. There's no 5,300 there. Watch that number disappear. And watch this 6,800 disappear when we get up here, too. Watch both these numbers disappear. Watch them. Oh, we're going up, folks. 17,900. Oh, my goodness. 28,000 want to buy here and 800 want to sell. Okay, I see. Look at that. 27,000 want to buy and 1,100 want to sell. Well, that's what happens. Oh, they just finally showed 882. They're proud enough to show, not 495. We got to get 882, huh? They're going to settle with 800s to show now. Down here, they wouldn't show 820,000. Oh, but here they're going to show 800, 887, 897. Pride. They got pride, folks. They finally got prideful numbers that they can feel good about and show off. 887, 897. They finally reached them, folks. Well, there she goes. They got something respectable that they could put down, and they were able to show the numbers now. So now up we go. Like I said, I don't believe there's any way this price is going to stay here for very much longer. I know they want to hold it under $5, but I don't see how they're going to do it. I just don't see how. Down here, I see 6,000 and 3,000 and 2,000, and here I just see 4,900. I don't see any way to stop it from going up. And from here, hell, it's just going to jump right to there. And from there, it's going to jump to there. There's just nothing here, folks. Nothing. And here you got 9,000, 10,000, 11,000 trying to buy in this range. And you've only got that many shares available. Watch out, folks. Watch it. Trying to get a million at every number. Market makers trying their magic on this stock, RXT. Man, they've been fooling around with this dang stock all day long. They sure have. $4.93, huh? At 482, they could get 1,700,000 shares. At 492, they could only get, they won't even show the number. 805,000 is all they can get at 492. 482, though, they bought 1,763,000. Right here, folks, this is the stock I'm talking about, RXT. And you might want to take note. At 482 a share, they bought 1,763,000. And up here, 10 cents higher, they couldn't even get a number they could show off. They didn't even show it. They didn't get enough to show it off. It's nothing to be proud of, folks. It's weak. Down here, they got 1,763,000 at 482. 492, how much did they get? 805,000. Weak. That's very weak. And only 994, 941, 940. Oh man, 953. Up it goes. On up it goes. Here it goes. Here it goes, folks. Look at it rise. Look at it rise. Oh yeah, right on up past all this bullshit. Can't even get a million at any of these. They're trying. They got to get that quota at every one, a million at every one. Look at that. Look how close they got there. 6,000 away. Less than 6,000, and they couldn't get it. 493. They won't get paid for that number if they don't get a million at it. So they got to get 493, a million shares there. They won't get paid for this number either if they don't get a million there. I can't believe they're less than 6,000 away and won't fill that order. 493. Come on, shorty. Gosh dang, are you kidding me? 5,400 away. 5,400, and you're not going to get a million there at 493. I don't see how you can though, because there's 6,600 and 3,200 and 1,800, and you only got a few shares up here for sale. So I don't know It doesn't look very doable. Doesn't look doable at all. Nope, I don't see it. And now I don't see a million here either. I can't believe that you cannot get a million there. Please show some cojones here and get 493 a million. Come on. You're that close. You're that close. And now they're up here, folks. Man, oh man, they're already filling up here. Can you believe they threw in the towel there? They're not even, oh my gosh, they've got to get less than 2,000 shares now. Come on. You can do that. You can do it. You can get it. There you go. All right, an achievement and another bottle of Asti Spumani. The shorters pull out the Asti. One more cold bottle of Asti that they're going to pull out now. And yep, they probably got some of that Corbel too that they've got on the had on ice all afternoon. They finally hit the million there. Nice. So break out that Asti Spumani and enjoy. And there she goes. And now we got to get a million here to get another bottle. And this would probably be just the, I mean, if they can't hold it here, they're probably only going to give them some of that cider, mill cider stuff. It's not, it doesn't have any alcohol at all. It's just it's sort of like a, yeah, like an O'Doul's in the champagne business. Yeah. Sparkling wine. Sparkling wine, folks. Well, RXT. Somebody wanted in, and they wanted a lot of shares at a 483 a share today and 482. Amazing that they only wanted 679 shares at the lowest price of the day. 465 a share. They only wanted 679 shares there. Isn't that interesting? Well, 491, they got to shoot for a million there, I guess. They've got 704,000 there, and here they got 827 at 492. And that is roughly a million shares less than they had available at 482 today earlier. Yep, that's right. That is 700,000 shares less at 491 than they had at 482. 700,000 shares less at 491. And I guess they're not allowed to show any number that's below right now 800,000. I guess they're not allowed to show anything below. The lowest they've shown is, I think it was 840,000. And as you heard me say earlier today, I honestly could not believe that they didn't go for even more shares at 488 a share, because they couldn't get a million, and they finally, hey, by the way, they just achieved a million at 4. It's almost like somebody said, you better get that damn thing down there to 484 and make a million there, which they just did. And at 482, reminding you that's the most shares they could buy today already, was 1,789,000 at 482. And there they are again right now at the same number, 482 a share, where they've gotten 1,790,000. I wonder why they want to buy so many shares here at 482. And now it's 483. Oh. And once again, 482 turns out to be the number to buy, and they all know it as well. They just bought it up. Now we're at 484. And why, I don't know. Why they would waste their time. Now we're at 485. Now we're at 486. Look at it rise, folks. There's no way to hold it down there. I guess they're trying to get a million at 488 right here, where they've only gotten, right now, they've only gotten 770,000. And that, again, I told you earlier, that's pretty weak that they can't get a million at 488. And I always like to buy 488 because I like selling the 520. And I told you guys that this morning on this stock, and we did it. We bought it at 488 this morning, and some of us sold it at 550 a share today. Well, they've got their million one here at 485 now. They've got a million at 486. It's not really very much respectful at 486 because they've only got 1,003,000. So that's not real strong, but they could only get 1,007,000 at 484. So it doesn't surprise me. And they could only get 1,003,000 at 486. But boy, they're trying. So there's your 486. Here comes your 487. They've got to get a million there. They're only 8,000 away at 487. That's right. They're going to get 487. They got to get 8,000 shares there before they let it go higher. And that's the number they're shooting for right now, 487. It's not a coincidence, people. It's by purpose. It's definitely on purpose. 487. Got to get a million shares there. They're at 992,000 now. 487. And here it comes right now. You're going to see it hit right there, 487, 993. Here they come. And I hope they can get it. They need to hit it now. They got to get 7,000 shares there. They can't wait. They got to get it right now. This is their only opportunity. Oh, they're 6,000 shares away. This is their last chance, folks, to get a million here at 487. Their last call. Last chance. And they did not get it. They missed it by 4,000 shares. Now we're at 488. Can they get a million at 488? No, they did not. The most they could get at 773. 489, 489, 489. You want to be fine if you want to be buying 489. Here we go, 489. Look for 489, 99, 489 going once, 489 twice, 489. Look for 489. Look for 489. 489. Look for 489. Here we go, 488. They only got 779. 489. 489. Oh, 489. Sold 489. 488.5, 489, 489, 489. We already got 490. Already got 490. Got a million one there. Looking for 489. Looking for a million there. They've only got 651,000 shares at 489. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get 487. They're not going to get a million at 488. Oh, they just got the million at 487. They pulled it off. They did get the million at 487. So now they've got a million at 486, a million 487. They got to get 487, 488. They only have 780,000 at 488. They've got to get it, folks. They've only got 780,000 at 488. They got to get that mill. They got to get that mill, baby. They got to get that million there. And here they are filling orders over and over and over at 486 and a half. And we're looking for 488 where they've got to get a million shares. Oh, they will. They will. They will. I'm confident in them. I'm confident they'll get it. I'm confident they'll get 488 a million there. I'm sure of it. I'm sure they will. And here they come. 488, ladies and gentlemen. Roll it all out. And we now have 24 minutes, 23 minutes until the bell rings. And watch this thing once they get 488 and 489 and a million. And if they can get 491 and 2, watch what happens after that. I can't wait to see it, folks. I'm excited about it. This is RXT. RXT. I also want to look now at DGXX. Oh, I'm still up 63, 65 on that. There's no problem. I'm up very nice. I'm up $63, $64 on it now, 64.20. DGXX. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 488 has now achieved a million. And now all we got to get is a million at 489. And look down here. They got 1,500,000 at 485.5. 1,500,000, 485.5. How desperate is that? Then 1,100,000 at 486, 1,100,000, 487, 1,100,000, 488, and they got to get 1,000,000 at 489. People, they've got to get this million at 489. This is what they got on their plate. They got to get 1,000,000 there at 489, and here it comes. They got to get that million at 489. And the time now is 3:38. We got 22 minutes. They got to get 1,000,000 here. Oh no. And ladies and gentlemen, it's flying up here now, and they've only got a few here. They don't have many. I don't think they're going to get the 1,000,000. I think this is going to blow it for them. This is going to blow what they've been accomplishing. There'll be no. You're just going to get grape juice now. Oh man, grape juice is all you're going to get. There'll be no champagne, no more Asti. We're cutting you off from the Asti right now. You just got cut off from the Asti. You got to get that 1,000,000 there. 888,520. No, that won't cut it. You've got to get the 1,000,000. Come on, baby. Get that 1,000,000, 489. You can do it. You can do it. 888,520. Oh, come on. Get that 1,000,000, baby. Get that 1,000,000. Be proud of yourselves. Be proud of yourselves at 489. Get that 1,000,000. Man, you got to get it. 888,520. Come on. You're so close. You're so close to getting it. Hey, guys, listen, there's nothing for them to gain. There's nothing for them to gain to keep it at 486. Nothing for them to gain at 487. Nothing for them to gain at 488. The number they want to keep it below is $5, period. $5. They don't give a crap about these numbers here, other than being able to brag that they got 1,000,000 at every single one, including this 489. Well, I tell you what, whoever is working this RXT, they've got some pretty deep pockets. They've got pretty deep pockets. Yep. And looking now at it, rising right on back up. Look at that, the same number where they got 1,800,000, 1,820,000. What, are they trying to prove they can get 2,000,000 there at 482 for some freaking reason? I don't know why they would want it. All it tells me is they're just building a nice shoulder here, building a very nice shoulder. Gary Bullock, yes, hello there, hello. Hey everyone, how's it going? What stock are we looking at now? RXT and DGXX and TCM. All of them I'm green on today. Well, I'm going up on. I've been buying the lows. And this stock right here that we're looking at is RXT. And as you can see, at the price that it is now, it is the most shares they could buy today at that price, 482, where it's sitting right now. They've been able to get 1,831,000. Up here, 1,700,000. So that's it, 1,800,000. And up here, they got 1,640,000 and 1,544,000. So they've already bought a lot of shares, much higher. You can see they bought 1,656,000 up here, 1,656,000 at 540, 1,600,000 almost at 534, 1,600,000 at 520, 1,600,000 at 509. Do you see the numbers? 1,600,000 at $5, 1,700,000 at 490. 1,000,008 at 482. RXT, ladies and gentlemen. What happened to all the numbers that were in here? They decided to take all the numbers away that were just over 1,000,000. What just happened there? They just took all the numbers away that were just over 1,000,000. And now they're just showing the common pattern of 1,000,006, 1,000,591, 1,000,640, 1,000,680, 1,000,672, 1,000,007, and now 1,000,008. What in the world? Why would they do that? Why would they take away all these that were just at 1,000,000? Why did they stop showing all the million share cells? Every one of these were in the millions, and now the newest record they could get at 482, 1,000,008. 482 price, 1,000,841. 490 price, 1,000,719. $5 price, 1,000,672. $5.10, 1,000,680. $5.20, 1,000,640. $5.34, 1,000,591. $5.40 today, 1,000,656. And up here, $5.64 today, 3,173,000 shares. 3,173 at 364 a share today. How interesting. How interesting. And now at the lowest accumulative number, 1,860 at 482. 3,173 at 564. Wow. I wonder if that's where they started borrowing shares to start selling it all day. I guess so. 1,000,004. 478,000. Oh, it's a tweener number. Forget about that. That's ridiculous. 480 and a half. Just chump change. Laughable. Laugh at that, folks. Just laugh at it. RXT, ladies and gentlemen. And the time now is 4:45. 4:45. Let's see what happens now. Let's see what happens. I'm just curious why they decided to stop showing the numbers here. Whose decision was that to stop showing that they only had 1,000,000 at each number? Because I was calling it out to show you, and then they decided to hide those numbers now, and they're not showing jack crap unless it's over 1,000,000. I mean, I guess they're not going to show anything over 1,000,000, under 1,000,005. They're not going to show it. They're not proud of it anymore. Did I call it out too much that it was pretty weak, and now they're not going to just not even going to show you anymore? What is up with that? What I love is the lowest price of the day, $4.65. 465 was the low today. And at $4.65, they only had 679 shares. 679 shares is all they had. 679, folks, is all they had at the low of the day. 679. 679 at 465. Can you believe that, Savannah? They worked that hard just to pick up a measly 1,000 shares or so at 466, their favorite number, just 1,540. They worked so hard for that. Now here at 1,482,000, they've gotten 1,900,000. Man, they must be getting a bonus if they can get 2 million there. I guess they're working for a bonus, and they're going to get Asti Spamanti, maybe even a 6-pack of Asti Spamanti, or like someone else earlier said, maybe they'll be handing out MD 2020 to all the shorters for getting 2 million shares at 482. Uh-oh, there she goes. Oh, I did sell some SIDU at 395, and that's good because I think it's back to 377. All right, let's see if they can get something respectable here at 480. And by the way, I want to thank all of you for being here with me today. I hope you've learned something. And one of the things we've learned is, boy, howdy, somebody's dead set on holding this RXT at 482, aren't they? They got their agenda, I guess. I guess they're getting paid to hold it there all day long. And, but pretty cool to be able to sell it this morning when we did, when it was up in the fives, in the high 570s and 560s and 70s. And, let me see here, right here on my poll, because I did a poll earlier, and I wanted to know in my poll, which I don't even see it now. Where'd my survey go? I thought I had a. Oh, I didn't. I just did a question. Did you buy RXT in the 477 to 488 range with me this AM and sell it when it eclipsed 520 and higher? And I didn't do that in the form of a. So let me copy this. I wanted to put that in a poll form, and I didn't do it. So that's what I want to know. And some of us sold this way higher than 520 today, but I want to know, did you buy it in the AM with me in the 477 and even went down to 467? I bought some there. But I want to know, as a matter of fact, the lowest I could fill today was 468.92. 468.92 was the lowest I could buy it. But I want to know if you bought it anywhere from the 477 range to 488, and if you sold it when it went over 520, that's what I want to know. Start the poll. Your question is too long. Ah. All right, here we go. Start poll. Here we go. Oh, we don't need to be worried about our DCAs at 502. They'll have this doggone stock. Man, they've manipulated this thing so much already that they'll have it probably back over $6 tonight in the after hours. All right, nice push effort. I don't understand why they didn't hang it out and keep it at 482 so they could get 2 million there. I don't understand what they're trying this for. I guess they're just trying to make sure they can buffer it big time and keep it under $5 because that's a nice hard knock at it there to get it down in the 477s, 473s. But then again, why waste the effort? Is it just so they can hold it under 5 because they expect there might be a big run on it? Because there might be a big run that could happen right now. They could start coming in right now and say, oh, well, they gave us a great chance to buy 470, so we're going to buy that up first and then run it all the way up to 5. That's what we might see happen. I don't know what's going to happen here. I'm just watching. I'm intensely watching here. And I'm down $184 on this. Right now, since I bought in, I'm actually down 196. But I tell people when I'm down $196 on this today. And I don't believe I'm going to stay down on it. I don't believe it. I do not believe it, folks. I don't believe it at all. And there she goes, folks. She just jumped up. She's back over 480, and we will definitely not be seeing a 473 close or 477. Dream on about that. And it looks as though they're trying like heck to get a 2 million at 482 here before the market closes. And now we're breaking over 480 right now. Goodbye, 480. Here we go, folks. And don't be surprised to see this make a very nice move right now here in the last 20 minutes or last 15 minutes here. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised at all to see this. And now I'm down 193. This is like the casino right now. All I have to do is just pull the wand and I'm down and see what I end up after this roll. 194 is what I'm down right now. 477 bid, 478 ask. I'm sorry, 476 bid, 477 ask. 476 bid, 477 ask. Oh, 478 bid, 479 ask. Look out now. 477 bid, 479 ask. 477 bid, 479 ask. 477 bid, 478 ask. 476 bid, 477 ask. $476 bid, $477 ask. Time now, 4 minutes till the bell closes us out. 476 bid, 477 ask. So they want to close this stock down 13% today. 475 bid, 476 ask. And I'm guessing they're going to go for a 13.66 closing down. 13.66 down. They've got it down 13.39 right now. And I'm guessing they've calculated it out. They're going to aim for, I'm guessing, a 13.66 number down closing. 13.66. And right now it's down 13.57. So they're inching it down slowly. And they're doing the mathematic calculations to figure out what will take the price to close at 13.66 down. And that's the only thing I can assume that they're trying to do right here. It looks like the only thing they're trying to do is get a 13.66 down. They've got it down now 13.57. And now they've got it down 13.75, now 14.03. And will they go for a 466 close? Nope, now only down 13.93. And we got now 2 minutes and 5 seconds left until the bell rings. Bid is 470, ask is 471. down 14.39% this morning on no negative news. No negative news whatsoever. And by the way, this morning in the pre-market at 7:41 a.m., the question why is back Rackspace Technology stock gaining? And it says down here, this is this morning in the pre-market, RXT shares are extending a massive rally this Monday. The momentum follows Friday's session where the stock surged 54%, hitting a new 52-week high. Investors are reaching to a strategic pivot towards artificial intelligence and stronger than expected quarterly sales. So, ladies and gentlemen, this stock RXT, as you can see this morning, they're reporting that it was surging. It was saying the shares are extending a massive rally this Monday. And somebody decided, oh man, shit, we missed this boat. We got to run this down right now all day. It's on a massive rally extending its Friday's gains, and it's up another 11%. Let's take it down 13%. Let's take it down 13%, and then it'll be down. It was up 11% this morning, so 13% down, and you're talking 23% drop. And they are aiming for a 466 close, folks. That's what they're trying for right now. 466 close. Uh-oh, and the bid just jumped up from 469 to 470, so there will be no 466 close. And now the bid is up to 470.71, and so unfortunately there will be no 466 close for the market makers. And everything is done. The bell just rang. It's 4 o'clock. And now just watch this thing rise against their efforts to hold it down. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no freaking way it's going to stay down here, in my opinion. And as a matter of fact, right now, the bid is 476 and the ask is 478. And you can just kiss it goodbye. It isn't going to continue any dropping in the after hours. There is no 466 close. And the ask is, the bid is 472. The ask is 473 now in the after hours. And don't be surprised to see some incredibly suspicious looking activity in the after hours with this stock at all. Don't be surprised. Now, I wish I could stick around with you guys here this evening, but unfortunately, I'm going to be moseying along here because we got our Detroit Pistons playing tonight, and hopefully they're going to win and go up 3-1. I think that they definitely will. To me, honestly, it looked like the Pistons gave the Ravens, the Cavaliers, a little bit of a break on the last game and try to give them a little bit of, they gotta make these games sell out. They want them to go seven game series so that they can get all those beverages and food and concessions all bought up and T-shirts and all this other shit. If they just get wiped out on 4-0, they don't get to make that money. The NBA's out to make money, folks. It's a money making prospect, and they don't want to. Believe you me, they don't want to just have 4 games. They don't want that. That's not good for the game. They need to make them close, and they need to keep those customers, keep keep the fans in the stands. Okay. And so they're going to tighten this game up. They might even let the Cavaliers win another one tonight and, even it up. And then we're going to go back and forth all the way to the game 7. And they'll get as much revenue as they can they'll squeeze all of us out of every penny they can on all the concessions, the $12 beers, the $15 beers, the $5, $10 hot dogs, the $12 subs. They want to sell that crap to you, folks. They want you to get that shit up. So now I can't wait to see how high RXT goes in the after hours and how far it will go up tonight. And we'll see how high it goes. And I do believe it will expound much higher. I believe it is going to rebound very nicely off today's market manipulation. And it's still up very, very nice, folks. We've made some very good profits on RXT, including what we made on Friday. And I wouldn't doubt it at all to see our gains continue to be very good on RXT as time goes forward. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, ladies and gentlemen. So there you go. Today, I asked, did you buy RXT in the 477 range and sell in the $5.20 or above? And 35% of my viewers said yes, they did. All right. Well, congratulations. If you bought with me RXT this morning in the 477 to 488 range and then you sold it when it eclipsed 520, yes, I'm so proud of you guys. I really am. That makes me feel very, very, very proud. All right. Of what you guys are doing. Congratulations. RKLB 11750. Yes, sirree. And you know I'm holding that stock long. I've been holding that long in my portfolio for a long time, for over a year. And it's had an incredible year. It's up 270% this year, RKLB. And you guys know that's on my long list. Those of you that have my long list and my dividend paying stocks, you know RKLB's on my long list. Yep. All right. RLMLF up 5% today. Nice. And I did not do this, but I want to look and see how did the entire market to do overall today. How did the entire market do overall? Let's take a look. And so I see, hold on. So the S&P ended up green, the Dow up 95 points, the NASDAQ up 27, and the Russell barely up. But everything up. Very nice. Gold up today. Bitcoin up today. Crude oil at only $98 a barrel. We want to see that reflected at the pump immediately, if you don't mind. I want to see that right at the pump, man. Yesterday. Uh, Hold on a second here. There we go. RXT. Ah, yeah. All right. There we go. Well, now I just wonder, how high will it go? How high will it go? That's what I wonder. Well, I want to thank all of you for being here with me today. It's I know I haven't shown myself to everybody today very often. I kind of been keeping myself off the camera today, but hey, thank you for being here with me today. I appreciate it. Thank you for trading with me today. I hope you learned something. I really do. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to get prepared for. I'm going to make up some barbecue here, and we're going to be barbecue. We're going to be barbecuing for the Pistons hopefully tonight. Um, hey Alexa, what time do the Detroit Pistons play tonight?
The Cavaliers and Pistons are facing off in Game 4 tonight at 8 p.m. at Rocket Arena. The Pistons are leading the series 2-1.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Tyler.
Alexa, stop. She was going to start saying more. Well, thank you, my 2 cents. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, we're up to 480 in the after hours now, up 2%, and we're going to keep rising on RXT. I do believe. I don't think there's any way they're going to.
Very, also very welcome.
What was that? Oh my gosh. My Wasn't that hilarious? Um, CONL. Ugh. Let me look at it on the chart. CONL. Well, hey, listen. I explained to you today, or on yesterday or Friday, I explained to you that I told you every number you should sell. I told you today you should sell here. Okay, I told you should sell at 926, and you could have bought it back at 896, and then I told you to sell it here. I told you to sell it at this price, which was 943, and buy it back when it dropped. And then I told you to sell it when it hit this line, and I told you to sell it at 966 a share, Wendy. I told you to sell it at 964, 65, and 66, and buy it back in the 950s. And then I told you to sell it here, Wendy. I told you every single line where to sell this stock. I showed you every place you should sell it today. Yep, I told you, and I hope you did. I hope you did. And another place you should have sold some would have been right here. You should have sold some right there, and then you should have sold some right here at this price here, and then you should have sold some up here at this price here. You should have sold some there, and you should have sold some at this price right here. And I told you, Wendy, you know. Gary said, I said, hey, Wendy, buy that RLMLF. Yes, she did. Yes, he did. Just hold RXT overnight. Oh, I'm going to. I'm going to hold it, RXT. And so now we're going to go out and look at the longer term chart on this 180 day. Holy crap. And let me tell you something. Now you're approaching an area here where this has been here all the way over to here, and you're gonna want to definitely sell right here, Wendy. Okay, you're definitely gonna want to sell at this number right here. Start selling here. Okay. And you're also definitely going to want to sell right here. And I'll tell you what these numbers are in just a moment. Okay. There. All right. So now that we're breaking over this line, and I don't see, oh my gosh, from this line, folks, it's going to go all the way up to here. Right there. Oh man, come on. There it is. And then it's going to go from there up to here. Right there. Right there. Jeez, why won't it put a freaking line there? There. Then it's going to go up here to there. Wendy, you know how to do this. Wendy, I've taught you how to do this. You should be doing this on your own. You should do this on your own, Wendy, at this point. You should know this. You should know this. And this is where you should sell next, right here. Start selling there. And then the next place you're going to sell is over here, right there. Right there. All right. So you know when this price goes up above here, I've already told you that chances are if it breaks over this line right here, chances are it's going to go up to right here, somewhere around this range here, right here. If it can get over that price, it's got a long ways up to here, okay? Now, this price here is 1066, Wendy. If the price goes over 1066, it's going to go all the way up to $11.94. But listen, if it goes over 1066, you still need to sell 1088 and buy back 1072. Then you're going to sell 1093 and buy back 1088 or 1082. Then you're going to sell 1097, 98, 99, and 11 and buy back at 1088, 1077 after you sell the 11. Then after it goes over 11, it'll go up to 1113 and you sell there and buy back at 11 or 1098 or 1093 from 1113, maybe even 1088 from 1113. Then it goes back up over 11 and it goes to 11. You sell 17, 18, 19, and 20. Sell 1120. After that, it falls down to 1113 or 1108 or 1101 from 1120. Then you're going to go back up over 1120 and sell 1129, 30, 31, 32, and 33. All through there, you're going to sell to 1133. Then you're going to buy back at 1120. And after it goes back over 1133, you're going to sell 1137 and 38. And it's going to come down to 1130 or 1125. Then you're going to sell it from 1138. It goes over and you're going to sell 1140 and 1143. This price right here, that's how you're going to do it, Wendy. After it goes to 1143.44, you're going to buy back at 1130, 1131. Then it's going to go up to 1148.49 and 1150, and you sell there. Then it's come down to 1144, 1138. Then you're going to sell the next time over 1150 at 1153, 54, 55, 56, 57. Sell that. And from 1157, it's going to come back down to 1149, 1144, and then it's going to go all the way up to 1166. And you better dang sure sell 1166, girl. All right? You definitely got to sell 1166. This line right here is 1194. After you sell 1166, you're going to buy back at 1150, maybe 1144. Then it goes over 1166 and you sell 1177. Then you buy back at 1172, 1166. Then it goes over 1177 and you sell 1188. And once you sell 1182, 83, and 88, then it comes back down to 1160s and you buy again. Then it goes 1182 to 1188 and you sell 1193 through 1199 up to $12. And once you sell that number, $12 right here, ladies and gentlemen, you got to be selling right here. Right here on that line, you've got to sell 1194, 1195, 1196, 1197, 1198, 1199, and $12. And then it pulls back to 1166, 1172. You buy there at 1172, then it goes over 12 and you sell 1206, 7, and 8, 1209, 1211, 1213. Sell it. After you sell 1213, it comes back to 1197, 1199, $12. Then you go up to 1213 and sell 1214 through 1220. And after 1220, I can assure you it'll drop to 1180, 1188. Sell 1220. After it drops to 1188 and you buy it there again, it'll go back up over 12 and you're going to go up and sell 1229, 30, 31, 33. Then it drops from 1233 down to 1215, 1213. You buy it back there. Then it goes up to 1240 and you sell 1237, 38. Pulls back to 1220, 22, 24. Then it goes over the 1238 and it goes up here to this price. I mean, all on my buy sell sheet. Just keep doing what my buy sell sheet says. It'll work out. Pat Yeager, hey, Cat, had to go to work today. Hey, Tyler, how do you know if a price level is a sell level or a buy level? By this sheet right here. This is how I know. These are where, and I'm telling her right now, all these numbers to sell. I just got through telling her to sell the 1146, 47, 48, 49, and 50. Buy back 1137 or 1130, 33. Then when it comes back up over, then she wants to sell 1154, 55, 56, 57, and then she'll buy back at 1143, maybe even 1138, maybe get to 1138 and 39. After she sells at 11 there and buys back, then she's going to sell the next at 1164, 65, 66, 67, 68. All through there sell, because once you sell that 1168, you're going to get to buy back at 1140. Alexa, call Double K.
Calling Double K.
Hello.
What up?
What are you doing?
I'm still talking with my folks here. We're talking about another stock that someone called out called CONL. CONL, Carl, looks good. This is one of my viewers here, Wendy, who's been with me a long time, for over a year now. And Wendy called it out yesterday, and it went up 14.9%. She called it out on Friday. And she's been asking me about it for the last few days, and I've been telling her where to sell and where to buy back and where to sell and where to buy back. And it's called CONL. And it is at
Granite shares. It's it's an ETF.
yes. Yep. And she's been doing real good on it. She's been talking to me about it since about, I guess, a week or so ago, when it was down in the $6.88 range. And she knows that's a good.
I'm actually kind of liking that one a little bit.
Yep. And it's got a lot of room to go if it can get over this place where it is now. It could jump all the way up to the next price it's going to go to is going to be $11.94 from here. It's got a big gap up.
In the last year, it was at 72 at one point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and even at $50, it had a little spot, and even at $40, yeah, it's got some legs.
I'm telling you. So I'm telling you.
And it looks like it's on the way up. It's hard to tell, but
yep. Well,
I'm kind of right there with you on this one. I like this one.
yeah. Well, let me show you a picture of this. Hold on. Hold on, guys. All right, I just sent it to you, Double K. And you can see, if you look at the chart now, it's kind of muddled up because of all my red lines, but it's about to go over possibly an area where, if it breaks beyond that, you can see over on the left. Look at how that thing came down. Look how fast.
I know. That's why I'm saying it looks kind of interesting right where it's at. I like it right where it's at.
Yes. So
yeah, it's in a spot where you kind of, you either believe or don't believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me just say this, guys. It is an ETF, and ETFs are not really going to go down a tremendous amount.
Yes, ETF. That's right. It is an ETF. Although it has gone, like you said, from 70 down to $10. So, but
yeah, but that means it's got room to go back up. Now whether it gets back to 70 is another story, but it could get there. It could only go to 40 or 50, but I kind of like this one.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Well, I'm telling you about it for a reason. So I just got through.
You want to see what they've got, in their, hopper.
Right. Yep. But I broke this chart. I broke this down for her on last week, and I showed her everywhere that she should sell it today. And man, that thing, if you look at the day chart, it was perfect. Everywhere I told her to sell it was the perfect place to sell, and they pulled it back right to the lines. I mean, it was picture perfect what I told her to do with this stock today. Everywhere that I showed her the line, it sure enough hit that line and dropped. And then it went up to the next one and it dropped. And it went to the next one and dropped. And it went to the next one and dropped. I mean, every one of them, all the herky jerking all day long, it was right on the numbers of my sell sheet. And then the buybacks were right on the numbers where my buys were. I mean, it was beautiful. And I'll show you today's chart on it too. Hold on.
Well, that's one of the ones I'm buying one.
Yep. Well, take a look at what I just sent you.
And I'm going to buy more if I like it more. That's just,
Yep. Well, I think you're in a good spot to buy it because look where I just sent you. Every time this thing gets down near the 200, it bounces. And I sent you the 1 day chart so you could look at today's chart. And every time it got within a certain range of that 200, it just went right on up. And right at the closing, they tried to double Tata it, and they're trying now a little rinse out right now, even where they got it down in the low. But it is looking good to go off that number that it's at now. And you can see that they already hit this number right before the closing at 3 o'clock. So they've taken it down to the same number right here that they achieved at 3 o'clock, which was the low. It was the
I
afternoon
mean,
low.
rack space, I'm a little down on, but I'm not too down on that one. I'm over it. You know, I mean,
Yep. Yep. RXT. Yep.
I like that one because it's got a lot of money coming in. That company is, you know, it's a $2 billion company.
RXT.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They're not hurting for money. They're making money. They're making revenue. That's right. That's right.
Um, but credit shares ETF at $10, it's kind of hard to beat.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm
I
just
got it at $9.99. So you know, I mean,
all right.
I'm not into it like I said heavy, but you know, it's.
I hear you, man.
I got one share, but I'm going to keep an eye on that sucker.
All right, my friend. Well, I'll make sure and fill you in if I see it going because Wendy keeps me informed. She keeps me on that one. And I told her, congratulations, Wendy, congratulations on a good gain today on that one. And you guys, listen, I'd like to.
AGPU went up good today.
Yep,
AGPU went
yeah,
up 18%.
yeah. I saw someone call that one out earlier today too. AGPU. Yep, definitely. I did see that. Yep, I just didn't have a chance to get on that because I was buying RXT at the lows today. Each one of those low dips.
Well, you can only do so many. I obviously have a lot more positions and things that I don't day trade like you do. I swing trade, so
Yep.
it's a little different. But
well, all
I'm
right.
willing to go up and down with stocks.
Somebody said Iguera says I bought RXT Friday at closing and sold today at pre-market 665. Yeah, baby.
Now there is one I want to throw out there. I don't know. I just have a feeling, and it's one that we've owned before back in the day.
Okay.
Plug Power.
Plug. Oh yeah, someone called me on that about a month ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I went over and looked at it again.
19% today.
Well, I told everybody they finally got rid of Steve Marsh, and I had been writing. I used to hold that. I used to hold that company. Andy Marsh. Andy Marsh. Oh, I thought his name was Steve Marsh. Andy Marsh. Oh my gosh, they finally got rid of that CEO, and he needed to go a long time ago. He needed to go a long. Oh my gosh, he was horror. Ugh. So anyway, make a long story. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone as a CEO, and that guy was a stick in the mud. And so Randy Marsh. Gary says Randy Marsh. Okay, yeah. Man,
Andy Marsh or Randy Marsh?
He says Randy, but I tell you, well, maybe he means because he was kind of Randy. But anyway, he was horrible. He was a stick in the mud. Every time he tried to make.
He was good at pumping the stock in the early parts of the, you know, when that thing was going up and stuff, but he just became just terrible after that.
No doubt. And I kept writing to them and said, please ditch that guy. You need to get rid of him. Get someone in with some inspiration, with some cojones, somebody who knows how to really pump the company. Because even when he was trying to pump it, he would be like, well, everybody, we really think we're going to be EBITDA positive in the next earnings. Possibly.
Well, don't you remember the guy for Workhorse that screwed everybody? He was an interesting character.
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Workhorse. Gary Enmer says South Park, Randy Marsh. Well, anyway,
oh, that's funny. Yeah.
yep. Well, anyway, I'm just letting you guys know that I believe this RXT stock is a good entry level price right now to get a little few more shares at 466 in the after hours. And I could be completely wrong, as I often say. But then again, I don't think so. So, you guys, I've got some work to do. I've got to order some stuff here today, this afternoon. The Pistons are going to be playing tonight, starting at 8 o'clock. Game 3 or game 4. Game 4. They're up 2-1 right now. The Pistons up over the Cavaliers. If you want to tune into that, and we will be seeing you guys all tomorrow morning at.
What part of that was that? What was it? Finals and not finals, but finals in that.
Yeah. They're in the quarterfinals, I guess you'd call, where they've got.
Okay.
If they go to this, they're going to be playing for this is going to be their district championship. But after that, they go to, I think they're going to be, I'm not even sure who they have next, if who they're going to be playing next. But I do know that they're the number 1 seed, and I think that they're going to make it all the way to the big dance, and because they dominated the first game and the second game, and then they kind of gave away the third game on a stupid sideline throw-in pass thing that was just ridiculous.
Well, they almost lost to Orlando at one point, but they definitely came back.
Oh, they were down 3-1 against Orlando, and then the Magic had a 20-point lead, 30-point lead with only 1 period left in the game. They could have iced it, man. They had a 30-point lead in the last game, in the last quarter, and they ended up losing that game. God, dogs. A 3-1 lead in games, and then come up to tie 3-3, and then have a 30-point lead in the last game and still lose. Wow. That is amazing. The Pistons just showed their real heart when they did that, man. And so that's what makes me think they have a good chance to go all the way. All right, you guys. Yep. Enjoy your game, Cat. Don't drink too much. That's right. My 2 cents. No, I'm drinking apple juice right now. It's a new apple soda that I'm getting. Oh, thank you, Higuera. Thank you for that gift. I appreciate that. We'll get your name here on the drawing for this drawing this week. All right. Thank you very much. And Nicole Barbie, thank you for your gifts. 358 in gifts today, folks. 358 in gifts today. Thank you, everyone. I'm very, very, very grateful. Thank you. Iguera, thank you. And everybody else, Adrian, thank you. Have a great dinner yourself, my friend. And you guys, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 6:48 a.m. Eastern time, if I can get out of bed. So we're looking for a 6:48 startup tomorrow morning. Be ready to trade with me after 7 o'clock. Be looking for my notifications. Go over and join the Telegram so you can get my notifications if you don't want to get them through YouTube. And over here, this is how you get to Telegram. You just click on the word more down in my description, and then there's the Telegram link to join Telegram. And if you don't want to get the notifications through YouTube, you can get the notifications through Telegram. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for me today. I thank you for being here with me. I am going to end this stream right now. God bless each and every one of you. I hope that you have excellent financial endeavors. Everything that you invest in, it turns out well for you. I also hope that you are in the best of health you can be, because your health is really the most important. And last but not least, as I always say, I hope that you are surrounded with love, because each and every one of you definitely deserves that. Thank you, R. Richie B. Thank you for the gift. I got you, R. Richie B. You got another entry. Thank you for that gift right there. I appreciate it. Every one of you, I appreciate it. Yep, Iguera, amen. There you go. Thank you for the high five, R. Richie B. I appreciate that. All right, everybody. We'll catch you all tomorrow. All 47 of you that stuck with me late tonight. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow, everyone. God bless. Catfish Tyler, over and out.